a sphere, right? But we're saying that it just geometrically falls apart at the equator, basically. On a flat plane, hypothetically on a flat plane Earth, observing the celestial sphere, geometrics fall apart when you reach the equator. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, no. Well, what it actually looks like is that you're floating in space and that you're a point in space. That's what it actually looks like. And not everything is rotating around you. It doesn't appear as if you're on a sphere because you can jump to each side of a so-called each side of the Earth, right? And you won't observe any parallax. So if there's no parallax, it's as if you're at a point, right? And all you did was rotate. That's the actual description of the observation. It doesn't appear if you're on a sphere. Because if, say I was in on the North Pole and the South Pole, and I made observations of the same stars, right? Stars that were, say, above the equator in the globe model, right? And I'm on the South Pole, I look at them. I'm on the North Pole, I look at them. I take the difference in angle. There would be no difference in angle, right? So there'd be no parallax at all. So if you think about it for 2 seconds, it would be as if, even though I'm separated by distance, it would be as if I was on the same point in space. And this is how they actually model it in the geometry. It's just that they say everything's so far away that we can model the Earth as if it's a point at the origin of coordinates. And all they do is rotations.
But the coordinates are based off a sphere. A celestial sphere, but a
celestial sphere. A celestial sphere. Exactly.
But based off of a sphere nonetheless.
Yes.
And projected onto a flat plane, where there are geometric distortions because of said projection.
Well, I mean, technically they project it onto a sphere, and then they project it onto a globe. So what they do is they take the celestial sphere, mark coordinates on the land, and then they take that land, and then they project that onto some flat map. But, okay, this seems crazy, right?
No, I get it.
No, and you're like, hey, there'd be distortion. Do you know how they take care of the distortion? And they interpolate the error. So in the globe model, they have curved plumb lines. Did you know that? That vertical, you know what a plumb line is?
Like for making something straight? Like
a plumb line is like in building. Yeah, they take a little weight and they hang it on a string.
Yeah.
If they want to build a vertical. In the globe model, that piece of string is curving. Yeah, bro. It sounds so stupid because it is.
Okay.
And that's not us, right? So if you do this, right, so you make a bunch of land measurements, right? You do the celestial sphere thing, right? But you have to have the distances between observation points match a globe. Well, how can you do that? Well, you just tilt the plumb line, right? You deflect the plumb line, right? And they use something called a reference ellipsoid, right? So they have the celestial sphere, and they have this reference ellipsoid that they're going to map the ground measurements onto, right? They're not going to measure a sphere; they're going to map them onto a mathematical sphere. But their plumb lines have to intersect this mathematical sphere at a 90-degree angle, or it doesn't work. So when they do these ground measurements on a flat plane, in order to get it to intersect at 90 degrees, they have to take the plumb line and curve it and turn it into a curve. Otherwise, all the distances would be fucked up.
Right.
Yeah, this is what they actually do. Like, I'm not making this up. You can look in any geodetic surveying. You can look in the beginning of geodetic surveying, the first publications on it. This is what they do. It's called deflection of the vertical direction. When the ground doesn't quote unquote match the celestial sphere. Because if I have a coordinate on the ground, right, and just say by coincidence it's supposed to be a star at zenith over my head, and then I take my astrogeodetic theodolite and I look up through zenith and that star's not there and it's somewhere else, right? It's off a little bit at some angle, like say half a degree. I go, oh, the gravity is deflecting the vertical direction, right? So that's why when I level my theodolite, it doesn't point to that star. Gravity is actually tilted relative to the surface of the Earth, and that's why the star isn't in that position. This is what they say, man. It's not my shit; it's their shit.
I believe,
in my opinion, it's their opinion.
Understanding the stance of the opposing side, perhaps. I just think that again,
it doesn't matter what. Let me ask you
a question. Do you think can we agree that math describes reality?
No, we cannot.
Okay, so do we agree that 1 plus 1 in reality equals 2, right? That's
That's an identity.
Okay, so I have
Hold
one.
on, Miguel, I'm going to point something out. That's an identity. It's saying the
Okay.
same thing twice. It's going to be a tautology.
What do
1
you
plus
mean?
1 equals 2 is just saying 2 twice.
Correct. It's an
So-
equation. Yeah.
So,
It's an
so if
identity, but it's true mathematically. Go
Correct,
ahead,
yeah.
Miguel. Go ahead, Miguel.
yeah, I want to say this. So I have an orange, and I add another orange. Do I have 2 oranges, or I have juice?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
So I have 2 oranges. I join
Right.
together. Do I have 2 oranges, 1 plus 1, or juice?
I feel like that's a category area if we're calling
Yeah,
them
you see the
fallacies.
problem. Math is not reality because I did join 2 oranges and it's not 2.
Right, but
it's,
joining-
juice. It's juice, so it's
But-
not again. It's not more orange. It's juice. So
Right,
thank
but
you.
if I feel like that's absolutely not the same thing.
Yeah,
know?
you said math. It's reality. So when I add 2 apples, 2 oranges, what's happened? Do I have 2 oranges? Still have 2 oranges? No,
I don't know.
I have
There's
juice.
another world where you
Yeah.
Well, what if he gives you have an orange, Miguel gives you an orange, and then he says, give me 3 oranges, right? I can write the equation for that, but you can't do that in reality.
Can't have -1 orange.
Not even mathematicians think math is reality, so I don't understand why people even make this argument. Engineers definitely don't think it's reality.
Maybe some of you guys have come across the Kumu virus. They'll say things like math is reality.
So we can use math to emulate the physical world, certain phenomenon, right? And that's just basically data fitting. But it's not reality in and of itself. That's like a Platonic viewpoint.
It's a fair point.
Well, I mean, if you go into, we actually have a math channel. If you scroll up and you go to, I'll actually just post it in the chat.
I can scroll.
I mean, it's up a little ways. It's title of the paper is called "The Reasonable Ineffectiveness of Mathematics." It's a rebuttal to Witten's "The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics." It's a reputation of it. Because there's something that's pretty famous in the field of science called unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics. That basically makes the same argument you made that mathematics is reality, and so that's written from the viewpoint of a physicist. But this guy's an engineer, electrical engineer, and basically he gives example after example where they use models in mathematics to get some output, right? To get some result in an engineering design, and they work, but they're using like just crazy mathematical concepts that have nothing to do with reality. Hyperspaces and just crazy shit.
Hyperspace. The hell is that?
Hyperspaces. N-dimensional hyperspaces.
The fuck?
Yeah, exactly. They're just mathematical concepts. I mean, they don't K-blades and like shit nobody's ever heard of because they exist only purely abstractly. So what you do, you take a bunch of data, right? So I collect data. There's some phenomenon. Collect data, collect data, collect data, collect data, collect data. And all I'm trying to find is a mathematical relationship between the data points. So I'm just trying to find a function that fits that. Doesn't mean that that function exists in reality. Because I bet almost a nearly infinite choices of mathematical operations I can do to fit that function. Just because I find one, but I could also find another one that's different than that one, right? Okay, hey, I found a function that fits that data. Oh, I used a completely different technique. And I used calculus for this one, algebra for this one. I use geometric algebra for this one that doesn't even have numbers in it, right? I use set theory for this one. Like you can come up with all sorts of things that will get the same mathematical methods to get the same result, right? Like I'll give you an example. Geometric algebra, which just might go over your head, but you can start from an axiom of things like the square root of negative -1 equals 0, right? So if you start with that axiom, you can construct a complete geometric algebra out of it and model things like quaternions. So quaternions are used in vector mathematics, right? And matrix algebra. And like all these things that exist in mathematics in regular, like so-called arithmetical mathematics. But you started with an axiom of pure geometric objects with no coordinate system, no numbers, and you can emulate the math that emulates reality, even though your initial starting point is the square root of -1 equals 0.
Right, but what if the axiom that you started off was, again, that 1 + 1 that we can agree mirrors or at least describes reality, rather than, obviously consider, it being reality or it being true necessarily, right? But it describes reality as we understand it, that 1 + 1, as in if you have one thing and then you get another thing, bring another thing into the equation, then you will have two things, right? We don't squish anything together, right? But
Yeah,
that equation plays out in reality in natural sciences, in quotes, as I'm reading the refutation, right?
Because that's the one we found, but we could find another, right? We could come up with a mathematical system where there's no third number, or some other operation that doesn't exist in regular arithmetic.
But then there would be a third number, but the fourth number would just be the third number. It would go 1, 2, 4, and 4 would be 3. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm talking about excluding any type of operation that would involve a 3, right? So you can't multiply by 3. You can't do any division by 3. You can't do any of that crap.
Sure, but again, if you base your mathematics around reality, right, which I believe is what the point of mathematics is, right? Then you get more accurate answers at the very least. Again, I'm not saying everything is 100% true. I'm saying that it can give us a better description of reality, especially that may beyond human comprehension otherwise.
Well, let me ask you this: can you calculate the ratio of a diameter?
I'll stop you there. I can't calculate shit. But go ahead.
Can anyone do it? Can anyone calculate the ratio of the diameter to the circumference?
Say that one more time.
Pi. The ratio of the diameter to the circumference of a circle. Can anyone calculate that?
If they tried really hard, no. Not fully, because it's an irrational number.
Well, it's a transcendental number, which is also an irrational number.
They're both, yeah.
The point is, if I draw a circle and a diameter, there is definitely a ratio of those.
Right.
Because I have a real line that exists in real space, in reality, and I have a circumference that exists in reality. Right. So there is lead, my pencil lead or pencil graphite on the paper. And if I sat there and counted all the atoms and fucking molecules, right, I would come up with a real ratio of something that really existed.
Right. I agree with that.
And I'll give you another example of how all of this fails, right?
I'm not saying
square root of 2, right? Arithmetically, you cannot calculate that, but you can actually draw it out geometrically. So if I take a square, right, and make a stepwise function across the diagonal, which is what a square root is, it's the diagonal of a square, the length of the diagonal of a square, I can actually, it'll always equal 2, no matter what. If I make like a little staircase from diagonally, and I make that staircase smaller and smaller and smaller so that it approximates a line, no matter how small I make those steps, it'll always be 2. It'll never change, and it'll never approach the arithmetical square root of 2, which is 1.6 something, 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 right? So some things are true geometrically, which aren't true arithmetically. So, like you said, you can't calculate, and I was just talking about someone this 3 days ago, that the people that bang the desk the hardest about mathematics and reality understand math the least. And that's not meant to be an insult. It's just an observation I've made. And other people that have a little proficiency in mathematics, at least the history of mathematics and how it works, is like this is just an observation we've made just generally, is that people that, thump the table, math is reality, they're the ones that understand math the least in the limitations of mathematics, because no mathematician believes math is reality.
Facts.
So here's the funny thing, and I bring this up on time about AI, right? So eventually we're going to be able to feed, data into a machine learning program, and it's going to spit out correct answers, and no one's going to know how they do it. And there's going to be no mathematical model. It's just going to be derived purely from weighted fucking sums in a neural network that were back propagated. I mean, which means what? Which means nothing. No one knows how they inside a machine learning software is black box. No one knows how it actually operates inside. But you could actually feed a bunch of ballistic data into it, and it would spit out the right result. If I said, hey, we're going to fire a cannonball, the cannon, this much gunpowder, this is how much the ball weighs, this is the barrel size, this is the air resistance, right? If we fed all these parameters into the machine learning program, it would spit out the answer. But it wouldn't spit out Newton's laws. That's the funny thing. It won't spit out Newton's laws at all. And will you then say math is reality because some neural network freaking predicted where the cannonball is going to land?
Bruh.
I mean, the only truth statement you can make about math and reality is math is useful for predicting what reality does. And we can make things, we can engineer things, and we can, other than a useful statement, it has utility, there is no truth statement there.
Indio cooking right now.
Oh, I'm cooking.
And this panel is going crazy. We're 1 away from 30, folks. Glad to see you all in here.
I'm worried about machine learning being employed by NASA to decode their SETI alien radio transmissions for the public.
Oh my goodness.
Oh shit.
You just ruined my day. That's what's going to happen.
I ruined everyone else's day in the other server with that remark too. It's going to be crazier than the globe, guys. We're going to be fighting the globe and that at the same time.
The first message is going to be, hello, we are from Regulus Reticuli or some fucking stupid thing. We've been waiting for you to develop your computer technology to decipher our message.
I mean, NASA in Hebrew means to deceive.
Yeah, you tell him, boy.
Brian Recluse, didn't I speak to you a few days ago?
I'm sorry, who said that?
Wolfgang.
Wolfgang.
Are you Cyclone?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the one who let me back in here.
Oh, that's fine.
So
you've been looking into it?
Yeah, having a lot of interesting conversations for sure.
Gotcha, bitch.
Where are you at so far? Tell us what you've learned and what you're thinking.
I'm not gonna lie, my stance has not changed from just several days ago or from 2 days ago, whenever you're referring to. I would still describe myself as a globe-tard, mainly because I think it's a funny thing to say.
So what is it? What's the main thing that's keeping you on the globe?
Well, again, we were talking about how math isn't reality, right? But you might have been in there earlier when I was talking about Polaris, right? And our view of this cosmos, right?
Right.
And how that doesn't necessarily, it starts to break down when you kind of think about it in terms of geometrics, obviously.
What do you mean breaks down?
Well, like you can't observe Polaris from below the southern hemisphere, or like latitudinally below the southern hemisphere, equator rather. You cannot see Polaris in the southern hemisphere. Is what I was trying to say.
Why is that?
That's the definition of it. You can't see it past the equator. That's the definition of the elevation angle to Polaris. It's the minimum elevation angle to Polaris. That's the equator. That's why you can't see it past there.
Sure.
But I did post information about you can see, for example, the Southern Cross at the Canary Islands, and I post. I'm gonna post again. You can see Polaris from the south. I'm gonna post the information.
So just to clarify though, it's not any measurements or observations of Earth that's keeping you believing in the globe. It's more about what the stars are doing. Is that right?
It's a lot. I mean, it's a lot more than that, but this is what I'm currently on.
We know what it is. We know what it is. It's just
I'm a heathen and a dumbass, right?
No. You've been bamboozled by your screen.
Sure. I mean,
that's what it really is. I mean, let's keep it a buck, right? 99.9% of people think the Earth's a globe because of what they saw on the screen. If you go to like indigenous populations or people that aren't brainwashed by media, Africa, South America, probably frickin' some places in Australia, and you ask those people if the Earth was a globe, I guarantee that they'll be like, no, because they haven't been brainwashed.
You got to admit, there's a lot of good propaganda out there.
Yeah, like, what if your friends and family found out that you were taking flat Earth research seriously?
Probably not good things, but I do tell them about
you off the island.
Technically, I'm not anywhere near water, unless they could throw me into Lake Michigan.
Oh, it's from the Survivor frickin' TV show, right? They'd vote you off the island.
Oh yeah.
What's your current confidence level in the globe? If you could put a percentage on it from 0 to
pretty damn confident. Yeah, we'll say 98. I'll say 98%
because of the stars or because of other stuff?
Again, several factors really. Again, gravity. I'm so a big fan of the theory of gravity. I got to admit.
Which one? I want you just to show a curvature.
Yeah, again, like I would point to it like a picture, or like again like the rockets, that take off and then are in space.
I have one. I have one 300,000 miles. How about that?
That'd be dope. Yeah, can you post that?
Yeah.
Well, just quickly, since you
said 300,000 miles.
Sorry, Klein, you're coming through really muffled, mate.
300,000. Yeah, that's a far distance.
Okay.
300,000 miles. That's the moon is 200,000 miles.
Let me see.
One second. One second.
Can you hear me now?
I'm trying. Okay, go on.
Yeah, we can hear you just really low.
Yeah, the moon is allegedly 238,000 miles away from the Earth, so I don't think that rocket went 300,000 miles up.
I'm trying to
30,000, perhaps.
Where I did put that.
Or no, 30,000, 300,000 feet, rather.
I think it's feet. Yeah, I think it's feet.
I'm sorry.
Anyway.
That was I'm high. That's my fault.
It's almost 100 kilometers. So yeah, it's feet.
Please post.
But I am trying to remember the folder.
No, you're good. Take your time.
Okay, I have it. Okay, so here, no. Just a sec. Okay.
In live stream voice text, right?
Yeah, but sometimes I use my laptop at work, so let me see if I have it. But anyway, you go on. Yeah, I just will find it. Okay.
Well, I was just going to ask you quickly, since we kind of had the conversation last time, and I established that our main contention is that there's no surface curvature. Did that prompt you to go and find someone who's measured it?
That specifically, no. I got distracted by a lot of other stuff, if I'm honest.
So you still don't know anyone who's measured curve?
Eric, there's that one guy whose name I keep forgetting with the sticks in the ground. I'm not gonna lie, I like that guy's math. I'm not.
He didn't measure curve though, did he?
No, he made assumptions that led him to a semi-accurate
Yeah, someone would have needed to measure that to verify it. His assumption was correct.
And historical depictions of this guy, Eratosthenes, show him with an abnormally large cranium, like comically large. That way you know that he really did measure the globe.
That's funny, because he got a big old dome head.
It's insane. It's like a bigger dome head than any of the other Greek guys.
That's hysterical.
They weighed his brain in stud.
Yeah, since no one knows what that is really, they could say that too.
Here, I was on Blue Politics Flat Earth channel yesterday, and I was talking with AI Overlord 2.0. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar, but we were talking about truth, right, and how we come to truth, and what are the truths that everyone here can agree upon that are either self-evident, and then following from that, what are the presuppositions that everyone has to rely on presuppositions to, base their truths off of. So what are the presuppositions that we can all agree on sitting here, And we gathered a couple, right? So if anyone disagrees, feel free to stop me, or feel free to comment after I'm done. It's real short, right? But the truths that we agreed upon, at least yesterday, right, are that, and these are all I statements, right? But I exist, therefore I perceive, right? I exist in an external reality that is real to me and congruent with my experience. And then the last truth is my mind and body are linked in the external world, right? Those are the truths that we think are self-evident, right? That are perceived and therefore can't be presumed because they are proved self-evidently, right? And then the presuppositions that we agreed upon, there's 4 of them. 1, my senses are reliable in perceiving the external world, the external reality, because we can't perceive otherwise, right? 2, my mind and body have certain properties in said reality. And 3, I can interact with the external world in limited ways. And then 4, said external world has real independent agents with consistent experience of said reality. So, does anyone disagree or agree with any of those points?
That'll sound good to me. Maybe we could add to that we all experience the same world.
What's shocking is how many people disagree with that. That's the actual shocking.
What's okay? What would you say is disagreeable in those statements?
So the first thing, what I've heard, some people think that there's no independent agents external to them.
Yeah,
and that everybody's just a freaking figment of their imagination.
Yeah, solipsism.
By the way, Brown, he's not talking about us.
No, I know. No, yeah.
And say things like, "Oh,
I'm not talking about you guys are real."
Yeah, exactly.
Real cute.
Oh God.
All right. That was a loud gay. That was a loud gay. Okay, but are there any reasonable presuppositions or self-evident truths that anyone wants to add to this list? Shut up, Cat.
The accuracy of perception of the senses.
That's the first one. My senses are reliable in perceiving the external world. That's number 1.
My statement was going to be they're more reliable than thought.
Is that okay? Can you expand upon that?
Okay, think today you woke up. How many errors did you make with your senses today versus how many errors did you make with your mind? Errors in thought, errors in what you thought would happen. Physical mistakes, mental mistakes. How many of those were there versus errors of your senses? Where something was there you saw something there that wasn't actually there. You heard something that didn't actually make a sound. You tasted something that didn't have a flavor.
I'll tell you this.
Felt something that wasn't actually there. Right?
I'll tell you this. And tell me which one this is, right? This morning I was leaving for work, right, and I'm tired. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep, except for like 5 hours, right? 5 hours and 15 minutes. Anyway, I left for work. I locked the door.
You just made a mental mistake right there.
Just
already.
Just 1 second. Just let me finish, please. Right? I walked out the door. Right? I locked the door. I go home, or I get in my van. I get ready to go to work. I'm like just 10 seconds away from my house, and I'm like, did I lock that fucking door? Right? And then I go back and I check, and I walk all the way back up my stairs to make sure I locked that door, because I was unable to remember whether I locked that door properly.
Yeah.
So what is that, thought or is that senses? Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Thought. That's thought, right? So when you walked to your door, you weren't like, fuck, that's the window. It looked like the door, but it was actually the window.
To the wall.
Yeah, so you walked into the wall.
To the window, to the wall.
Check the mailbox to see if you locked the mailbox, because it looked like the door, right? That's what I'm talking about. Like, we rely on our senses to survive every second of every day, and if they were erroneous, we would just die. Yes, they can be fooled. Yes, you can make occasionally there'll be sensorial mistakes, but they're very rare. And when they happen, we think we're going crazy, and we think that we literally say, "Hey, dude, my senses are accurate all the time." And when my senses aren't accurate, I think that I'm actually having a mental fucking breakdown.
Right. So I think that kind of pulls back to like one of the self-evident truths, right? That the mind and the body are inextricably linked, right? So like the mind is our perceptions, in my opinion, right? So like again, as an atheistic globetard, right? I think that we are entirely consists of our. Thank you. And we are entirely consisting of our material being, and our mind is linked to our brains, and when our brain ceases to exist, our mind ceases to exist, right? Spiritual, religious believers would obviously disagree, right? Having a spiritual form or soul, right? I don't, I would disagree with that stance, right? But in reality, right, in life or in existence, right, the mind and the body, these two, linked entities that are again somehow separate, because obviously we're referring to them in different terms, right, but still one and the same, right? In my worldview, it is a emergent property of the brain, evolved over millions of years, or millions of years, right? So
no,
that's again fair stance, take the stance if you'd like, but that's my opinion, my belief, right, my religion if you'd like.
Well, so the reason I brought up the sense mind thing is because the foundation of the globe is that your senses are deceiving you, and that you can't trust your senses. Right? That's the whole foundation.
Oh,
because we have an experience of reality, and then what they say is, look at these equations. Think about this in your head. This can't be real. There's some other greater reality. Right? Oh, the ocean isn't flat. That's not a flat ocean.
Think about this.
That's just a ball too big to see, right?
Yeah. So, but again,
that's a mental construct, right?
Right.
It's not derived from the senses. There's no primary input where you're like, hey, man, that looks like a ball. It doesn't come from the senses. It comes completely from concepts. It's conceptual.
Can I say
and it's
something?
but the point is, the foundation itself, the bottom, dude, like from which everything else is built, is conceptual.
Right, sure, but let me just add this to to the equation, right? If the Earth hypothetically, right, or if the planet that we exist on, the realm that we exist on, was an infinite cube, right, and it was cube in its properties, right, and it was just a giant cube that if you walked in one direction, any direction you pick, you will never reach the end of it, right? Or your lifespan or the cube is finite, right? It's a giant finite cube, but your lifespan is so futile that you will never reach the end of it, right? And one man cannot reproduce, yada yada, right? This is the hypothetical, right? There are other ways to figure out, right, what the dimensions of the cube, right? So hypothetically, in this hypothetical world, right, if you could see like the shadow of the cube, right, on a nearby celestial object, right, that might be one of the proofs for said shape of celestial object, right? But you can never travel the distance, right, because you are so infinitely small compared to this giant cube that it, and granted, in that instance, it is flat, right, but it is not purely a flat plane. It is a geometric three-dimensional object that you will never be able to know the property and shape of unless you use the context clues around you, which would be the sky in our instance, which, in my opinion, falls apart on a flat plane.
Well, I mean, I already described why it doesn't fall apart. It actually falls apart on the globe, but you ignored that part.
Okay, maybe reestablish it then, because again,
20 degrees above the horizon. It only obeys the spherical geometry 20 degrees above the horizon. So it's in a circle above your head, right? So if you went 20 to 90, right, zenith to the other 20, so it's a small portion of the sky. It's not the entire sky. It's a portion of the sky where it obeys this geometric relationship. Past that, it doesn't.
What if a globe Earth was to say it was due to light refraction? What would you say to that?
I mean, you could say whatever. I mean,
right. But what if that's the truth?
Like you refuted my claim that the whole thing is conceptual by doubling down and coming up with an even more absurd concept.
How is that? We observe light refraction.
Giant infinite cube. No, giant infinite cube, dude.
No, I was just trying to relay a hypothetical.
So, like, is there anything you can't imagine?
I have a big imagination. I played D&D.
But it's just like in reality, is there anything like beyond human imagination?
Sure.
Beyond human imagination?
Yes.
I'd like to see what that is.
Well, we can't imagine it, so we wouldn't know.
That's like
there you go.
permanent consequence.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Again,
what I'm saying is
so do
that
I know?
you can imagine anything. So if we go like, yes, but we could imagine it being a globe, or we can imagine it being a cube, that doesn't get us any closer to the truth. Because if we hook our wagon on imagination, like we have to eliminate all possible imaginative iterations of every possible imagination of every possible human ever to be born. We have to eliminate those one by one, which is like just foolish and impractical. Right? So we have to start somewhere. We need a starting point from which to analyze reality. You have to start somewhere.
That was that's what my list was about from previously, the truths and presuppositions. That was my kind of truth foundation. I was trying to build upon that, but I don't think we made any reasonable claims.
But the point is that the sense is, I mean, you're not seeing the forest through the trees. The point is, sensorily, we experience a flat, motionless Earth. Okay, that's undeniable. Even though there are globers that will deny that shit, that's fine. The thing is, to get beyond that, we have to jump into the imagination and imagine it's something else. So now imagine, I imagine it's a cube. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out into the world and I'm going to just look for the evidence that supports my presupposition. I'm going to be able to find evidence. I'm going to be able to like imagine consequences to it being a cube. And then I'm going to be able to find a piece of evidence that supports it. But I'm also going to find pieces of evidence that don't support it. And then I'm going to ignore those. Right? And then I'm going to compile a large book of all the evidence that supports my idea. And all the pieces of evidence that don't support my idea, I'm going to just leave those out. Then I'm going to get a bunch of people to believe all the shit I believe. And then I'm going to just, print books, tell everybody. And then it's become a tradition. And everybody's going to tell their kids and their kids' kids, so on and so forth. That doesn't make it any more reality, because the reality of the situation is sensorial experience, no matter what concepts people construct in their head. The globe is just a concept. Well, the globe is a concept. It's not experienced by any people you know. It's not experienced by you. It's not experienced by anybody.
What if I knew an astronaut? What if when I was in the 3rd grade, NASA sent me personally an envelope full of patches?
What if? We're back to imagination. What if?
That I'm actually, now that's where I got you.
What if you got bit by a radioactive spider and started sticking to the ceiling?
NASA did send me an envelope full of patches and pins when I was in the 3rd grade, so take that.
We got freaking locked in a chamber and blasted with gamma rays and turned into a big, mean green guy.
That'd be dope. I mean, at certain times it would be dope. Otherwise, it would probably be a big burden.
Worst part of being a Hulk is replacing your clothes.
Yeah, you gotta imagine how many. And why do they turn purple? That's the big question.
Yeah, exactly. And like, how would he ever not be pissed, right? So he'd turn into the Hulk, his clothes would rip, and he'd turn back to Bruce Banner. He'd see that he needed new clothes again, and then he'd be pissed again and turn back into the Hulk. He would never be able to get dressed.
That'd be hysterical. And then he is the Hulk, and he sees his pants are purple, and he's like, "What the fuck?" Now they're purple. He gets even more angry and therefore more powerful. So really, it's an end of the cycle. It's about
put these gay skinny jeans on me. Dress me in gay skinny jeans.
The Hulk in skinny jeans. Yeah, I think that's what.
You dress me in gay purple skinny jeans.
All right. So okay. So let's
go to the refraction thing, right? So the refraction thing. So there's models. I don't know how deep I want to get into this.
I'd rather, if anything,
let me do it like this, right? And this is kind of, I find this humorous, and maybe other people don't, but I'm going to say it anyway. Okay, say fish were smart as humans. Fish that live underwater, right? From underwater, you can see the stars, right? What would they think the Earth's a globe if they had telescopes? So what they would see the same thing we'd see, right? For a small portion of the sky, everything would follow this small spherical geometric relationship. But then as you approach the horizon, it would start to be off more and more. Because they're underwater, that deviation would happen sooner. So what a lot of people don't know is you can actually see, if you're in a particular position underwater, a certain distance from the surface of the water, you can actually see the shore from being underwater. You don't have to be above the water. Because the light is refracted by the interface of the water and air so much, it makes something called Snell's window, and you can actually see this horizon from underneath the water. Which sounds bizarre, right? But if they took their little telescope and they put it up close to the water, they'd be able to see the entire night sky. And they'd be like, oh my God, it's a globe. We know it's a globe because this geometry. Right? So the difference between what we see and what they see is how much distortion there is at the horizon. There's literally no difference. Other than that, they get more distortion at the horizon. The angles increase more. The point is that this rule, this spherical rule, only applies for a portion of the sky. And because if we use the whole sky to reach the conclusion, it would falsify the globe, we just pretend it doesn't exist. And this is the same thing I was talking about, the cube thing, right? If I wanted to prove it was a cube, I'd go out and I'd look for all the information that confirms the cube, and I'd ignore the information that don't. And this is what the globe is. All the information that doesn't affirm the globe is ignored, and the information that conforms to the globe is adopted and accepted.
What if the globe conforms to reality? Hence why
but it don't. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It don't, because if I said, hey, I'm going to make observations of the sky to see if there actually is a celestial sphere. Yeah, looking at seeing it's fine. Looking at frickin', 85 degrees, fine. 80 degrees, fine. 75 degrees, fine. Fine. 20 degrees, oh, fuck. No, it isn't working now.
Can you
now
post
it's
what you're
15
referring
degrees.
to? Can you link to what you're referring to? Because I'm trying to find it. I can't find it. I don't know. Maybe I'm not phrasing it correctly, but
When I say 20 degrees, so if you measure up from the horizon in an angle, like with a section, you know what I'm talking about, right? A section.
I understand what you're saying. I can't find what you're talking about though, like as a searchable link. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not like I'm googling it. Maybe is it in the channel somewhere? Because like you know what I'm saying. I just don't. I'm trying to like expand my knowledge on it.
Well, what they say is there's too much refraction.
Okay, and that's an unreasonable.
And it displaces everything.
Right, and that's an unreasonable assumption.
Well, what they'll say is they won't be able to get accurate measurements, quote unquote. It won't match a globe, right? Because that's what they're expecting. So when they say inaccurate, they mean doesn't match the globe. That's what it really means. So why would you think it's inaccurate?
Right, but what if it is inaccurate?
You expect X, you get Y. What's the X they expect? They expect a spherical relationship. They expect the stars to have a certain angle between them, and they don't maintain that angle anymore.
Right, and then they have to figure out why it does not maintain that angle anymore. And light refraction is an observed phenomena. Right, and that's.
What do you mean figure out why? That's saying light refraction's observed phenomenon is literally just affirming the consequent. You're saying the globe doesn't match the globe. We need to come up with an ad hoc hypothesis on why it's not a globe. Refraction's an observed phenomenon.
Ad hoc hypothesis are how science, occurs. In fairness, right? And then you try to disprove that. Right. Go ahead.
Ad hoc is when a theory is going to be falsified, and you come up with some band-aid so that it won't be falsified.
Exactly. That's exactly what science is.
The opposite of
let me clarify. Right? Let me clarify. Please let me clarify. let me clarify then, right? In science, right, you try to prove a theory wrong, right? In this instance, the globe, right? And so when a instance or something does not match up, you try to prove that wrong as well, right? And that's essentially what they're doing. Again, they're not just coming up with any random solution, right? They're coming up with a reasonable solution and figuring out if that doesn't make any sense, right? But if light refraction does make sense as the cause for said distortion in the spherical celestial sphere, right, then that becomes the next reasonable assumption, right?
How do you determine if it quote unquote makes sense?
You measure light refraction. You measure light refraction over certain distances based on the angle that you're perceiving the sky. I don't know exactly how you measure light refraction. And again, I'm not a scientist, but that's what.
What if I told you they never did?
Let's Google it. I'm going to Google it for you. 1 second.
Go ahead. What if I told you these measurements never happened? There are no measurements. It's just a model. My model works because my model works. That's all it is.
Right, but if the model works, what's the issue?
No, the model works within the model, but once that model is taken to reality, it don't work. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But how does it work then? Wait, but if it works,
it doesn't work.
All right, 1 second. Let me read. There are 4 main types of refractometers: traditional handheld refractometers, digital handheld refractometers, laboratory and ABE refractometers, and inclined process refractometers.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about, though.
But we're talking about refraction. I guess. Oh, wait 1 second.
Yeah, the phenomenon called, in the case of celestial navigation or astronomy, it's called astronomical refraction. Sometimes you'll hear people call atmospheric refraction. When it comes to the ground, it's called terrestrial refraction. Sometimes they'll also call that atmospheric refraction. It's all the same thing. So I'll read you some citations from peer-reviewed papers. Okay, so Andrew Thomas Young, who's a science. He's at San Diego State. He's written a bunch of stuff. He cited a lot. So I'll give you refraction within 5 degrees of the horizon is so variable that no a priori formula or table can be expected to give accurate values there.
Right.
Refraction within 5 degrees of the horizon is so variable that okay, I already read that. At below the astronomical horizon, refraction depends primarily on atmospheric structure below the observer and varies so much, tens of minutes to even several degrees, that only very acute predictions can be made. Atmospheric refraction is both an astronomical irritant and an intellectual puzzle, a major problem for observational astronomy since Ptolemy baffled Newton and consumed nearly a year of his life trying to understand the problem in order to aid the astronomer John Flamsteed. Despite its complexity, it's been a delightful puzzle for students of optics and mathematics. Okay, I can just go on and on. Refraction is a detrimental problem in terrestrial optical measurements and can be regarded as a major source of systemic error in the precise determination of distances and directions. Propagation path to light in the atmosphere is influenced by inhomogeneities of the refractive index. These refraction effects deteriorate the accuracy of the direction and distance measurements in geodetic applications.
Right.
Geodetic measurements are still limited due to atmospheric influences, especially refraction. And listen, here's the important part. Refraction is still one of the unsolved problems in applications of surveying. Refraction is a complex problem in terrestrial optical measurements and can be regarded as a major source of systemic error and precise determination of height distances using trigonometric weighting. It is important to bear in mind that determination of K by means of a model may turn out to be somewhat inaccurate. Okay, this is a really important one. Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of a wide range of sizes. These include both variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence, and they cannot be accounted for by any deterministic models. Now, a deterministic model is a model where you can put the variables in and it'll spit out an answer, and that answer will be accurate.
Because they don't know all the they don't know all the variables.
They don't even know how the variables interrelate.
Exactly. So, but again, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's incorrect, that it's invalidated, because everything you said would sound very reasonable, right? And again, they're just admitting the things that they don't know.
Yeah, which is everything.
but it is observed obviously that things distort close to the horizon, right?
Yeah, it's observed that things are in apparent positions.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, you see it in one place, but it's not there.
Right, exactly, right. So, but in fairness,
like a funhouse mirror.
In fairness, everything, right, is in apparent position in our perceptions, right? Am I wrong?
No. We have laser targeting, right? Do they shoot in an apparent position? Like when they got the periscope up in the sub? Do they fire the torpedoes at a Mirage?
No, they usually hit typically. But again, in order to perceive the other submarine, right, they have to observe it with, whether it be radar, sonar, fucking their eyeballs, right? They have to observe it with through some media, right?
Yeah.
And that is the apparent position, whether it be the actual position or the apparent position is what you're seeing, at all times. That is the apparent position, the apparent position.
It's apparent because that's how it appears.
Exactly.
There's the geometric position, right? The geometric relationship, it's true distance in absolute numbers. It's true height in absolute numbers. It's true size in absolute numbers, as in feet, meters, whatever units you want to choose, right? So you have that, but then you have where it appears to be. It's apparent distance, apparent size, apparent freaking height, all those things. So in astronomy or looking at the stars, everything is in apparent positions. They're in multiple apparent positions. This is even the more messed up part.
Yeah,
I didn't really want to get into this, but you got something called stellar aberration. So, because the Earth is supposed to be an ocean and we're hitting the light at an angle, that has that apparent position. Then we have the apparent position of caused by refraction. So that has another apparent position. But it's only not in apparent positions where the geometry, just the pure geometry, like you can just use the geometry, spherical geometry. It only works for a portion of the sky because below that, the observations don't match a spherical model. And if they apply a correction, refraction, right? If they apply refraction correction, that refraction correction does not accurately predict where it will be. So you can't make the observation below the 20 degrees, say, let's apply this refraction correction, and then we're going to get the true position, right? And then we can do our spherical geometry from that.
Because you established that we don't have a proper refraction eliminator. Like we don't fully understand refraction and all of its properties. Therefore, we cannot fully eliminate it from our observations. Therefore, anything below the 20th degree, 20th degree of sight, right, will be inaccurate. You just explained exactly why it would be on a globe model. Like I don't understand what's unreasonable there.
Okay, what makes you think it's okay? Because the whole thing about refraction must exist because the spherical geometry breaks down. Okay, that's the logic. Refraction must exist because the spherical geometry breaks down. That means you're assuming your premise assumes the conclusion. Your conclusion assumes the premise, right? It's called affirming the consequent, circular logic. Because listen, check this out. If the spherical geometry worked at the horizon, regardless, right, you could have all the same meteorological conditions. You'd just say refraction is not an issue. Doesn't affect the celestial bodies. And no one would have ever came up with a theory of refraction in the first place. The whole point of where the refraction theory originally came from, guess what? Observations of eclipses. Because the eclipse, something called a Selenilian eclipse, would have falsified the globe Earth model. So they came up with a post hoc. This is way back in fucking Roman times. They came up with a post hoc idea that somehow there's refraction causing the sun and the moon to be both above the horizon with the shadow of the Earth projected onto the moon. Even though the Earth was below the feet and the sun and moon are above the head, and there's no way to geometrically make the shadow of the Earth get to the moon when the moon's under your feet. So they came up with a ad hoc hypothesis that it must be refraction causing this. Right? This is where it starts, right? And from then on, you have this perpetual Band-Aid, right? That whenever you make an observation that would falsify the globe, you just say refraction, right? It exists to make the globe unfalsifiable. You understand that? Well, let me ask you, just straight up point blank. Is there any observation that can be made of the celestial bodies or the Earth that could falsify the globe claim? That can't be somehow just like hand waved away by just saying the word refraction.
I mean, I don't believe so. But again, I haven't seen any evidence. I haven't seen any evidence otherwise. That's all.
You just admitted the globe was pseudoscience.
I want to kill that refraction once for all. Okay.
Let's do it.
You guys, you Globers have to explain to me. You know, you claim refraction forward. Now explain to me why the horizon is still horizontal. You see the problem? I even posted 317,000 feet, and the horizon is horizontal.
Wait,
you see, you cannot prove curvature.
Did you
just go talk about refraction by talking.
Did you post?
I did post it. Did you watch it?
No, I didn't see it. Where is it?
Now I have to post again. Let's see.
Yeah, post again. Post again.
Yeah. This is from NASA, actually, right? You know. So explain to me why the horizon.
You had a video.
No, just a second. Explain to me. You claim refraction. Now explain to me why the horizon is still horizontal.
Oh, I don't know. I thought you had a video.
How can you have straight lines on a sphere? You see the problem. The globe model doesn't have horizontal lines. So, talking about refraction, you Globers just talk about refraction because you are failed Globers, you know? You think, because if the horizon is still horizontal, is there the cylindric shape? You are failed Globers. You are cylindric shape failed Globers.
Cylinder Globers? Cylinder Earthers?
Cylindric Earth. Cylindric Earthers. Yeah. Because they are talking about refraction, but they cannot explain to me why the horizon is still horizontal. How about that? You know what? You talk about refraction because you cannot prove curvature. That's it. You cannot prove curvature, then you jump to other things.
So one second, can I ask? Can I ask real quick? Why are we taking this example of, like, if I provide an example of something, you know, shooting up from space that should occur?
All you have to provide is curvature. Where is it? No curve, no ball. It's simple. Don't talk anything else. No curve, no ball. It's simple.
I mean, I can find a couple of videos. I'm sure
you can hide behind this word like a shield. You know, refraction. Yeah.
Well, we're whistling past the graveyard here. He just admitted that there's no observation that could falsify the globe that can't be fixed by refraction.
I don't know that that's necessarily
true. That's what you said. I asked you specifically.
I said that's what I believe. I can't say that that's necessarily true.
Well, that would make the globe unfalsifiable, which is pseudoscience by definition.
Damn. You got me.
Because it always comes down to this, like, we play this dance around game, and it always comes to, I'll just ask the Glober, is the globe falsifiable by observation of the ground or the sky? And they'll just be like, no. The only way you can falsify the globe, and it goes back to the thing, which you're trying to find right now, where's the picture of the flat Earth from space? It always comes to that. It is so freaking remedial and basic to me, dude. I mean, I can't imagine having an entire worldview based upon a fucking screen.
I'm watching the video I posted. There's a gorgeous view at 30 minutes.
Is it?
Gorgeous view of the Earth.
How do you know it's gorgeous?
It looks gorgeous. Look at it. Even I have it
in your mind's eye.
No, I'm looking at it right now in this video.
Yeah, what are you comparing it to?
What I've seen in the past. You know what I'm saying?
No, some other video.
No, I'm just talking about, I'm comparing it to like the experience I have on a day-to-day basis, right? And again, I'm not saying that again, flat emotions is, I'm just saying you're saying what makes me think it's gorgeous. What is it gorgeous compared to?
You're comparing it to some other video that you saw purporting to be the Earth.
Look at it.
Right? If you saw a horse, right? You'd be like, hey man, check that out, there's a horse. And then someone showed you three pictures of a horse. And one was particularly well lit, right? And the horse their coat was shining. And you'd be like, yeah, this gorgeous picture. Because, you know why? Because you saw a horse in real life. And You haven't seen the globe in real life. You're just comparing it to some other image that compares it to some other image that compares it to some other image. You have nothing to compare it to. You have no reference to even determine whether what you're seeing is real or fake or anything. It's really literally it's your imagination versus your imagination. Who wins? Your imagination?
Okay, so the guy did post a video of ESS. Now I'm gonna post another video. Go watch it, okay?
I'm watching
it's the ESS. Yeah, the ESS.
One second, I was talking about it. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now explain what's happening there. You know why they have to use harnesses and all smoke and mirrors. Fool us.
It's probably because they're trying to.
Yeah. You cannot prove Carvata, and then you bring this video of ESS.
It's a good video, you got to admit. It's very convincing.
Yeah, mine is too.
Like, it's just the special effects are just so much better than like Hollywood. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just.
Yeah, explain to me why they have the biggest green screen.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know exactly. That's where Hollywood goes to do movies. Let me see if I found it. This one.
Like this little video.
Yeah, no, explain to me. This, I saw the movie Ender's Game. You see that?
It's a great game. Great movie.
Yeah, it's a good. So why it was done there at NASA facilities?
Why was it done at NASA facilities? Probably because they got a bunch of cool shit to fake being in space.
It's called Michoud NASA facility.
It's like that would be dope.
Why they have the? Explain to me why they have to have this bigger green screen.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Would you go there? Would you go there if they like invited you?
Yeah, if I go to NASA swimming pool, then I could say, I went to a space pool of NASA. You want to see a scuba diver in space?
Kinda.
Yeah, let me see it. So let's see this guy, this helmet. This astronaut is supposedly in space. That dark space, So there's a guy with a camera, and he's wearing a scuba diving suit in space. Can you explain why we see videos? There's bubbles in space.
Maybe because they're underwater.
Yeah.
I think maybe
that's it. Even China. Let's see this one from China.
Not China too, please. They were my one faith and hope for reliable information.
Let me see. This one. Just a second. This is from China. Bubbles in space. How can that be possible? Going up.
Maybe they had like that Willy Wonka juice where they burp bubbles, and that's what helped them go into space. You ever consider that?
Let me see. But look to this. Second. This was supposedly the Hubble telescope in space, but there was a moment we can see those pillars or walls there at the top. So space is inside a building. I did found this video. Let me see if I found it. The link. I go. So yeah, this one. This is that exact moment of this gift taken by this video. So you click the link I did post it, gets you to that time.
Just looking at other things.
Then I was watching this when I was a little kid. What is that guy doing in that space between quotes? Quotes. Okay, so yeah. Let's go to Apollo 11. Apollo 11. So, oops. Okay, so here. You know that photo they claimed that's from Apollo 11? Actually, that's a window. It's not Earth, it's a window. So they claimed this photo. They did fake it just turning off the lights. So there you go, you have space. Just turn off the lights. And the window was actually oval. So let me see. So this is what they were getting. An oval window. So they did at the right some semicircle thing just to make fake it to appear like round. And you guys think this is Earth? This is just a window with some clouds there. And you guys claim that this is a photo from Apollo 11.
Pretty sick photo, though. You got to admit.
This is from they in the video. This is from NASA, yeah. So they did send by mistake. Let me see the full. To that time, you can see this link here. And I have a confession. I can post a link of his father was a security guard. I am a security guard. So there was a military hangar. So there were 2 doors, and they had a list people allowed to go in or out. So his father was one of those security guards. So let me see. He said, it's his son. So he's with a terminal sick disease. So at first he did deny to do the testimony. Then he did accept it. So let me see. Sibrel. So he said that his father, when he saw the moon landings, he did cry. But he did cry because he said, that's what I saw inside that hangar. Very interesting. So I'm going to post that one. Copy the link. So there you go. Why they have 2 trucks with rocks and cement pounder? Why they have to use that? Very interesting.
Well,
and then we have Stanley Kubrick. He did change the script of this movie, The Shining. Let me see.
Hey, Brown Reckless, do you see what I just posted?
Once again.
So it's in the visor, right? So one astronaut's taking a picture of another astronaut on the moon, allegedly. So in the visor, you can see the reflection of the astronaut. Now, if you look at the second image, you can see the leg of the limb, and the shadow goes off. How does it go between his legs without falling on his body? It goes between his legs and out the other side. It never falls on his body. Can you tell me how that happens?
Multiple light sources.
So more than the sun.
Like a camera set, like lighting for a camera set.
Projectors.
Yeah, a set. Yeah, exactly. A set.
You get it.
Yeah, so there's only supposed to be the sun illuminating everything. There's no second source of light. They didn't bring lights up to the moon with them.
Also, I gotta mention, it's like such bullcrap when they're saying they can hear the sound of the sun.
Oh, dude,
Like,
they said
doesn't-
they heard the sound of Jupiter and like all sorts of crap, dude.
Yeah.
This is what
Like,
Jupiter
that's when
sounds
I
like.
first knew NASA. There's something up with them. That's when I first knew that.
I mean, the images I posted are irrefutable. You cannot have a shadow go through your legs, come out the other side with the shadow not falling onto your body. It'll fall somewhere on your body, your legs, your chest, your head, somewhere. It's not going to just go between your legs like a, like Bill Buckner or something.
Would it not be on his foot where it is, like in the shadow? You see what I'm saying? Like if the light source is like to the right of the camera, right? The shadow of the flag is on his foot where it would be on the, if the shadow, you can't see the quote unquote right leg of the shadow because it extends to his right leg, which both of the shadow and his right leg are touching the flag's shadow.
It's the LEM shadow.
Regardless, but they're both touching the vertical shadow where the red line is drawn.
Yeah, but the point is the shadow has to fall on his body somewhere.
It would be on his foot.
Yeah, no, it can't. It can be on his foot.
I understand what you're saying.
Between his legs, right? It goes between his legs. I'll even zoom in on it.
Okay, no, I understand what you're saying. The man is not obscured by the shadow.
Well, the shadow doesn't touch him at all.
Yeah, they fucked up there. That's where we got them, boys.
And this is just like one piece. When people say what's fake about the Apollo landing, I just ask where do I start? Because there's so many problems that I don't even know where to start half the time. One piece. Yeah, that's the. Yeah. So I guess, Gary, they faked the moon landing. They flew to the moon to fake the moon landing, right?
Yeah, well, I saw that, when I was younger, and I didn't understand what was that passing, So they found that rare leaf.
There's people that believe in the moon landing so hard that they think that they flew to the moon for real, but then faked all the imagery because they found aliens or a freaking secret Nazi moon base or some bullshit, right?
Bruh.
But they know that the images and stuff are fake, but they have to cope. So they went to the moon, but that's where they faked the moon landing, on the moon.
That's cuckoo conspiracy.
Never heard that, man? You've never heard, dude. There's a whole conspiracy theory on the internet is that they went to the moon and they found aliens and they got pictures of them, and that's why they had to fake all the photographs.
Wow. That's just next level.
Those are the alien people, right? They think there's like secret tunnels underneath the United States connecting secret bases and aliens live underneath them. I heard all this crap on Coast to Coast AM one night, right? There's like all these people calling in and saying this shit. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? Can't have a flat earther on because that's ridiculous.
Right. We'll let these goofballs on here. And they ain't with us.
There's a movie. Isn't there a movie like where the Nazis like fled to the moon and then they like come back to Earth to like take over like 80 years in the future or something?
Bro, what the hell?
That's serious. Hold on, let me find the name of it. Called Iron Sky. The Nazis set up a secret base on the dark side of the moon in 1945 where they hide out and plan to return to power in 2018. Dude, just type in Nazi moon base, man, and frickin' you get tons of hits.
It's crazy because I feel like I've heard that before.
So scratch the Operation Paperclip where all the Nazis actually came here and started the space program.
Somebody's clicking like crazy. Who is that?
Sorry.
Can you guys
Playing
hear me?
League of Legends. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up, kid? We can hear you. Yeah.
There's nothing to add to that. You nailed it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard people say that it's real, but they fake the footage. But to go to the next level, I'm going beyond. To say that, oh well, they faked it on the moon and that there's alien. Like what? You don't really meet that many like hardcore alien believers anyway.
You're in the wrong circles. That's the thing. You're hanging with the flat earthers. That's the problem.
Right. Well, isn't that kind of like written into the heliocentric worldview, if you will, that there's a potential other civilizations and people, things like that? Or
I think that's why a few of the people we get that are so dead set against flat Earth is because, I mean, that guy that said it, man, he said it. He said, keep making jokes. He said, this is why aliens won't come see us.
oh, right, of course, I've heard that before too.
Hold on, dude, I saved that shit. Go on, make everything a joke. This is why aliens won't talk to us.
Ridiculous.
That's like the far side of NASA fanboys. There's the NASA fanboys that are just like into rocketry and astronomy, and they don't want to think that they've been wasting their time. But then there's like the far side of that, like the other side of the bell curve of like insanity of like they actually think Star Wars is a documentary or something.
A documentary is crazy.
Documentary. I'm being sarcastic, wise ass, but you know what I mean. They think that that's like a potentiality of
right
reality that might happen someday.
A civilization, yeah, exactly.
Star Trek
In the
might be
future,
like a real thing, man.
yeah.
They just have to get the technology, and if we just dump more money into NASA, then we'll get there. We'll be on other planets.
Did you not used to believe this a little bit, Indio?
In aliens, I investigated it. I wouldn't say I ever believed it.
What about like outer space and stuff like that? Maybe moving to space and living there or whatever.
No, because I knew that was never a possibility. Because if you look at the numbers they give you of how far away everything is, it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so Voyager, the fastest thing they've ever sent into space, right? If you assume all this shit's true, how fast it's going, it'll reach the closest star in 150,000 years.
Holy.
Yeah, so the closest star. And you just got to get lucky that there's someone even there to hang out with, right?
Right.
And then if you incorporate like evolution, human beings have only been around 250,000 years, so basically more than the half of the lifespan of the entire species. Bang, you just reached the next.
What happened to the star? What happened to the star dying
by the time the light gets to you. That's what we learned in school. Somebody's like, no, that's not true. The other day, they're like, that's not true. I was like, what? That's what they told us.
Yeah.
I remember that shit. Like,
Yeah,
by the
that's what they
time you
used to
see
say,
the
yeah.
light, star went supernova or whatever, some.
Well, they update the DLC on you,
nonsense.
bro. They'll
Yeah,
update
it went orange giant, then red giant, then green giant, then freaking Jolly Green Giant, then it went supernova.
And it went
Supernova.
corn and green beans and
No, that was if anyone played Mass Effect, there was like a
Great
mission
game.
where you went to that was an amazing game. I'm not gonna
other
lie,
than
the outer
Andromeda,
space is
Andromeda bit ass, dude. They cheaped on that shit.
that's what I heard. Dude, like the setting of outer space is actually pretty cool. I give props to whoever came up with that. But and there's a mission where you go to a different galaxy and the sun is like near its supernova. It's about to explode and it's so hot and you can't stand in the sun for too long. And it's actually pretty cool how they incorporated that lore into a mission. That was really neat. I'll see if I can pull it up because I posted it before. I'll see if I can dig that out.
To a great story, and it is, and I like it, but that's all it is.
I was watching Riddick, the freaking movie, yesterday, and I'm like, dude, you remember when the dude like goes out and like lets his body turn into dust in the hot, in like the solar freaking wind? The one guy who was whatever part of that creepy clan, whatever the hell they're called. Dude, this movie's, it's hilarious how they, like, that anybody would think, like, that would work. Like, outside, like, the solar winds are, like, just turning your body to, like, dust. But, like, Vin Diesel's, like, right in this cave in the shade. Like, it wouldn't be hot in there. He's fine. Dude, the movies are fucking lit. Don't you remember? Fucking, what the hell is it called? Riddick. The Chronicles of Riddick. Yeah. Remember when what is he swinging to save the girl? He grabs her, and the one guy just, like, vaporizes because he looks out. He grabs her and just tucks her in. Like, yeah, you're good. Like... Yeah. It's freaking goofy, man. Space shit. Space movies. Fucking hilarious. Oh, why am I cussing?
Yeah, we're still live, guys. I'm just looking for that clip. I don't think it's actually a clip. It's just like a link or something, like a video. But man, that stuff was like ingrained in my brain. That Mass Effect mission, so cool. And it's weird. People actually believe this stuff. Hardcore.
Dude, I love the gameplay mechanics, man.
Yeah, it was fire.
Just awesome.
Isn't that funny?
Combos and shit, man. Man, dude, you can solo that game and just destroy shit if you do play it right.
Nice.
I remember when I was a NASA fanboy, it was like you just geek out. Everyone just geeks out on the big numbers, like the sun is like 1,000,000 bajillion miles wide. It's like
right.
The new one they found, it's 1,000,000 bajillion times bigger than that one. It's like whoa. And it's like, yeah, and it gets so hot it would melt diamonds on the world, and it's like, whoa, no way, it's like huge facts that were ridiculous. And it's the same thing as like any lore on any storyline, like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars.
Oh, it is, man.
It's the same thing. It's a storyline. It's like, I know more about it than you. You got
to update the DLC regularly, man.
Yeah.
If you don't get the DLC download, you fucked, man. You'll be behind the times.
Exactly, Indio. Yeah, dude, we started a role here called the Lore Reporters. So if you ever come across someone who starts updating the lore on the fly, just hit them with that Lore Reporter role. Oh, dude, these guys are hilarious, bro. They'll update.
So
the
how did
lore.
they get the radius of the sun? Did they send like? Is it like the other Greek? Is it like Icarus? His wings didn't really melt, and he flew to the sun, set up a couple sticks. Like, what did he use as the light source at the sun? To do his sticks and shadows. Imagine the solar radius with sticks and shadows, man. Swear to God, it's a true story. So Esteban, you hear the lore update that the moon is inside the Earth's atmosphere? Have you gotten that lore update?
Yeah, I heard that one. It extends out to some crazy long distance that doesn't seem right.
Does that mean no one's ever been to space? If they were always in Earth's atmosphere?
That's what they say, right? They'll be like, yeah, we didn't actually go to space because it was only -14 Tor or whatever, negative to the exponent of -14. It's like, oh my gosh, like I sign out. I'm done. It's just so dumb now.
Oh, there's a new lore update. Dark matter is actually a parallel universe where time runs backwards.
Oh Lord.
What about quarks and gluons and all that? Have you guys been into that at all?
Bless you.
Yeah, right, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's 2 parts water, 1 part plutonic quarks.
That's what I figured.
Shout out to anyone that knows about My Hero Academia. He said quarks, and I'm thinking already quirks from My Hero. So that's some deep anime shit if you're a weebo out there.
Quark gluon plasma. You ever hear of that?
What is that?
Oh man, you're freaking dude. You didn't update your lore, man? You skip that update?
Yeah, I guess my console's a little outdated there. Sheesh.
Well, I mean, this idea is a little outdated. It only runs on Xbox.
Dude, what the heck, Ration Bear? Are you even like subscribed to Wired? Like,
my Snopes account was recently terminated, I think.
Oh, that's embarrassing, bro.
Yeah, they banned his console. He cheated so bad.
Yeah, I forgot to accept the cookies on Snopes, so they banned me.
Yo, man. Snopes. We used to come in here and cite Snopes back in the day, man. That's some sad ass shit.
And the whole story about how it was founded and like funded is total, it's a whole story. Like he like divorced his wife and like it's a whole lawsuit and like
a degenerate sexual train wreck.
Yeah, right, exactly. He like spent all his money on, women of the night and in casinos and all that kind of crap. And it's like, wait, this is the fact checkers. This is some 2016 crap, right? But this is old. But yeah,
I remember right. It started off as like some sort of menage a trois between him and another girl, and then he was like with the other girl, but then that didn't work out. So she belongs to the streets. Coke and hookers, and whatever.
Jeez.
Gotta fact check the fact checkers, man.
Yeah, Alan Watts would always say that. Who's gonna guard the guards? Police the policemen. So it's the same thing. Who's gonna fact check the fact checkers? It's almost like a infinite regression fallacy.
It is. It's the Oracle, man. The Oracle just gets up on high and just proclaims truth. The NSA calls Google the Oracle?
No.
Yeah, it came out in like Snowden shit. Yeah, they just called Google the Oracle. They would say consult the Oracle, and that meant go see Google.
Jeez, they would. Guys, we're 30 deep in here tonight. Let's go.
Well, is there any more Globe people? No, we got Wiggles here. Wiggles is gonna make the same silly freaking.
Well, hello.
What's up, Wiggles? You got the same old dried up shit.
You in my sights.
I don't know. It
Trips over
doesn't
the
really,
horizon, Phil.
it doesn't really. I don't know. I'm kind of like. I think everyone at this point is kind of like convinced of their side. So I don't know what the point of debating at this point is.
Wait. Let me set the table for you then, because you've got the wrong idea. I'm sure you've seen some sort of shows or movies that are based around a court case, and they often will show the two different lawyers. They might jump in an elevator together. Maybe they'll talk shit, or maybe they'll goof off and like get a beer afterwards or something like that, right? You have to keep in mind that you are basically like a lawyer for your client, the Globe Earth, and we are the opposite. We're the client for we're the counsel for our client, the Flat Earth. And so we're not here to convince each other. It doesn't matter what we think. It matters what the judge, the jury, and the public think, right? So I would say when you come here, don't worry about us and what our opinions are, what we think. Make a case. We're live on YouTube, on Rumble. You'd never know who's listening, bro. So I would say don't just back down because we might not accept your position. Make a case and make it strong for the audience, for the judge, the jury, and the people listening. So you need to reframe your mindset.
We're not trying to make you flat. We're not trying to make you flat. We want you to freaking buy coffee, though.
That's hilarious. Well, who's the judge? I would say, see whoever you believe.
Guilty.
See your God, whoever you believe made this earth, or whatever. Like that's your judge, whoever you think, or maybe you don't believe there's a judge, whatever. But really, I'm talking about the jury, the people who listen, the people who don't speak. There's 30 people in here. There's not 30 people talking. So there's going to be people who are willing to sit here and listen to your case. So I would say do it for those people, not for us. We've heard it all, but you need to make your case strong. Don't just pipe up because we, don't accept it.
But like at this point, like you've heard it all from the Globe side, I've heard it all from the Flat side, and no one's.
I doubt
I think that it would be resolved at this point, or maybe it's not. But anyway.
Well, the thing is, again, it's about the people. There's still people who have never heard this stuff ever. There's still people tuning in for the first time all the time. So keep those people in mind. When you say you've heard it all from us, if that's true, great. Then tell the people. But I would. You
haven't acknowledged it all.
Yeah, I would say I'd probably push back on that.
No, he hasn't acknowledged it all. The claim that things can't disappear about a person on a flat surface has been proven false by demonstration, not just words.
Oh yeah, if you get upward refraction on a flat surface, that'll cause
not Earth curve.
Yeah, you can. If you got a perfectly flat planar Euclidean 2D surface, you can cause bottom-up obstruction on that. If you get if the surface is hot and it's causing upward refraction of the light passing directly above it, that'll cause it.
Yeah, but not Earth curve.
Yeah, Earth curve is not necessary for that. For what I'm talking about, yeah.
Yeah, so when we see something obstructed bottom up, it doesn't have to be Earth curve. It can be something else.
Well, it kind of depends on how tall the thing is, how far away it is, how far above the horizon it is, and you kind of look at the observation and do a kind of
quantify any of that.
What's that?
Can you quantify any of that? You're saying how high, how far, how this, how that. You just saying random variables. So, what are the consequences?
Yeah, so like there was a really good video that you had. It's one of my favorite ones that I've kind of like analyzed. You called it Canagoo, but maybe you renamed it to something. But it was like this like Grand Ferrand and
Yeah,
yeah, that one's really good because like where the mountains are so high, right? Like to cause the upward refraction for that, you need the atmosphere to basically go to, below absolute zero to cause that kind of upward refraction at that high of an elevation. So it's not.
Yeah, that's a cool claim, dude.
Oh yeah. So what do you think?
I want to ask. Do you think claims are evidence?
Oh no, claims are tested with the evidence.
Yeah, but the claim itself is not the evidence.
No, the claim is different than the evidence. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so you just made a claim. Do you have any evidence for your claim?
No. Yeah.
No, actual evidence, physical evidence, like a prediction of anything, right? So you're saying that there has to be some upward refraction. That claim is just silly.
Ask him what he thinks about Walter Bislin's slider, his little slider button that matches Canagoo's little thingy.
Well, the thing about that Limoges, right? So, according to the globe Earth, like you should only see a little tiny bit of that thing. It's called God's finger that sticks out on the top of the mountain. You should only see a little bit of that. You can see like the entire Limoges.
Well, I analyzed it, and I found that like the globe with standard refraction, pretty much, I couldn't find any disparities between the globe with standard refraction and the actual photo. Like they matched. Like,
yeah, you're just saying that.
Was that? No, but
what do you mean match? What do you mean match? How did you find the horizon distance?
The horizon distance I didn't need. It was just the bottom of.
No, you have to have the horizon distance. You can't do any calculation without the horizon distance. So the globe, any calculation for curvature, drop, obscured, all those things, the very first calculation in all those formulas is to find the tangent, which is the horizon distance. So if you have the elevation, first thing you do is you find the horizon distance. That's how the math works. You can't just skip that part.
Oh yeah, you can use like the Al-Biruni formula to get that. Sure, yeah.
No, if I want to calculate the obscured, how much should be obscured, or how much something should dip, be hidden, or what the drop is, or any of those values, none of those values can be computed or calculated with an unknown horizon distance. So
I can walk through what I did. I can dig up the photo. It's been a while, probably a year since I looked at that now.
So I showed you a photo of some windmills that are cut halfway off.
You don't even need to show it. I've seen that floating around so many times.
No, this is different. You've never seen this one.
Okay.
Guarantee you've never seen this one. I mean, you might have seen it. I mean, you can't guarantee it. But I'm pretty sure you've never seen this one. I found it accidentally. So it's a picture of some windmills that are cut off. But none of the windmills should be cut off at all. Because from the elevation of 55 feet above the sea level, the horizon is supposed to be 10 miles away, but the windmills are all cut off halfway.
When you calculate the horizon distance, do you account for refraction?
It doesn't matter. Either way, listen.
Bruh.
The horizon distance would get farther if I used your so-called accounting for refraction. If I even asked you, what is accounting for refraction? How do you even do that? You can't tell me.
Well, you can use the Sitter equation, and that'll give you the refractive
equation.
index.
That'll give you the refractive index for what? For something of that particular air temperature, right?
Yeah, you just plug in like it calculates the index of refraction as a function of wavelength, temperature, pressure, all that stuff.
Yeah. What does that tell me? Because it's the change in refractive index which causes light to deflect. It's not.
Yeah, the dN by dH. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's not the absolute value, right? So what does the absolute value tell me? Nothing.
Yeah, so you do it for a bunch. It's kind of a pain to use it for a bunch of different levels, but yeah, you could plug in the Sitter equation. Yeah, I've seen that picture before.
Yeah, well, it's probably not the one I have.
Did you see picture of Black Swan?
Yeah, that's a good one, right? So, like, can you explain why the windmill that's farther away is higher than the one in the foreground?
Maybe it's taller. I don't know.
No, they're all the same height. All these windmills are the same height. They're identical freaking brands. Everything is identical. Because that would be kind of stupid to have a windmill farm with a bunch of different product, right? Because then you would need to store that, right? I'd need to store the motor for one and a different motor for another and different blades for another, right? So that's not how they do things in industry. They make everything standardized so that they don't have to inventory 55 different parts.
Yeah, I don't know. I would just kind of want to establish the facts, really kind of get the facts established first, and then we could kind of go through it. But that takes a lot of effort.
I mean, you can clearly see that it's higher than the one in the background that you cannot see the blades. Do you think that that's in front of the one that you can see the blades? You think that's closer?
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there 100%. It could be compression artifact causing me not to see the blades. Who knows?
Well, that's a crazy cope because we know what compression artifacts look like. You can partially see the blades, right? So, and this isn't even the one I'm talking about. I'll show you the one I'm talking about.
I've been asking people lately, why aren't there millions, thousands and thousands of pictures of, people taking pictures at the beach of the Waterhill at roughly 3 miles? Just people all day long. Everybody's at the beach a lot. You know what the beach looks like. You know what you see when you look out on a clear day.
Oh yeah, I go down to the beach all the time.
So you see this? You see this picture here?
Yeah.
In the chat. So those windmills are 8 miles away, but the horizon, according to the globe, is supposed to be 10 miles away. And if I quote unquote accounted for refraction, it would be even farther away. So how can the windmills be behind a horizon it's not supposed to be at yet? None of these windmills should be hidden. That's the point. These should not be hidden by anything, but they are.
I don't know. I just want to get the location of the windmills, verify the camera location, all that stuff. I'd want to verify it to be sure before I say anything about it, obviously.
Shouldn't they also be tilted in some odd direction, considering it would be a ball?
They're actually not that far away from the camera. They're only 8 miles.
Well, how'd you get the 8 mile number?
Because I know where the picture was taken from, and I know from the maps where the windmill farm starts.
How do you know where the camera was?
Because they say, hold on.
It's GGI for sure.
Found this accidentally. By the way. Okay. Ames, and when I found it, I was like, this distance can't be right because there's no way they should be hidden. And I went and looked it up, and then turns out the distance is correct. Okay, so
I'll show you how I'm making.
I'm gonna take a screenshot of where. Actually, I'll post the link where I got it from. I found this accidentally. You could buy 5x2 aspect images, and this happened to be one of them. And I was like, "Wow, that's crazy." James hired sailing barge Kitty and paddle surfers at 1 mile distance and Thanet Wind Farm at 8, with photo taken from Victoria Parade on Viking Bay at Broadstairs in Kent, England. Now you can find exactly where this is. It's 55 feet above sea level. If you go on Google Maps or even any other map of where the windmill starts at 8 miles.
And we are still alive, ladies and gentlemen.
The horizon from 55 feet is 9.8082 miles. So none of this should be hidden. So is this like sub-refraction?
Oh, no, I'm just reading into this Wikipedia file there. I don't know if they're on the beach or what. I don't know.
No, they're elevated. There's like a cliff or something that they're on top of called Victoria Parade. It's a little like tourist center or some shit.
I don't know. I just want to like verify for sure where everything is, and then we can kind of work with that data.
I mean, you can go ahead. It's fine. It's going to be what it's going to be. Point is, the presupposition, the claim that things can only look the way they do on a curved surface is demonstrably false. It's not just like, yes, theoretically, if there's some refractive index, blah, blah, blah. No, it's just demonstrably false. We can just demonstrate it. We don't need a reason why it happens. We don't need an explanation. We don't need a story. We don't need a physics model. We don't need anything because we can just demonstrate that it happens. So the lake observations, the RC boat, there should be no horizon at all, period. Right? Because in the globe, the horizon's 2,600 feet away and the lake's 1,000 feet long. So why is there a horizon at all on a 1,000-foot lake?
It just could be like hot water, like the water is hotter than the air, or the humidity from the water causing the upward refraction.
The water's hotter than the air? They measured the air and water temperature.
You know, what's clearly happening there is like upward refraction, like the humidity can cause that too. I mean, we can.
How is that clearly happening? What's clear?
Well, what is happening in those RC boat photos? Like, what is happening?
Who cares?
I think that's kind of the question.
No. Who cares? We know what it's not. Right? We know what it's not. It's not Earth curve. We know what it looks like. We know what it looks like. It looks like Earth curve. But we know it's not Earth curve.
How do you know that? Maybe
that would be a mighty tiny Earth.
Because listen, it can't be Earth curve because the globe model says the horizon is 2.5 times farther away than the lake is long. So the lake has a length of 1,000 feet. The horizon has a distance of 2,600 feet. If you can't ride the water to that distance, the 2,600 feet distance, because you would have to put your boat onto the ground, right? It can't be hidden by a horizon it can't reach. It can't reach the globe horizon because boats don't sail on land. Unless you're in marine traffic and you zoom in on Antarctica and see a bunch of boats on the ice sheet. Which is what happens. So here's the odd thing. They're not so odd. The obvious thing. Y'all's claim of bending fucking light in the air around a curve is or in a curving freaking spherically symmetric atmosphere that bends the light. There's zero evidence for that. There's no demonstrations of that. There's nothing. There's no demonstrations that you can make a horizon appear farther away or that a flat surface or a curved surface will extend to look flat. The best you can do is take some butane or freaking super cold CO2 or methane or some other gas with a high refractive index and make some object beyond the so-called horizon move up and down in your field of view. But you can't make the horizon move and you can't make anything look flat. And you definitely can't do it in regular air. So we have competing claims, right? We have a competing claim, the globe claim, which can't be demonstrated, can only be talked about and conceptualized. And we have the flat earth claim, which can be demonstrated. And you're trying to falsify the demonstration with conceptualization, which is impossible. You can't think your way out of it. You can only demonstrate your way out of it.
What's that Alan Watts quote? A man who thinks all the time has nothing to think about except thoughts. There's a lot of thoughts there.
I don't know what that has to do with the presidency in China.
I was gonna say I like Alan Watts, but what the? I don't know how that connects.
Okay, so yeah,
guys, the lobby is going crazy right now. By the way, the lobby is going crazy. So if you're not an active speaker,
want to kick the beehive or something?
Get in there. Lobby.
Anybody else who wants to talk, feel free to chime in, man. Don't let me hog the mic.
Indio, I want to ask you something. Can we change on the Black Swan to oil rig to put some kind of Photoshop?
Like what? Photoshop what? What do you want to Photoshop?
Listen, I want to Photoshop the Black Swan image and to put these two oil rigs to put something like 2 screens, like do you know what is screen? Big white screen, and it's written like first 6 miles and second one 9 miles, and that's it. And then we will speak about refraction. Because they will, we can make also blurry that screen that you cannot see that it's 9 miles, but it is 9 miles. That is 9 miles. We can make that you cannot see that it's written on 9 miles. But then the question will be what refraction is doing to influence, to change the surface behind oil rigs. Because this guy is speaking about something is happening, light is doing something, and I am seeing ocean.
No, man, that's an optical illusion. That's not really ocean.
No, that is ocean because oil rig is in the ocean.
No, not to these guys. That's an optical illusion, man. That's not actually the ocean. That's an image. Yeah, that's a refracted image of the ocean.
Yeah, that's the point. This is ridiculous to claim refraction because in Black Swan example, there is no refraction apart the crane, but we don't speak about oil rigs. We are speaking about surface.
I posted what it should look like on the ball. That's exactly what we should see.
I mean, yeah, like the squiggles and all. Yeah, that's like accurate to like the millimeter. Elevation G's.
Water hills is what you would see.
You'd also see like the Baltardia. Like, do you see that written in the ocean as well? That would be there.
Probably, yeah. Obviously, the hump wouldn't be so humpy, but I mean, you would, dude. At 3 miles, if you're sitting on the beach, or if you're a dude standing on the beach, like 6 feet tall, you should see the hump all day long, every day at 3 miles.
The question is,
they'd be hanging out. They'd be hanging out at the hump. The hump would be the place to be. Like they have your boy be out on his boat. He'd be out there at the hump. You'd be like taking a picture of him. You're like, here I go over the hump, and then like I'm coming back. Here I am. Like I'm appearing. Little by little, here I come. Like you'd be doing it all day long. There'd be freaking tons of videos.
Yeah, dude, I do videos where I'm like racing back on a jet ski and like to how fast I could come over the hump. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You jump it. You could jump the hump.
Yeah,
you'd be jumping the Humpty Hump on the hump.
Guys, a bunch of new people joining real quick. Madeline is here. And some other new people have joined, so just wanted to welcome them, but please continue. Yeah, no, seriously, if there was actual curvature, there'd be tourist locations and people, you could go to see it. People would charge money, all that stuff, but obviously there is no seeing curvature.
Okay, I have to ask, what's a tourist location?
Eagles, can I ask you, did you see the Black Swan?
Yeah, I've been seeing it for about
do you
4
see the
or 5
ocean?
years.
Do you see the ocean behind oil?
Now, someone did, I think Petey it was, he kind of showed that there's a little bit of, that the far
I'm
oil rig
asking,
was
I'm
actually a little
asking,
bit
I'm asking,
obscured.
I'm asking you, do you see the ocean behind the oil rig?
I'm not sure what's going on in that photo, honestly. It's a bit of a mess. Like
It's a video, man. Did you see video?
Yeah, I think BLMSB69's original photo, it didn't have the quantum eraser color change in.
Do you see the ocean behind the oil rig or something else?
I don't know if that's haze or what it is, but I can't say for sure it's ocean. Like that.
Okay. Can you ask somebody? Can you ask in this room? Choose. People choose. You can choose and ask what he see on that example. Like my question: do you see ocean or something else? India, do you see ocean or something else? CB, do you see ocean or something else?
Oh, sorry, I was looking.
see
Yeah, I
ocean.
see ocean. I see ocean. Yeah.
I see ocean,
Okay.
and further to that, if the horizon was refracted, you couldn't measure it. This is all lunacy.
Do you see the ocean behind the oil rig?
Ocean.
Yeah, water.
Yep, ocean behind the oil rigs, definitely.
That means, Biggles, you
Not
are
a hill
only
of
one.
water.
You are only one who don't see the ocean. What is going on with your eyes?
Not a hill of water.
Let's we got that photo there somewhere so I can look at it again.
Okay.
To me, it looked like haze afterwards. Like it's kind of like some sort of haze, or I don't know what it is. It's a very, very unique refraction.
Okay, can I ask you this? Is it real water 5 meters behind the oil rig?
What's that? Is there water 5 meters behind the oil rig?
Yeah.
Well, there's water all around the oil rig. It's in the ocean.
Is it also behind the oil rig water, or there is no water there?
Well, there's water all around the oil rig. The oil rig is in the ocean. I'm sure, like
Yeah, that means
miles around.
that mean you see the ocean.
It could be some sort of haze. I was trying to dig up the picture there.
Haze on the ocean.
Sure looks like ocean to me.
That's why we're discussing refraction. You know?
It's going to be really painful to sit here and listen to somebody explain, well, there's other variables like refraction. Yeah. It's like you guys forgot that when a boat disappeared, no one cared about refraction. No one cared about haze. Once the boat disappeared, that's the curvature of the Earth. But once we debunk that claim, wait. Refraction. No. You need to be defending curvature of the Earth. You already know there's things like refraction.
I know it could be ocean, but like what PD showed though was that the ocean was actually obstructing a little bit of the oil rig. I can dig up that video PD did.
Yeah, that means that this picture, this ocean is not real. That picture, what's showing the horizon in front of oil rigs, that's the real. That's the reality.
The one that confirms my bias is the real one.
Well, we have that one too. It's also part of our argument. But it's also not where any curvature is either.
But how it's possible that you see the ocean when it's covering the oil rig? Then you see the ocean.
I'm trying to dig something up there. It's a bit hard. Like I don't like. There's so much stuff that piles up over the years.
It's fine. I posted the examples in the chat just so you don't have to look for it. I already have them ready.
I have another picture, and can you tell me? I will post it now. And can you tell me which kind of refraction is happening? What is- Oh. Okay.
Can I say something real quick? Can somebody ban the 3 trolls in the lobby? Like, there is no talking to them. And they have no intention of taking any of it seriously. Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah. Let's get some cleanup crew. Got it.
Yeah, there's the link. PD kind of showed that part of the oil rig was kind of missing, hidden behind the ocean a little bit. Wait, are we still live? Holy smokes! I've been in the lobby. I totally forgot we're still in this VC. And ladies and gentlemen,
right?
wow, it's like we were in another dimension there for a second. That was crazy. So, Wiggles is here, ladies and gentlemen. Globe Earther.
There we go. That image I just posted there. That's the cliff notes of that video.
And we are still live. We're here with Plum Bob and Madeline, Flatload Ride and Drace, Buyout, Shekel, and a whole bunch of people listening on Rumble and YouTube. So welcome, one and all.
Yep, good to be here. I'm just here to pick up my paycheck, and then I'll probably be on my way, but I'll hang out for a little bit.
All right. We'll be paying you in shekels.
I set the way you figure pay.
So who else is here? Who else wants to say hi? Shout out to the Rumble. Shout out to your mom, whatever. Go ahead, guys.
I was going to say, get these shekels off my feet so I can dance.
I have some Polaris trivia for you.
Hit it.
Of the top 50 brightest stars that we can see, where do you think Polaris belongs on that list?
$33rd.
At the center?
Thank you. Mr. Freemason, but no, it's 48th.
Damn, so almost dead last. Wow.
It's not really a super bright star. The Southern Cross stars are considerably brighter than Polaris is.
What is the brightest star in the sky?
The sun.
Actually, good job. Yes. What is the
next one? Is Sirius.
Yeah. After that, maybe Procyon or Betelgeuse, somewhere around there.
Well, Vega's like I think in the top 10. A couple there.
Yeah, I know this because I was trying out a little bit of celestial navigation the other day. That's pretty fun.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to share more. How does that work for the people
So I
that
mean,
have
like,
never heard of celestial navigation?
yeah, celestial navigation is great. Like when they originally designed it, they didn't have all this crazy computer power that we had, but they were able to use the angle of the star above the horizon to basically place yourself within a circle on the Earth called a circle of equal COE, a circle of equal altitude. Yes. And then, so if you get enough stars, you can narrow your position down to a specific latitude and longitude just by looking at the stars. And of course, when you're trying to sail across the ocean, you want to get your position within a few nautical miles. So you can just kind of navigate by the stars to fix your dead reckoning position and navigate safely.
Alrighty, awesome. That's thank you for the lesson there. I appreciate that. Okay. All right.
It's kind of quiet here now.
Yeah, guys. And I guess we'll do it live.
We'll do it live! Fuck it! Do it live!
So yeah, man. Globe Earther, we have you join the panel. Would you say there's any doubt? Or are you pretty convinced you're full-fledged? It's a globe no matter what.
A lot of stuff would have to be false for the globe to be false.
Bruh.
But I would say you realize that, like, the world, the way it is right now, is flat. So all the technology that's currently working and everything, like, it wouldn't just all of a sudden just stop working if I waved a magic wand over your head and made you a flat earther. You realize that, right?
No, like I can believe whatever I want, and anyone can believe whatever they want. Really, it does not going to change what reality actually is. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, it's not that things have to be wrong. It's just maybe you're wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone has like their own metaphysics, their own models, and kind of theories of how the world works that they use, and they assume they're true, act as if they were true, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Okay. So, a lot of things would have to be wrong. Could you give us like one thing? Like, what's one of those things that would have to be wrong?
Well, celestial navigation is a great one because that one is kind of based on the globe, and
No. You are telling to me 500 years ago, the Portuguese navigators are dumb because they were flat earth guys.
No, celestial navigation.
No,
is
you are claiming that celestial navigation all is possible on the globe is the dumbest thing I ever hear.
It can only be done on a flat plane. You can only do it on a flat plane. So that's just, you're just wrong, Wiggles.
Okay. Well, the problem though comes when you kind of like poke a hole in the globe and try to flatten it out and make a map out of that. That's
Why
kind of
are
where
you
the
doing that? We don't have to do that. Celestial navigation proves the globe. That's where you get your latitude lines from. Longitude comes from the position of the sun, and latitude comes from your angle away from Polaris. And the minimum elevation angle to Polaris becomes the equator. And that's when you're on the equator, when you just can't see Polaris. It's just disappeared on the horizon. Poof, you're on the equator.
well, almost. For the Polaris is not exactly at the celestial North Pole. It's a little bit off, like half a degree or something. I don't know.
Dang close.
But if you made that assumption, you'd be off by, I don't know, maybe 40 miles, something like that. And we know we can map like where you are on the Earth down to the nearest like meter easily. So like being off by 40 miles would be a big thing. So
Well, the other thing about celestial navigation is you're not going to use it if you're down to a minimum angle either. You tend to not use it when you're when the star is at 20 degrees or less because it's not accurate. So you wouldn't use it there, but you would have to use another star to get it. But that is where your equator comes from. It's all done off of a flat plane. You can't get an angle off of the curved surface. It just doesn't work. You can't use a tangent. You can't have a ground position that's off in space somewhere. It just doesn't work. It's flat, Wiggles. Sorry. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I seem to have I've managed to do all those things. So I did get the curve from I did get the angle from the curve.
Damn, Wiggles, you gonna let him talk to you like that?
Oh, it doesn't bother me. Like he can
How are you digging?
Can you show the math for getting an angle off of a curved surface? Can you do the math on that and post it in the chat, please?
Yeah, or can I show when Flatsoid did it actually?
No, I want you to show me an angle from a curved surface.
Oh shit. He's testing your gangster right now, Wiggles. Man. You don't let him test your gangster like that?
Yeah, I got a screenshot saved of doing that, so I'm just looking it up.
Okay. About to bring receipts. All right.
I can help you. Can you draw the line 10 centimeters straight, and then you make 10 centimeter curved line, and then tell me which angle is there.
I know the angle is measured at the exact point of intersection.
What? Are you making lines in the air?
You can construct the line in the air, sure. Like
Oh yeah,
geometrically.
you can imagine some line in the air. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. You can also imagine some curve.
Yeah,
Man, it's
sure.
easy. Take on paper. It's easy. I told you, 10 centimeters. Line straight, and then curved line 10 centimeters. And then you tell me which angle is inside. What's the value?
Sorry, I was grabbing a screenshot there. What was the question again?
Draw the line 10 centimeters straight, and then curved line 10 centimeters. And then tell me how much of what is angle inside.
Okay, so if you draw like a straight line, and then at the end of that straight line, you kind of continuously attach a curved line to it.
You can close it that with 10 centimeters straight, another one. Make a triangle with one curved line if you want, but that is not triangle. Then.
Yeah. So the angle is defined like at the point of intersection. So you only care about what the line is doing infinitesimally close.
What do you need for one angle? What is the definition of angle?
A right angle.
What do you need for angle?
An intersection point between two smooth lines.
No.
That is correct. What I've
let's say that you are now in primary school, second class, and I ask you, how is angle made? From what? From 2 points? From
they're going to teach the kids the easy case. They're not going to teach the kids the calculus case.
Okay. How you will make angle? What do you need? You need 2 circles, 2 pyramids. What do you need?
You need the intersection point between 2 differentiable curves.
No, it's not correct. No points. You need something called. Is it square?
Dang it! I failed Dr. Desash's geometry class.
Do you need 2 squares for the angle?
No, definitely not 2 squares.
Do you need 2 circles for the angle?
You could, if you wanted to. You could find the intersection at a point, or the angle at the intersection of 2 circles.
Then we will find out what we need for real angle, for one angle.
You have the intersection point.
How about this? How about to be simple? We need 2 lines, 2 straight lines to have an angle, intersecting in 1 point.
That's sufficient but not necessary condition, I guess.
Not necessary. Is that the angle when we have a point and 2 straight lines going from that point?
That's an angle, but other things are angles.
What, for example?
In the image that I linked, should be like I actually did use 2 circles because that's kind of easy example of curved lines that you can get angles between.
But for angles, you need 2 straight lines. You cannot have curved lines.
Mathematicians disagree.
I'm a mathematician. I disagree with you.
So where do you measure the separation at? So where do you measure your angle at?
The exact point of intersection.
Well, then there'd be no angle. The angle would be 0.
No, it does exist. It's a limiting. It's a calculus. It's a limit. It's well defined.
So wouldn't that be calculating the smallest possible angle, and wouldn't that be 0? Because the separation of those 2 lines, even if they're 2 curved lines, 2 circles, they intersect, right? So that angle is going to decrease, and at the point itself, the inflection point, it'll be 0.
Let me see if I saved the image. Well, I saved a GIF of it where I zoomed out. Like
So it's a convergent series. It has to converge to 0.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. How would it be a point?
Not all limits are 0.
Yeah, I know. They either diverge or they converge. So, is there a third option?
Well, those kind of ones that like Grandi's series, we kind of call those divergent, but they kind of like are bounded, but
arbitrarily. So you truncate it arbitrarily. That's what you're doing. You're basically truncating it arbitrarily. You're going to have to measure, in order to get an angle, you're going to have to measure some distance from the point. And that distance is arbitrary. So say we measure it, we draw 2 circles and we measure it 10 to the 10 to the freaking 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 10. or actually negative 10 to the 10 to the 10 to the 10 meters away from the point, what would that angle be?
Yeah, like 10 to the minus 17 units away from the point, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to approach 0, though, right?
No, the angle is going to approach a well-defined value.
You're just saying that. Nothing you're saying makes any sense in mathematics. If the lines intersect and they're curved, that curve, eventually that curve, they'll become parallel. So it's 2 tangent points, right? So if I took the circles, right, and I took 2 tangent points on each circle and had them approach, there'd be no angle separating them. But as soon as you touch the circles together, those curves are going to form an angle at some distance away from the point. But at the point itself, it's going to have a common tangent. So 2 circles that touch each other, they're going to have a common tangent that runs in between them. Those, you could say this tangent line is on each circle. It's a parallel line. It's a 0 angle. It isn't until you come off that tangent point that you're going to have an angle. And where you measure away from that point is going to determine what the angle is you measure. This isn't disputable. This isn't like something that you can dispute or fucking talk about, dude. It's a mathematical fact. It's a geometric fact. You can't measure a difference in angle off of a curved line, period. Because where you measure the angle depends on what the angle measurement's going to be.
I think we need a jury of mathematicians.
Dude, you can get frickin' all the mathematicians you want, and I don't really care what they say, because they can't prove anything to the contrary using mathematics.
Let's say we give them 2 circles, like 2 arcs of a circle, so that there's only exactly 1 intersection point, and we tell them which side we want the angle on, and we'll tell them to calculate the angle.
Yeah, so what happens if we draw a tangent through the point where they touch? We draw a tangent line. We're going to draw a tangent. We're going to draw a tangent on each arc. We're going to draw so the arc A, we're going to draw a tangent at the point where they touch, and arc B, we're going to draw a tangent where the point where they touch. Is there going to be an angle between those 2 tangent lines?
Yeah, there's an I guess angle between the tangent lines, yeah.
Okay, I'm done talking to you. You're just bullshit, bro. No, there won't be. There can't be.
No, I think that's a good idea to get a jury of mathematicians. We give them a math problem.
Yeah. So you're just wasting our time, dude. You know you are. You know the fucking stupid game you're playing. This is why you end up in CogDis, because you're dishonest fuck. Yep. Anybody listening to this knows you're full of shit and you're an embarrassment to fucking Uncle everywhere.
Hey, pal.
I don't mean to be mean, but if you weren't like dishonest like this, I would have been normal. But I can't take like epic bullshit that you're trying to spew. You can get a jury, like you could get fucking, because every mathematician that ever fucking lived, and they're not going to agree with you.
That is a bold claim. I like it.
Well, if math is objective and deductive, then they'll never agree with you. If you're going to like use some other mathematical system where certain rules don't apply, where lines aren't parallel, tangents have a different definition, then maybe they'd agree with you if we just throw out, common accepted axioms of mathematics, of Euclidean geometry, period.
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
Saying that celestial navigation only works on a globe is ridiculous, because if you use elevation angles at all, you're wrong.
I've used I don't know if you guys have been talking to Protothad before. He's like a navigator. He gave me a few like, what's that?
Who the fuck is that guy?
He's a fucking idiot.
Who the fuck is that?
Well, he's an actual navigator. He knows his stuff.
Yeah, he knows his stuff, but when you bring something up to him, he just pretends he never said it and carries on.
I did ask to that guy to prove me that refraction, and he couldn't. You see, I did present a mountain. I said to him, so with that refraction, I can see what is behind something. And yeah, he said yes. So what is behind this? And he couldn't. So that's it.
Yeah, that sounds like the conclusion of a conversation.
Protodrag.
I mean, it's really simple. Elevation angles uses the surface that you're standing on. You can't use a tangent, or else it's not an elevation angle.
But we could play a little game though. You could put me on the spot here. Like you could give me two intersecting circles. Like get me to calculate the angle between the curved lines, and then you give that same question to someone that you trust that does mathematics, and you see if they get the same answer that I get.
You're gonna have to use a tangent, man. You can't do it without a tangent.
It's impossible to get an angle from a curved surface. It's undefinable.
With the tangent in the limiting case, right? Like you take the angle as the distance from the intersection point becomes zero, like, and that's the angle at the curved points.
No,
So you're gonna make
it goes towards zero, but you never actually reach zero. So you're gonna have to arbitrarily truncate at some point, or you'll never finish the calculation. Do you understand? We can say yes, calculate it yourself, and I want it to as many decimals as you can write. We'll just be going to your funeral before after you finish. You'll never finish before your funeral.
Well, certain numbers are irrational, yes.
Oh, you just don't get it, dude.
Let's say
you have an infinite series, so you'll have to make an infinite series, which by definition is infinite. You'll never reach the end of it. You'll be dead before you finish the calculation.
Oh, but I did get the exact value of those circles. Did you see that image I posted?
Hold on, I'm looking for it. You posted it? Let me go up.
Yeah, I can't post images, but I can post links without the image that pops up after.
Okay, fine.
Man, there is no curved lines. There is all straight.
I posted a citation from Prototype. Very interesting.
Yeah, I don't see any curved lines on that. How did you get? How are you getting something off of a curved line when there's no curved line in your diagram?
Those are curved lines.
No, they're all straight. Are you crazy? Can you tell me which line? Can you tell me which line it's curved? Green, pink, black.
I honest to God forget which one is the curved one. We're gonna find out now.
Bruh. Dude, you said in that thing exact angle. Dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. Literally. Stupid. Okay, so any trigonometric function, they're called the circular functions. They're infinite Taylor series expansions. They don't have an end to them. You can't get an exact value because exact values don't exist for them in the real numbers, period. So what are you talking about?
Man, again, you posted. Oh, Jesus, look at that.
There we go. I just posted the GIF there just a few seconds ago.
India, look at the GIF, please.
So those are not angles then, because those lines are curved. So
what are those
try
green
again.
lines? What are those green lines?
Dude,
What are those green lines? Because that's where you measured the angle at, right?
No, the green lines are distracting. They're actually not creating the same angle that the purple lines are creating.
Those are not angles. You did not show us angles. Those are a curved line. You can't get an angle from a curved line. It's not possible.
I calculated angle B though exactly.
At some
No, it's not exact. The very fact you use tan is not exact. You use arctan. It
Actually,
can't
the
be
angle
exact.
was the angle between the purple lines was actually happened to be actually equal to 60 degrees.
You want me to post a whole 3-part presentation on the problem with angles and how they are not exact, and they can't be exact and can never be exact in the real numbers, period? They just can't be. Because they're
Who was doing this presentation?
It was proven a long time ago, that the circular functions sine and cosine, they are actually an infinite Taylor series expansion, right? They go on forever. So how can they be exact if they go on forever?
Well, for certain transcendental angles, I think, yeah, you can get exact values for sine. Or, yeah, like pi over 6. Sine of pi over 6 is a half. Exactly.
Well, you don't even have pi.
Well, we have... Well, pi is transcendental.
Okay, so use pi. Can't get to the end of that, so how can pi over 6 ever be a half?
That's the wonderful thing.
You can't write it in the numerator. So it can't be exact. Because pi itself is not exact. It's not an exact solution. So this is a perfect opportunity to point out that you're just being a propagandist using rhetoric, saying things like exact when they're not exact. You also say things like perfect, exact, because you're trying to give an impression.
That's the Taylor series error for sine off the top, sine of x off the top of my head. I'm not even going to check it. This should be right. I know it's odd function and the x is...
Yeah, and it keeps going.
Yeah.
Forever. And ever and ever and ever. I said, you would die before you finished it. I'd die before you finished it. All humanity would die before you finished it. It would be the heat death of your freaking fake universe before you finished it.
They created the rigor for these concepts in like analysis, which is kind of like the deeper, like it's a branch of mathematics that like goes below calculus and kind of establishes the more loosely stated theorems of calculus.
Yeah, I'm aware of Cantor's and set theory and Dedekind cuts and all that shit, dude. Which goes to real numbers and all that shit. Can't be done. You know, not all math.
Oh crap, we lost Indio.
Oh shit, they got him.
The mathematicians kind of came in and cut his Ethernet cord. He was about to reveal the secrets of math and how there's no such thing as real numbers.
Funny how they call it an Ethernet cord.
You need to define real numbers? You have a definition of real numbers?
Yeah, they are a field. 1 is not equal to 0. You have the group. So yeah, and well, you have the rational numbers, which are a field. But then the real numbers are the completion of the rational numbers.
The real numbers are just taking making any number divisible by 10. That's all it is.
Let's see if I can define it off the top of my head right now. Let's see how close I get.
To math stupidity.
Hey, testing. Do you all hear me?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
We got the group, we got the takeaway 0 and multiplication as a group. Yeah. Yeah, Norman Wildberger, yeah, I was thinking of him too he's like an ultra finite, he doesn't like the field axioms, the completion axiom.
Yeah, because you can. His argument. Do you even know his argument?
You can't store a number. You can't store every real number on a hard drive in decimal form, so therefore it doesn't exist. That's his argument.
No, his argument is you can talk about doing it, but you can't actually do it. You can only talk about it.
Yeah, it's the same as what I said. You said like you write out a number, like you say like 3.1415926535897932384.
Or you never actually get it. Yeah, you never actually get an answer. You just pretend you get an answer by arbitrarily truncating at some position. But you don't actually get it a true answer. Right? So 1/3, right? So we have 1/3. I can divide something. I'll use for an example the value 1/3. Right? 1/3, I can divide something into 3 parts. Right? And if I add 1/3 plus 1/3 plus 1/3, I get 1. Well, what happens if I use the real numbers? 0.33333333, 0.333333, 0.333333, add them together, you get 0.999999. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in base 3, a third is just 0.1.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No, it isn't.
No, in base 3, 1/3 is equal to 0 decimal.
Decimals are in base 10. If you're using decimals, you're automatically in base 10. Right off the rip.
No, there's other bases. Binary, or hexadecimal.
Yeah, but there's no decimals in binary.
Yeah, you can call it a binary point or a hexadecimal point or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but they're not. I mean, first of all, I want to get off this subject because it's probably going over a shitload of people's heads. Counterproductive.
Yeah, it was a tangent from celestial navigation and angles from curves and defining.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, if you say we can approximate an angle, fine with that. But you can't get an angle.
No, you can't get it exact. If the lines are curved, you can get it exact. That is possible.
You can choose an arbitrary distance away from the intersection and get an approximate solution to the separation of the lines. At that point, so we draw some other line connecting the two lines. You can take the angle between that. But that's all you can do. I don't think it's even though it's true, I don't think it really says that much about celestial navigation one way or another. But when you start with, we got a 90-degree angle, right? And you make graphs that show 90-degree angles. But you got a problem because you don't have you got a 90-degree angle to a tangent. I mean, even in celestial navigation, they say that they're using, what do they call it? The celestial horizon, which is supposed to be a plane that goes through the center of the Earth. But within, you don't actually use that distance above that plane. You assume that you're on it.
Yeah, because the Earth is treated like a point when the stars are light years away.
Thank God, someone finally said it. Some glober finally confessed that celestial navigation does not assume a globe, it assumes a point.
I'm glad that someone finally said the thing you were waiting to hear.
Yeah, it's only been like 7 years.
Yeah, we treat the stars like points too, basically.
Yeah, everything's a point. So the geometry is not of a globe. People make the claim that celestial navigation, astronomy, all this crap demonstrates a globe, but there's no globe in the math. It's just a point.
Well, when you use the moon lower limbs and upper limbs, you do kind of gotta account for the radius of the Earth and stuff like that when you're correcting moon angles, which is something I wanted to try, but it's too damn cloudy every friggin' night. I can't get a moon sighting. But yeah, I was going to try out the moon correction when I get a chance sometime in the future.
So Prototat tell you all about celestial navigation. How far above the horizon do you make observations?
Didn't the Apollo astronauts do that?
How do you even get a horizon from outer space?
Well, if you're like, I don't know, 1,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface, and your horizon dip angle is just going to be huge, but I think the math still checks out.
The horizon dip angle from outer space?
Yeah, go for it.
Which horizon you see a ball? Do you like turn yourself sideways and do the horizon that way, or upside down and then you do the top down horizon or bottom up horizon?
You're gonna love it. You just stand so that you're up for the whatever latitude, longitude you're at. Well, you don't know, I guess, where that is, but you just put your feet towards the center of the Earth, just like you do when you're on Earth, and that's down, and that's then you just get from that's your reference direction. Pretend you're standing on like a 1,000-kilometer foot platform.
I'm sure that's exactly what they did.
So 96 kilometers of altitude. Where is that curvature?
96 kilometers. What's the curvature? What I don't understand the question.
Yeah, 317,000 feet. Why the horizon is still horizontal?
Not only that, Miguel. If you go 96 kilometers up in 1 hour, the Earth is 66,000 miles away from that point.
Yeah.
There is no up on the globe.
There's infinite ups. There's a Aleph 1 if you accept the continuum hypothesis.
Yeah, I told you. I told you now. You go 90 kilometers up, but you need at least. Let's say you need 1 hour. In 1 hour, Earth is 66,000 miles away from you now. In 2 hours, the Earth is 132 miles away from you. 3 hours more and more and more and more. In 1 day, you are 1 million miles away from Earth, from that height up.
That is because if you canceled your orbital velocity.
Because Earth is moving, it's not stationary for you.
Yeah, but the astronauts are orbiting the Earth.
Yeah, the astronauts where? Apollo 11? Apollo 11 turning off the lights. I did debunk that already 1 hour ago. Turning off the lights to fake space. The window is the Earth. And the window was oval. And then they did add at the right a semicircle something just to look around. Is that the Earth? A window? And turn off the lights to do that space?
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Could have been anything. Could have been an asteroid. Could have been
an asteroid. Are you fucking? Are you trolling now? An asteroid.
I'm just making
I'm talking about the Apollo 11, fooling us, and you're talking about an asteroid.
I'm just making up a silly answer.
Yeah, it's what you do. So I'm gonna post this from NASA. So how can this work on your ball Earth? You see, if you cannot prove curvature, then forget about it. There are not horizons on that ball. And you can talk about refraction, whatever you want to call it, because refraction is not curving the horizon at left and right. Bye bye ball.
I'm not sure what the source of your image is.
Yeah. This is from NASA. X50.
You got the source?
Yeah, no, F60. That's what you need to know. F60. Sorry, X50. Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. You're kind of just like throwing a random image at me.
Yeah, no, you are doing that. You are the one doing that. You are not presenting proof. The gift that you did present us, is that what the navigators were using? Fuck.
Well, that's the graph
So
of the circle.
I'm gonna post. So you think this is a photo from earlier? I'm talking about Pole 11, right? This thing. You think this is a real photo from Apollo 11, right?
Again, I don't know the source of that image.
Yeah, you don't know. Yeah, it's NASA.
It's most famous photo, man. How do you know that?
That's the Earthrise one, isn't it? Yeah.
No, he's running away. He's doing a weasel. No, he's just running away. Now you have to explain why they have to fake it. So they turn off the lights, and that window, it was oval like this. The window was like this. The window was oval. So that's not Earth. You see that they just turn off the lights. That's not space. And that was the window. And you guys think this. You see that at the end of that gift it says Apollo 11. That's the original video from Apollo 11. So I'm gonna post this. Yeah, this is from them, not from me. At the beginning. But of course they didn't show this to the public, right? So that window is Earth. That window is Earth, right? I did finish.
And Earth size is the same like a moon size in the sky. Like a moon, it's the same size like Earth. If we watch the moon, this Earth, and if we watch Earth they are the same size.
Anyway, I've been here for a while though, so I do gotta kind of head off. It's kind of late for me now, around 10 p.m., 11 p.m. So.
Okay.
But yeah, anyways, you boys, you decided to throw me out of Cogdist into here, so.
What's your aim?
Well, actually, the reason I joined the server was because I plan to do a lot of hiking this summer and getting a lot of those kind of beach videos. Like I think someone was talking about like, does anyone just go down to the beach and take a crap load of photos of the ocean blocking something? And that's what I do a lot of, actually. So yeah, that was the reason I joined the server like however many months ago, because whenever spring or summer gets here, which it has, just curious to get a bunch of photos and see, if we ever get that money shot of no bottom up obstruction from the beach. I don't know, could be fun experiment. See, I'll keep going down, see if we ever get the flat Earth observation, and haven't yet. I'm at observation 75. I still have not, but who knows? Maybe 76 will be the flat Earth observation.
I did show it to you that 317,000 feet, no curvature. So what's your point?
I mean, that sells it right there. I mean, like if there's 317,000 feet, if there's no curvature by then, no, there's never going to be curvature. I think you got it. Anyways, I gotta head off. So it's been fun.
Okay, nice to talk to you. Have a nice one.
Nice chatting. See ya.
See ya. Sorry if I killed that globe. It never existed. Anyway. So those guys that talk about refraction, they are actually failed globers. They are cylindric earthers. Because they cannot explain why the horizon is still horizontal.
Well, there's a new person with no roles. I don't know if you want to make them go to VC check-in. Spencer at the bottom.
New account. I have seen that picture profile. I don't know.
Oh, that's just the default one. On Discord, there's like 10 default profile pictures.
Okay.
So yeah, it's a new account, so they just have a default picture.
Okay, I get it.
But that's suspicious. It's probably a repeat offender or a troll, yeah.
Sometimes they are just some people don't use Discord, so of course they do a new account, but most of the time just another the same guy doing alt accounts.
Yeah, they asked to be unmuted in the lobby, so like I said, you can force in the VC check-in, or yeah, I don't know what the protocol is.
Let's do it. Okay, let's unmute. Welcome, Spencer. Yeah, just too suspicious at all. So you
That took
listen.
2 seconds.
Doing a fake voice. Yeah. When Globalers they don't have more evidence, they just run away. I have to go.
Yeah, it's more fun to talk to like new people than the hardcore anti-flat earthers.
Are you saying you don't like to talk to Scott Mackey?
Oh, Sky Mike from politics.
No, it'd be like usually it's eggshells or.
I did listen to him like 1 week ago or something like that. He was bringing evidence presentation. I don't know if he actually did that to debunk flat Earth. They promise something and then they don't do it.
Well, he's probably still got his supercomputer doing all the calculations still.
No, the one good thing about talking to anti-flat earthers is, especially if it's recorded, you can get some really good clips, some really good double speak, and then if you can clip it, put it on your channel or whatever. But or you get like I caught Fight the Flat Earth saying you can have gas pressure gradient in a container, so that destroys any one of those if that ever comes up. So. Are they going to throw Fight the Flat Earth under the bus like they do Neil deGrasse Tyson? Probably, but
Well, that guy has some kind of mental issue.
it happened yesterday in this VC where Gary Clampton said, you can't have gas pressure gradient in a container. And then we showed it to him, and then he changed and moved the goalpost to like something about, well, they they said you can have gas pressure gradient in a container, but it's because of gravity. It's like, well, I don't care. I still took your concession. I don't care what your excuse is. You still Glober's claim that you can't have gas pressure gradient in a container. Here I have Fight the Flat Earth saying you can have gas pressure gradient in a container. So I mean, you're destroyed.
Yeah, when they have nothing, they go grab that gravity to everything, to curving water, to folding and curving water, and we don't see that. And then the alien goes up, so gravity is not holding, and then it goes up, and then they claim gravity is there holding, like a container.
Yeah, usually when they say gravity, it's just like pretty much, yeah, they just stepped into multiple bear traps because then you just ask them which gravity, they don't know which gravity, you ask them for the experiment, and then they're just cooked instantly. So right when they say gravity, I'm like, yes, you're done.
Yeah, like I said, the other guy was like, they preferred like they are hiding behind this shield. I'm talking about those shields that they use in wars a long time ago, when they were fighting with swords. Anyway, so they just put behind this shield and this with a word in front, just saying refraction, gravity. That's it. They think by hiding behind this shield and that word, they prove everything.
It's like a magic incantation. They're just like summoning demons or something. They're just like chanting a word, hoping it'll all go away.
Yeah, like Harry Potter.
Yeah, exactly. Refraction, refraction, refraction. Gravity, refraction. Grab a fraction. Refracted gravity. What? How are you flat earthers still alive?
Like that spell from those spells from Harry Potter. I remember actually Matthew Never Learns was here talking about.
Oh, Matthew makes some dumb argument. It only needs to bend 0.009 degrees per mile. Yeah, dude. Keep telling yourself that.
It was talking about that writer that wrote the Harry Potter. So there's let me see if I get the link. There's the library here in Porto City. So that lady that wrote that the script of Harry Potter, the book, she was a English teacher there, so of course she did visit this library. Now it's more a museum library, but anyway. So yeah, and you can see in the Harry Potter. Let me see if I get it. That stair, stairs. So let me see. I found the link. So I did debunk because Matthew Lenz was saying that it was fictional, and actually I did debunk him. I said there's a real place there where they did, inspired to do that stairs at Harry Potter. So she did inspire on that place. Let me see the link.
You're talking about J.K. Rowling's, the chick that wrote it? Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a library, an old library here, but let me see the link. So now these days there are a lot of tourists going there to that place because of Harry Potter. Let's see. I did post a link a long time ago, but
You know, I wouldn't mind their refraction or gravity argument if, like, the response didn't, like, it's like it's pre-canned. It's like they all have this, and I hate to call it a script, but it's just so, it's so weak. Their arguments are just so weak at this point in time. It's like you think that they would have gotten better after all this time, but they're not. They're still, they're either worse or the same. I think maybe worse.
Come on, Indio. They're still using 19th century arguments.
Yeah, you have a point. 19th century? Maybe like 300 BC arguments.
That too, 240 BC. Eratosthenes arguments. Yeah, they all knew it was a globe. That's why that nobody built any globes until 1491, and Copernicus didn't come up with his heliocentric model until 1624, because they all knew it was a globe.
Oh, those are minor details. Don't look behind the curtain, man.
How many centuries do we need before we'll get proof of the globe? Another 17 centuries?
The kid that was in here earlier, what was his name? I don't remember his name. Anyway, he was like, Eratosthenes, that's I liked that one. It's a pretty good argument. I'm thinking, whoa, what, are you out of your mind? It's literally the worst.
He's talking about Brown Recluse guy?
Oh, yeah, him, yeah. I'd be embarrassed if that was my evidence. If I had to come in here and be like, they're like, what's your evidence the Earth is flat? And I was like, well, in 325 BC, there was a guy. He had some sticks. He had some shadows. He walked around a little bit.
Yeah,
and he proved the Earth was flat.
Yeah, tell me how in 240 BC you just have some guy walk around and measure out 5,000 stadia between 2 points in Egypt.
Yeah, when they probably had no roads.
We lost that technology.
No roads.
We lost that technology. That's the best answer.
The weather is not conducive to long walks.
But I want to see, do you know that they're saying, let's do that now? And somebody was saying, I will do it in New York, I will do it in and what I don't know what they will do. Which sticks, how big sticks will be?
That's what she said.
Tall? How tall will be? It will be 1 meter stick or 100 meter stick? And now when they get the shadow, let's say length of the shadow, 1 meter will be 2 meters. How that calculation will give them that 2 meter shadow? Let's say that is 2 meters. How that 2 meter shadow will give them radius?
I mean, why didn't he just use like an obelisk? I'm sure there was obelisks all over the place, right? It was ancient Egypt.
That's the story. He used an obelisk or something in Alexandria.
That means that 2 obelisks need to be the same height. Because you cannot make one obelisk 10 meters and another obelisk 50 meters and to measure shadow. That's not correct.
Well, the shadow measurement in there in Syene was just a well. Someone had dug a well and there was the light would hit the bottom of the well perfectly.
They have no values for that shadow, nothing.
So, but I always wondered about that. Like, don't you have to look down the well? And if the sun was directly overhead, like, wouldn't your head, like, cast a shadow and you wouldn't be able to see if, like, it's a perfect shadow lighting up the bottom because your head would be in the way?
There was a tower aside. And he looked from the top.
He climbed a big tower and looked down the well. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Checked out.
I thought you had to be in the well. I don't remember.
Oh, maybe that was it.
Timmy was in the well. Timmy fell into the well, and they had to go rescue him.
Wouldn't have been much of a well. Where's the water? And hold on, if there was water, and then it'd reflect the sun right back up into his face, and he'd go blind, wouldn't he?
This was non-reflective well water.
I'm Batman. That's fun.
Yeah. Hey, look, the shadow.
You might have used a mirror, Indio.
Yeah, maybe like a little periscope, specially designed so you could peep the well.
Right. But wouldn't you have also realised that he was looking at the bottom of this water, this well, the water's still perfect, It's seeing like a perfectly flat reflection?
No idea. I mean,
The well water was curved, so it didn't give a perfect reflection.
I don't know, just one more piece of evidence that the guy never existed and that never happened.
Well, I never heard of him until Carl Sagan mentioned his name.
Wasn't his assistant like an ungodly amount of distance away from him or something like that? That was a problem with that.
Yeah, we're wondering how he coordinated too. How they did that.
Those guys did not travel.
They had walkie-talkies.
But they didn't travel alone back then. They had caravans. Like you did not want to be alone out there and that shit.
Smoke signals, man.
They communicated by stork. A stork. Same way you get babies. They were using storks.
Pigeons. They send the pigeons.
I was watching Sunday Game
these pigeons
about the USS Liberty, how it was a spy ship, and there was, it got attacked by the Israelis or whatever. That's not really the important point. But they were interviewing one of these guys, and he was like, "Yeah, we used to send our data back to the NSA by bouncing a signal off the moon." This dude legit said that shit.
India, all these militaries during the Second World War, they thought about globe. They will all be dead.
Oh, of course. That would have been dead a long time ago.
Yes.
Everybody been dead. I mean, there also would have been a lot of wasted ammo.
What happens if you bounce a signal off an imperfect surface?
What happens if you bounce a signal off a spherical surface?
I think they were using a bunch of friggin' airships back then. You see like a few pictures of the blimps, but man, I think they were like everywhere. I bet. I don't know. I don't know. Going into speculation about the you got all the old photos are all like vanilla skies. You've heard that theory, right? They're probably using.
I've never heard vanilla sky.
No, the old photos, they're all white. Like there's nothing in the sky.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Well, they say that might be the reason. Because there was a bunch of freaking. Who knows?
Who's using early 2000s Nokia?
Bro, that's what it sounded like.
It was from Birplegic.
Hey, that's me freaking doing the Captain Crunch
Sacha.
Weird shit.
You're getting a moon bounce interference over his Nokia.
Yeah, that's the sound your TV would make if your phone went off. Your phone rang when it was on the TV or something. The TV would go wild.
It's a Kyocera. Kyocera is still working. Those things are like bulletproof, man. Little short things. You remember those?
I want to
Kyoceras?
bring back the ones with the keypad, man. With the keyboard, with the touch keyboard. Those are awesome. Remember those Sidekick? That was called Sidekick.
Yeah,
It's like a evolution of BlackBerry, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I didn't like the Blackberries because they're just like a little bulky. But the Sidekicks, they like slid open and there was a keyboard.
It was so weird. Like every government agency, they all had Blackberries. Freaking weird.
Because of the OS, the operating system was secured. Well, relatively secure.
And then Obama got into trouble for using his own personal BlackBerry.
Now.
And how old is this heliocentric model?
How old? The model or just the idea?
Yeah,
I'm sure the idea is. I think the idea comes from Gnosticism or something, right?
Yeah, I think also. Because if you say 500 years, they have a globe with without some continents and land.
Yeah, I've seen the artwork of where there's a guy with a globe and like Africa's like taking up like from pole to pole, like.
Yeah. Like Australia, they knew that it's a globe, but Australia come later on the globe, and Antarctica, of course. I think Columbus thought that he will reach India.
Yeah, when he went to America, he was thinking it was in India.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the Portuguese already had that figured out.
Yeah.
You think that nobody crossed Atlantic Ocean before them?
Yeah, I think someone did cross. The Vikings.
The Vikings did.
But no, man, Vikings is a story. Now you have these persons, for example, that will take small boat and it will go wherever, one person with a small boat. But Egyptians, Romans, Greece, Persians, they didn't know how to build boats to cross the ocean.
There's a the movie at the beginning. It says like 400 years before Columbus, the Vikings arrived at the north of America. And there was a lady. She did found there is an island, and there was some evidence of old constructions of Viking houses, and she did found nutshells. So yeah, she did find evidence that the Vikings already did navigate at north of America a long time ago. But anyway.
Well, wouldn't the Russians just walk across and then keep on walking? And also, after, as humans, you're gonna be on land and you're gonna build a boat and see how far you can get. That's what humans are gonna do from the start of time. You're gonna build a boat and see where you can go. So if you believe the Columbus story, then I would never trust the government narrative.
That history story is bullshit. There are pyramids, and there was no boat can cross you can build everything, but you cannot build a boat. Strange civilization 2,000 years ago.
Even the Bible talks about that huge boat.
Yeah, they make in Bible it's even bigger than everything. You put all animals inside, and how big was the ark? Noah's ark.
Maybe it was a fridge ark, with DNA.
Yeah, that story. Yeah.
Anyway.
The ark, wasn't it like the length of a football field? Those two.
Yeah. So according to the official narrative, it took 1,400 years for them to build a boat that could go across.
Yeah.
Remember, he had to plant the seed from Anthony Hopkins in the desert, and then all the trees had to grow first. That's what took so long, 1,300 years. Oh, wait a minute, was that Noah? Shit, the movie? Maybe not.
That was terrible. A horrid movie.
The other watchers are rocks that move around. Dude, it was kind of cool when they found out they were going to heaven, and they found out that once they died, like they were going to heaven, then they started fighting harder. It was kind of cool. They're like, "Hey, the Father's taking us home." They started just like swinging shit, killing all his people. It was kind of funny, man.
Some weird depictions of like what of the Noah story in what's it, the book of Jasher.
The book of Jasher?
Talking. The animals were talking and stuff to him. Like he was talking to the animals. Dr. Dolittle shit.
Oh, yeah.
Insects are also animals. Or insects. Who put them on the boat? All mosquitoes, flies, and all bugs.
I was saying years ago, that holy shit, it reads just like God was in the boat in the ark with him, and he shut the door from the inside. Right? And then I'd never heard anybody else mention anything like that until what's his name, Ken Hovind or whatever his name is. He said the exact same thing, and I was like, oh shit, someone else picked up on that.
But he was here, but he just left.
He was just checking if there's any Globers to save. He'll usually come in when there's a new person, and then he'll jump in a couple minutes in and try to take over.
And Danny Faulkner, he stays here like 1 minute and just go away.
Who was that? Who just jumped in?
Now it was NASA learns, matter never learns. But I was talking sometimes Dr. Faulkner. How he did sometimes he did join the live stream just for 30 seconds or 1 minute, and he just left like that.
Yeah, he's just collecting information or he's recording. Believe
Yeah, but why? I mean,
it or not, even years ago, probably this was like in 2011. I was on like just local like football forums, and there was journalists that were on these forums, like reading what we were saying, and then using it in their papers. And so, like, obviously, Danny Faulkner's done it with his book and stuff. And there's obviously agents or whatever government agents collecting information and practicing their arguments and seeing which websites to delete and which videos to delete.
So he's working with them or something like that.
I know Faulkner's collected information and you put it in his book and stuff, but I was just doing parallels to where like there's people listening for different reasons. There was like, I can't remember the Netflix documentary, but they were describing how they would go onto forums and like Discord and listen in, and then it would be in like they would use that as some of their information in the documentaries.
Yeah, but they always distorts what we are saying.
Yeah, it's even shadier. Like I posted like a DM or a screenshot, and then the Glober was like, "You're not worried about having your time zone?" So like they're keeping notes on what time zone you're in. They check like Kosho has like a bot. I don't know what he said. He was collecting all the chat from all the server and using it for his bot. So like they collect the messages, they store them in the databases, and then whatever they're using the information for, some nefarious and some not.
Yeah, that this João Fils from Brazil now is a flat earth guy. Let me see. So this is an old video, but someone did recently translation into English. Let me see. I can get. So here. So this is the guy I have been talking a long time ago. Anyway, but let me get that video. So he has yeah, he had a channel, but YouTube did censorship. So it was Ciência de Verdade. It means the true science. So let me see.
Yeah, I have like 37 subs and I get shadow banned. I had one short go viral. It went like 1,500 views in like the first day. And then all of a sudden it just stopped. And then I had another video just recently where it was like 400 views in like the first couple hours, and then it just stopped.
Yeah, this one. So he did say that pear shape. It's because the distance beyond the equator doesn't work on the globe, so they did that even to account time zones, because time zones coming from the North Pole, it spreads out, so yeah, it makes sense on flat Earth, but they are trying to do like a pear shape. And in this video, he's talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is an old video, but this someone recently did make a translation into English. You can still hear him, in the Portuguese at the back. That's the guy.
As the Glover's in call for his job. Usually, if you go public with your face, they're going to call your job.
So that's the guy, You see that this photo, this is from another video. So he's saying that at school textbooks, they show this, convection, below, hard mantle, and like red. So, and he's saying, it's not me, it's all the geophysicists. They know this is not actually red. There's and I have seen this talking about this mineral, olivine green, in other information talking about volcanoes. So anyway, what is interesting, at school we learned this, and he's saying he's a geophysicist, and he's top one, like top 10 to go to that University of São Paulo. You have to have good notes. So he's not just a random guy. I can post his let's see, his credentials there. So it's not just a random guy. So yeah, and what is interesting is that he's saying that that what they teach at school actually is not the information they are working with. So anyway.
Yeah, you can't reason with the Globers. You can show them the video of Congress discussing how they censor flat Earth, and then 1 minute later, they're just going to say that flat Earth isn't censored. So they don't care if it's a geophysicist or Congress. Like they just.
But this guy was, he had a college, a geophysicist, another geophysicist. So that geophysicist was a flat Earth guy. And yeah, he did send some links, watch this, these videos. And this guy was angry, this Afonso, this geophysicist, he was angry at first, and he didn't understand why he was angry, He's saying that video. So, because, as he was watching more videos, it was more harder to him to get the answers, So, and then he realized that, one day that, that there's no glove. So, and he was a Glover. And he was angry because he was defending, because he had this other geophysicist, his college, talking to him, the Earth was flat. So yeah, it's
well, that's one of their strategies. Like when I was researching in 2015, 2016, 2017, before the censorship, you can find videos nonstop. But now if you come into it, you type in flat Earth, it's Demented Dave and whoever else comes up, and then maybe 3-4 pages later, you'll find a flat Earth video. But yeah, it's hard to find the real flat Earth evidence.
Yeah, this guy I remember he even talks about that, But the links that it was this channel, say Hypocrisia without hypocrisy, translated. So yeah, but he's talking, there was some censorship of YouTube, when you search flat Earth. So yeah, these days you have to go through here or other places, people posting direct links to YouTube and other platforms.
Yeah, makes it easy for us because they're just going to come in and parrot Dave Farina, so or they're just say Aristosthenes or whatever. So I mean, it's just easy pickings for us, but it just makes it harder for anybody who's. But if they're actually trying to find truth, then I mean, they should be able to find the right avenues. But
exactly, and his videos, sadly, when he was talking about Flat Earth, sadly it was demonetized. Not just him, another other guys from Brazil. So there was a lady. She was taking. I don't know. I don't remember, but she was at the UK taking. I don't know how to say in English, but she was like those guys that work to secret agencies. She was in that field, and suddenly she was like, she did a video. Why Antarctica is so. So she was talking about the globe and the view of flat Earth. But she was just at that moment. It was just talking by talking, But sadly, even their videos, because she had a lot of followers, their videos were starting to be demonetized, so YouTube was not paying to her anymore.
Well, you know what that is, right? You know when they did all that? You know what that really was? Well, it was more than that. It was ostracization.
Yeah.
From a particular media platform, right? Which media platforms don't necessarily have to be electronic or digitally related. It can be like on actual platform where you've got the stage and the eyes are on you and you're relaying information. It was like they were saying it was ostracization. It was an intolerance. They're saying there's a justifiable intolerance towards this group of people that are saying these things and presenting this information. And they call it misinformation. It's interesting that they're basically saying, we don't like your kind around here.
Exactly.
And by doing that, they were suddenly dividing people that are saying, that are talking about flat Earth, from the people that would never question globe. That they were creating that division line because we were all just one big community. Some were talking about this, some were talking about that. This person was making this video, that person was making that video, and then as soon as Flat Earth said, "Hey, right, we'll have a we're in on this, yeah, let's do this," They were like, well, okay, but over there in that corner over there, like, away from everybody else.
Exactly.
Well, it'd be just hypocrisy where they claim to be like all inclusive and love is love, and we're open to all these new ideas. But then Flat Earth comes and they're like, put it in the corner. You can't think like that. So it's just
that's going too far.
Another point in the government hypocrisy department.
That lady I was talking, I did found this Rumble link. So she was doing crossing information, and she did find interesting documents, and even from the CIA, the classified. So yeah, very interesting woman, young lady, you know. She is a flat earth lady, so because yeah, she did talk a lot of flat earth guys from Brazil at that time. She did found
there is a bit of a
connection.
resurgence.
Yeah, she did found
There's a bit of a
yeah. Just to
Sorry,
finish,
go on.
she did found the connection to the Royal Society. Yeah, yes, just that. I did finish. Go on.
Sorry, mate. Yeah. There's a resurgence in flat Earth, sort of. I mean, like as far as YouTube, there's YouTubers that are reviewing like TikTok videos, right? And they'll express, you know, during their shows that they favor the flat Earth. And even amongst the TikTok videos that they're reviewing, you'll come across some Dave Weiss stuff and some other flat Earth shorts. And the host will stop after that's over and then talk about it. And a lot of these guys are actually like, yeah, I don't believe all that heliocentric garbage, you know, like Earth a ball spinning around in space, don't think space is real, blah, blah, blah. They'll say it, like they'll comment on it and blatantly say it. And then the next TikTok video might be about, you know, Bigfoot or something, or, you know, or some alien conspiracy, something like that, you know, and then they'll comment on that too, like, and it won't necessarily involve talking about flat Earth. But these people, these the TikTok video reviewers, are getting thousands of subscribers, and you know, and millions of views.
Yeah, that even that I didn't knew about that Caleb. So very interesting guy.
They kind of saw the those ridiculous numbers that were happening in 2016. That's what they're seeing on TikTok. Kind of, you know, that kind of interest. And so now they're like, man, like, give me some of that action, you know? That's what they're thinking. But it's interesting what they were pushing. It seemed like when the flat Earth was going crazy, and then they finally just kind of, you know, did that whole you know, cut it back, whatever the hell you want to call it. There was like the crap they were pushing though, my gosh. You know, it was like everything from like BLM freaking destroying statues, or just like the crap, man. But you don't talk about the shape of the Earth, you know? Hilarious. Nonsense.
I want to correct something. You know, that link I did post, that's the lady that is talking in that Rumble is not the lady that wrote the book, you know. Deborah G. Barbosa is the real lady, so just to correct that. But anyway, she had a YouTube channel, and, you know, I have some links, and it's not more available. So she did suffer the demonetized censorship from YouTube, and censorship even YouTube YouTube videos. So yeah, but because she was finding good information, documents, and she was good, crossing information. So, but anyway. Not the only flat Earth, she was discovering connections to the at UK the royal family. So many things, Anyway, You know, when I'm talking, some people, yeah, in the past, even there was some guy with a new account, you know, that guy was DM to me, oh, you are making up and etc. You know, no, I'm not making up. I have sources, you know. So when I speak about someone, actually, it's someone that I saw, you know, some videos and etc. So I'm talking about the real information, real people, not making up things.
That's interesting too. That you like, say, you're watching this stuff in Portuguese, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting, like, to hear from like, from someone from a different country where there's, you know, information being presented in that in native tongue, something that I wouldn't understand, right? I'd watch it unless I had the subtitles on, right? But I wouldn't go necessarily looking for like a Portuguese like video. So it's interesting to hear that. Obviously, like you would, right?
Yeah.
People like you would, you know, and so it's interesting to hear it relayed back, you know, interpreted back in English, you know, to, you know, watching from what something you've watched that I wouldn't have even thought existed.
Yeah, thank you. You know, that's it. You know, I'm here just to sharing my part, and it is interesting because at the same time, people are getting knowing about these flat Earth guys from Brazil. You know, we before I did came here, there was Donato, you know, that silver guy. So he's from Brazil. I have seen, you know, sometimes I don't have time, but I have seen some live streams, you know, some Globers against Flat Earth guys live streams at Brazil. So Donato is participating there. So yeah, and you know he's getting information that he did learn here from here to those live streams. So that's it, you know. So yeah, you know, yeah, and it's you know, because I know Portuguese and understand Spanish, so I have different sources to share, and it is amazing, you know. Well, you know, sometimes I found things that, yeah, some videos are not more available at YouTube, but yeah. So even this one big point, I think is his name, you know, the Silver, I think, from here. So he did post this, and I was reading, and I see, man, this is a Portuguese book. You know, I don't know if it's Brazilian or just, you know, from Portugal. But you know, someone did the translation, and it says Engineer's Manual, and it talks about flat and stationary Earth, and there's a diagram there with the North Pole, like a black mountain, Pole North, and then going to left, we see equator, the sun above, and then we see farther at left, circles gelo, it means ice rings, and this is a engineer's manual. But when I was reading this, man, this is Portuguese. And I did ask to him, you know, do you have the full book? He said, oh, it was a long time, but yeah, very interesting book. I never, you know, it's, but reading this, and I mean, this is Portuguese. So that was a good finding. Yeah. And you know, sometimes actually what I do is cross information, you know. Even at Sundays, you know, speculation Sundays, I can talk because there's some Globers, I know, some even flat earth people. They, you know, they ask this question. Yeah, I know I did found this. I'm just sharing, you know. But anyway, but yeah, it's very interesting that suddenly I did found this Spanish guy, and so it did spend like 1 hour and a half talking about the circuit and the Tesla. circuit, negative energy. But anyway, at the beginning of that, like 15 minutes of that video, he's talking. He did spend 1 month on an astronaut house, maybe at USA. But anyway, he did spend 1 month, and this astronaut did said to him, I have to cut that part, but anyway, to post it. But he's saying in Spanish. So this astronaut said to him, these rockets go up. There's a barrier, So they cannot cross this barrier. So he's talking literally that, that guy is an astronaut, and he said to him, I don't understand why NASA is hiding this from us, and he's an astronaut. But that guy, that Spanish guy that did talk about it, he was a Glober because he did receive some information. But even that astronaut, he said, when you go up there, you see that this like circle of white, Antarctica. So, but he was a Glober. He did share that information, but he was saying, "Oh, I don't know if if there's some kind of refraction or you see not has a ball." But actually, that astronaut said to him, "Earth is not from up. Is not a sphere, But anyway, he did receive that information, and he was like in the defense mechanism, talking. Even with that information he did receive, he was talking. Or maybe there was some kind of refraction that it doesn't allow to you to see the Earth has a ball. But anyway, what is curious is that. Yeah. Go
say
ahead.
these guys are physicists?
No. I don't know his field, but he is. He did spend 1 month in that house of that astronauts, but he was talking. At those 15 minutes, is it talk about that information? Very curious, and but then he did spend 1 hour and a half talking about that circuit, electronic circuit, but talking about negative energy, an invention from Tesla. And capacitors, old capacitors. So yeah, but he did spend most of the time talking about that circuit. So yeah, but what is interesting, that technology, that circuit, is the title was anti-gravity, so to make things like fly, or float. So yeah, very interesting. It is a little complex to understand what he's talking about that circuit, but many interesting things. But just it was great, because I understand Spanish. So it was a great finding because he's talking about this astronaut saying to him, "Earth is not a ball, and rockets, when you go up, there's this barrier." Very interesting. But anyway, second testimony, but anyway, very interesting information. But at the same time, it's good to know that there are people working, to those places, NASA and so on, and they are like us, but they have to do their work there. So of course they don't. He did talk in second person because the guy didn't want to know who he was, But anyway, for security reasons, right?
Is he's admitting that he doesn't have any original thought because AI has zero original thought, so therefore he's relying on AI, showing he has zero original thought.
According to ChatGPT, it's not a comparable thing. Too problematic.
Oh, like IQ. Yeah, fair enough.
The paper, I asked ChatGPT the other day, asked it, how thick are the walls on NASA's vacuum chamber? And it told me that they were 1 foot thick. And then I said, I thought they were a bit thicker than that. It says, you're right. I was wrong about that. I'm sorry. Actually, they're 2 foot thick. I was like, and so then I looked it up and it said they're actually 6 foot thick. I told it that. I'm actually 6 foot thick. As I looked it up, it's like, yeah, I'm so sorry. You're completely correct. They're actually 6 foot thick. And then I lied to it and I told it that they're thicker than that. And he's like, oh, you're absolutely right. They're 8 foot thick.
Yeah, it just takes some time to get
too.
good. It's just going to take a few years. And it'll be able to do that.
So at the moment, maybe you should stop using it.
Well, to be fair, if you ask it, when you get a weird answer and you ask it where you got that information from, it'll go, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't actually know, and I just made it up. Like it'll tell you it made it up.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Oh,
yeah. Like if you ask it, oh, can you cite your source for that? Like it'll be like, oh, I apologize, it's not actually a source or whatever. I was just going off of general knowledge.
That's crazy, bro.
So there is a real problem that AI in general, all AIs are suffering from. It's a real problem called model collapse. You can research it now if you want. It's really interesting. That the problem that is coming with that model collapse is that the AI can't distinguish between real and fake information, and even real information that is uploaded by a human being compared to an information uploaded by another AI or an older version of that same AI that you are using. So any type of information that is uploaded to the internet, that AI will pick it as being a real, correct information, and it will throw it to you as being real. Even your discussions, sometimes it will confuse the discussions. The version of itself talking with the other person, it will take that discussion and make it like if it was you. If you ask it about something that you asked him and you never asked that topic, do you remember the topic of that we talked about when I asked you about babies? So sometimes it can answer you yes, because when it will research in its database, it will find that there is a discussion between someone and itself about babies, and it will answer yes.
Yeah, plus ChatGPT has a conflict of interests. It doesn't want to tell you the truth, so it can't actually.
No, you guys are bullying the tool. It just takes time to become a real good tool, mate.
Well, no, because they censor, they remove your content for violating usage policies and stuff. If you do a controversial take or something like that, or say something too directly, I forget what I said. Christianity is Jesus is Lucifer. It'll remove that from it'll just remove it. So it doesn't care about free speech or truth or anything. And plus, how hard would it be to program an algorithm that actually decodes what is true? We don't even know how we come to truth.
Well, at least we know the Earth is a globe. That's probably a good start.
No, you don't know.
It's been known for a long
You
time.
believe. No, you believe. You believe. You said it yourself. You believe.
It's been a long, long time we've known this.
Yeah.
You don't know shit, bro. You don't know even the size of it or anything.
I don't know. I know how roughly it is, but I don't know the actual size.
Oh, really? What's the radius? Let's test you versus Necros on
the
basic
globe
knowledge.
is so easily to prove the globe that's why we're here for years. That's why we've been here for years. That's why people have tried to shut us down, actually got us shut down. That's why whenever we give out image perms, we're just, on eggshells wondering if we're going to get gate-born bombed again or some bullshit because somebody just wants to shut down this Discord and make us start all over again. Yeah. That's how easy the globe is to prove.
Well, if someone does that, they're just being assholes, you know? I mean, that's not relevant to what I was talking about.
Nothing is relevant to what you were talking about. You were talking about belief. We don't talk about that thing. We are talking, trying to
No,
apply
I
some
don't talk about
knowledge.
belief. I know Earth is a globe. You believe it's
No,
different.
you don't.
No, I
No,
do.
that
You
the Earth is
Everybody
a
knows
globe.
that.
you need to present your evidence, not just make a statement.
So can you prove it?
Everybody knows that the Earth is a globe, apart from a few Brazilians.
That's a fallacy. It's called.
You guys are Brazilian. I mean, it's just
Everybody knows Santa Claus is real, so I guess he's real, right?
No, that's just to keep kids happy.
So Peter, that's a logical fallacy. It's called appeal to popularity. When someone doesn't have an argument for his opinion or idea, so he will just appeal to the popularity of that idea, being popular among people. So it must be true. That's a fallacy, a logical fallacy.
No.
That's why anti-globalists told you that you are showing that you are completely, really stupid.
No, I'm the smart one here because I actually believe the Earth is a globe.
No. You're not dismantling anything. You're telling me the Earth is globe because many people are believing that the Earth is globe.
I said I'm the smart one here.
Do you know that? So listen, in Joe Rogan podcast with Neil deGrasse Tyson, he gave to Neil deGrasse Tyson the percentage of the globers existing. So 64% of the population of the Earth live in the globe. It's only 64%.
You're so brilliant, you don't realize that your belief is a barrier to knowing.
The thing is, you guys believe a conspiracy, not me.
So not everyone, when you say that everyone is believing that the Earth is globe, no, you're completely wrong. Because it's not correct.
No,
you were wrong already because you were thinking that's why you say that because you were.
I'm actually right.
You said that you are wrong because we showed you that you are wrong and you admitted that you are wrong because that idea that you have now, you said everyone believed that the Earth is a globe because you had that idea that just 1,000 people were flat earthers.
Wrong.
No,
Over
you're wrong.
99% of the global population accept it's a globe. I just asked ChatGPT.
Yeah, ChatGPT is wrong. So I don't care.
Paper. How long have you been looking into flat Earth?
At least an hour.
An hour. That must make you an expert. Like it took me 9 months. It took me 9 months to try to verify the globe to myself, or to see what was up with flat Earth. You know, like what's going on with that info. You know, and in those 9 months, a lot of what I got was, kill yourself, flat earther, drink bleach, don't reproduce, you're stupid, from people that have nothing to gain from protecting NASA or the globe ideas.
That is just being assholes.
These are just people like you that live in their mother's basement telling us to kill ourselves and not reproduce because we're questioning what we've been told after years of just not even questioning it and believing, yeah, we went to the moon, NASA's doing good shit. We just went about our lives, paying rent or mortgages or, you know, making money, doing whatever we were doing, not questioning it. And then all of a sudden, you know, we started scratching our heads. Hey, how come there is no curvature in large distances, bodies of water separating land masses? I can see that island over there 60 miles away. I shouldn't be able to.
I never told you to kill yourself. I never said it.
You know, something's up here. It took me 9 months to realize the bullshit. Hold on, paper, I'm talking. Took me 9 months to realize the bullshit that I was spoon-fed from birth about the heliocentric model and being on the water ball space. You've been here for 1 hour, and you're sure it's not what we're trying to tell you about here. You're sure it's what you've been told since you were born. All right, good on you, mate.
You just assumed I'd tell you to kill yourself and all these other things. I've never said this.
You're not listening, are you? I didn't say you said anything. I said in the 9 months of me researching whether or not I'm on a spinning water ball in space to verify it for myself, I got a lot of hatred from regular people like you that live in their mother's basement telling us, questioning things to do harmful things to
You're
ourselves.
resorting to
I didn't
personal
say you did. Linda, if you're going to talk when I talk, Linda, you're not going to listen to me. You're just going to listen to respond, not to understand. You need to listen to understand, not to
You're getting
respond.
angry and making
Right?
personal comments.
I'm not getting angry. You're interjecting as I'm speaking, so that perturbs me.
Actually, I'm just matching your energy, but I'm not ranting. I'm not going to
Right?
rant. I
Right?
don't rant
You
like
said you've been here for 1 hour. You've been researching flat Earth for 1 hour. You're sure we're all a bunch of retarded numpties,
I didn't say that.
and that it's definitely not flat. I just wanted to ask you that question and say, good on you, mate. Go back to your globe. You don't have to look into flat Earth anymore, but you don't have to insult either. You can just move on back to your globe. You can just go back to your globe, Linda.
No one called you a retard monkey. You're just schizophrenic now, mate.
No, you insulted flat earthers in general. You brought up IQ levels.
I didn't
as
bring
far
that
as
up,
people in
actually. That was
Brazil and blah blah blah. You know, people are listening to what you're saying.
Yeah, you know, someone's streaming that. I never brought up IQ, actually. And there's a person streaming it, so you can go check that yourself. I did not say that.
Anyways, continue. 1 hour flat Earth research. Your shirt's still spinning water ball, and you're a hairless monkey, and the other monkeys forgot to evolve. I got you.
Paper, do you realize that since you came in here, you haven't had one single argument that came out of your own brain? The whole time you've just been relying on ChatGPT to feed you your information.
What's wrong with that?
We didn't talk to you.
It shows that you don't have a mind of your own, right? It shows that you're an idiot and you just blindly believe your on-the-spot research with ChatGPT. You don't have any original thought of your own.
Thank you. Yeah, I do like you.
We didn't talk to you. At this point, we didn't talk to. No. At this point, Paper, we didn't talk to you at all. We didn't have any opinion of yours. We just talked to ChatGPT using you. You were a tool. You were ChatGPT is a tool, like a hammer. And are you the glove or what? But so to just being able to catch a hammer, do I just have to put you between me and the hammer, like ChatGPT? No, they never advised that we have to use a human between me, the person, and ChatGPT. I have to use another human between me and ChatGPT. No, I can use my keyboard. So till this point, we didn't talk to you at all. You just regurgitated what the answers that ChatGPT were given.
No, we was talking. We've been talking for a few hours now.
Yeah, the answer that we had were from ChatGPT, not yours, not your opinion. It's ChatGPT.
I told you my opinion. I think the Earth is definitely a globe.
No, you just believe. No, it's not your opinion. You believe. It's not the thing that you came up with. It's not your opinion. It's not your opinion. It's not the thing that you came up with. You fabricated that idea for a globe. No, you believe someone else's opinion.
Well, they prove
or something else's opinion, like an AI, for example. And I give you another AI. You can just get deeper in that shit because you believe AI. So we will have fun with AIs giving you complete opposite answers from the same exact entity or company. Yeah.
Now, they've proven it, mate. They've pretty much proven the Earth is a globe many different ways.
No. They didn't.
Yes, they have, yeah.
No, they didn't. That's what you believe.
No, that's just science, mate.
No. Science doesn't talk about shapes. Science is just about cause and effects. It's not about shapes. That's geometry. Shapes
well,
is
either way, it's
the study, but geometry. I think that you just found that from your ass. You didn't even ask ChatGPT to tell you that. Yeah, shapes is just a part of geometry, not science.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's just
it matters when you stop using ChatGPT. You show that you are completely bricked. So well, I think that's why you have
that you guys like this conspiracy theory enough.
Oh no, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's just reality. We measure Earth to be not curving, so something that does a surface which is not curving is just a flat surface.
You know, I don't think you really believe it.
No, I know it. I'm not like you. I told you that I just got rid of beliefs that I had. Now the beliefs that I have are only spiritual. Does have nothing to do with the reality.
Can I say one thing, and I don't mean it in a rude way?
I don't care.
Just make sure your children go to school. That's all I got to say. And maybe they'll learn what the globe as well.
No worry, I will send them to the same indoctrination entities that indoctrinated me before. But yeah, I will teach my son to not rely on that indoctrination and believe it like if it is a religion, like they are priests or something like that, prophets or sheikh or imam, like in the Muslim culture. No, I will tell him that that's the indoctrination, and you can check with the reality and can compare the information that they are telling you with reality.
Well,
Hey, but do you have any idea how much of a dick thing you just said? Like, you're just a douchebag, bro. What you said was just passive-aggressive nonsense. Just then, clearly Necros is 100 times smarter than you. He knows the globe model freaking 1,000 times better than you, obviously, right? And you want to mock him like that. Passive-aggressive way. Dude, you sound like a fucking dumb motherfucker, right? From some poor part of the UK, right? Don't get fucking cocky in here with us. I'll ban your ass in a second. Yeah, dude, you're a dumbass, right? You've been in here, you don't have a mind of your own, you've been using ChatGPT to do your thinking for you, and now you want to be a smart-ass, passive-aggressive shit, right?
He's a weird technocratic cultist. Dude, stop pushing your religion in here, man. Because you're trying to get us to send our children off to your indoctrination centers to be indoctrinated by your religion. It's weird, dude.
A little bit, yeah, relax.
No, hear me out. What is the definition of a cult? Can you question the authority in play right here? No. Therefore, cult. And do you even understand the religious ramifications of it and the philosophy behind it? It's backed off of religion entirely. So you basically encourage people to go be indoctrinated by your religion.
Yeah, I think you should go to school. I think everyone should go to school, yeah.
Do you know what autodidactism is?
No.
Self-education. Look it up. Learn how to do it. Better yourself. Do better, Paper. Do better.
Calm down a little bit, guys. You guys are getting
I'm disappointed in you, Paper. You need to do better.
Well, that's fine. But just
your passive-aggressive behavior, right? That pissed me off, right?
I'm not meaning to be passive-aggressive if that's what it is.
Okay, so you tell me to calm down. Dude, I'm being direct with you. What you're doing is like a pussy way of being aggressive, right? You're using little catty tactics like being passive-aggressive because you're a pussy.
I don't mean to be passive-aggressive, mate.
Well, you are, right? When you tell Necros, oh, just make sure you send your children to school. Like, shut the fuck up, man, with your ridiculous shit. I should ban your ass just for that.
Well, I didn't mean it in a mean way. I was just saying,
exactly. You didn't even realize that you were being extremely rude, did you?
I apologize if that was rude, Mr. Necros.
No, brother.
I apologize if that was rude.
Trust me, those things don't trigger me a lot when people just say some stupid things like that. It doesn't trigger me. Yeah, because I think about reality, about sending my son to the school or not. Yeah, I've been thinking that it's not your advice that will make me change my decision or something. No, it's my son. I know my son. I know myself, and I know what I am raising now. So yeah.
And I haven't said any personal insults, by the way.
So listen, seriously. That little ass will go to the school and will just listen to that stupid indoctrination as I did. And he will have to use, like me, like his father. I'm not different. I'm not an alien. I don't believe in that shit. So he will have to use his own brain and critical thinking about anything that he will be told. And compare it to reality, because reality is something that we can all verify. I don't know what will happen at that moment when I die, when he will grow. If they will never let them go check a lake or the ocean and the surface of water and the surface of the ground and check if that thing is curving anywhere. If they don't stop them from doing that, yeah, he will understand the reality like I did.
Well, hopefully it's
not have
or something
beliefs.
like this. Hopefully he does well and becomes like a lawyer or something cool, yeah?
Yeah, it does, believe me, for me, it doesn't matter. I will try to do my best with him, as I'm trying to do my best with everyone, like you, for example. Now I'm wasting time trying to just give you some clues, something just to start your own personal verification and research life. Yeah, like I'm trying to do with you, I'll try to do with him. If he believes, it's for him. It's not for me. Like my brother, we were about to fight. Me and my brother, we were talking about this shit. He's a flat earther, and I don't care anymore because he already showed that his level of cognitive dissonance. So now, even if he is a flat earther, I don't care. Doesn't change anything on me.
What did he say about you being a flat earther? Did he care?
Oh yeah, he was triggered. He was really triggered, and we were about to fight. We were really about to fist fight in the house. His wife, she's already a flat earther, and she was taking my side, and it triggered him more. And yeah, he were doing like you. Also, you don't believe them. Those people just spent billions and millions of dollars to just research and went to that fantasy land called Narnia, aka outer space. So you don't believe all that. I can show you any video. I can show you. So you just don't believe. Yeah, it's just fighting me why I start believing that thing. Well, he wouldn't open his mind. Yeah? No, I respect his opinion, but I want to take it seriously. Just to I change my opinion because my brother told me that no, the Earth is a globe. You have to come back to the idea of the globe. No. It's not because my brother, and he's my little brother, he's smaller than me.
So what matters more, you believing in flat Earth or your relationship with your brother, mate?
It's not a belief.
It's not a belief. I know it is flat.
No,
I know it's not a ball. No. It's not a belief. That's what you believe. That's what you believe now. You believe that I'm holding a belief that the Earth is flat. No, something that have been verified and measured, not by entities,
have you
by
gone
myself. Something that you can do by yourself.
Well, what if you dug underground and in your model of flat Earth, and then it was actually not flat? It went really deep.
How deep is anybody? That's non sequitur for one, and two. How deep do you think anybody's actually been?
This point is, you said you know it's flat though.
Look, dude, I tried to show you an observation before, but at the time you said you weren't smart enough to understand the math behind it. But look, let's go over it one more time really quickly, and you can even use ChatGPT to help you. How about that? Won't take long.
We could do whatever
this is
you
proof
want.
that the Earth isn't a globe, dude. This is actual like empirical evidence, right? This is a practical demonstration. Like, have a look in the side chat, right? You can see the observer height is 8 foot. So ask ChatGPT, how far is the horizon from an 8-foot observer height?
That guy's just filming an oil rig.
Yeah. I'll explain to you how this debunks the globe, right? So ask ChatGPT, how far away is the horizon from an 8-foot observer?
Give me a second.
No problem, man. Take your time.
How far is what?
How far is the horizon from an 8-foot observer height?
Okay, give it a second. Okay, it's giving me a maths formula, but I don't know how to do.
It'll give you an answer at the end of the formula though, and it should say 3.46 miles.
Approximately 3 miles rounded.
3.46 is the answer. Yeah, so 3 rounded, but yeah,
No, it said
3.4.
3 miles rounded.
To ask it to give you an exact number.
Give me
Not to round it.
not rounded. Okay. 251.68 miles.
No, how far? Look, dude. Look, I said, how far should the horizon be from 8-foot observer height? It says, for an observer with the height of 8 feet, the distance to the horizon would be approximately 3.46 miles.
Okay, that's not what it said for me. So
Okay,
let me just
look.
put it in IMGA so you can say.
Yeah, it gives you a smaller number. It gives you a round number, which is 3 miles.
No. It didn't.
No.
We can
Look, dude. Hold on, Necros. Paper. Just put in this exact question. What I put in the side chat there. Don't paste what it put in, please. I see it.
Okay, I'm putting it in now. 1 second.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'm putting it in IMGA. See? It says approximately
Dude, hold on a second.
3.03 miles away.
Do you want the Flat Earth community role so you can post images?
No, I got my image perms taken off me on the server, not on the.
I can give them to you in this particular room, though.
No, I got them taken away from me for posting a picture. A guy was sticking gasoline up his arse crack, and I thought it was funny. But it was considered
From
porn.
what you put in.
So what's happened with the
I just put it on IMGA because IMGA lets you post images for free.
Habibi?
What's happened with that Antarctica trip that people were talking about?
They still want to go. That's why.
Yeah, they're still going, man.
It says approximately 3.03 miles away.
Yeah, I don't know why it's given you. Look, tell it this. Say the answer should be 3.46 miles. Why did you give me the wrong answer?
The answer should be what?
3.46 miles.
Anti-globalist, who's going other than Witsit?
Jeranism and Witsit are going?
Okay.
You're right. I made an error in the explanation and calculation earlier. The correct formula for calculating the distance to the horizon is d equals blah blah blah. So
See how you struggle. See how you struggle to get. See how you struggle to get the correct information from ChatGPT, and just try to understand what I'm saying. You believe the first answer that he gave you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, it took a flat earther, right? Some random flat earther on Discord just had to school your flat GPT, right? That's
how do I know those?
But, okay,
oil
look,
rigs
let's
are that far
continue.
away?
Let's continue without getting off track, right? Okay, so I've just posted the observation again, right? The observer height is 8 foot. So according to ChatGPT and math, right, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles.
Yeah.
Okay. So this second oil platform that you can see on the right is a known distance from the shoreline, and it's 10.1 miles away.
What's it called?
Okay. It's called Platform Hill House. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you, I'm going to post the original video. If you have a click into the video, it goes on Google Maps, right? And he shows you the exact distance from the shoreline to the oil platform. Confirm that it is the distance that I'm claiming.
I'm asking ChatGPT.
How do you? What are you going to ask it? Because
How come you can see platform hill house 10 miles from beach? It's an optical illusion, it says on ChatGPT.
What's the optical illusion?
So, the reason you can see a platform hill or house 10 miles from the beach, even though the Earth's curvature says the horizon should be around from an 8-foot blah blah blah, and then get to the bit where it says optical illusion. Sometimes distant objects can appear to be closer or farther due to atmospheric conditions.
Can you see the video? Can you see the video?
In the text.
Yeah, dude. Look, do you remember that I just had to school ChatGPT because it gave you the basic math formula and it got it wrong? An absolute
ChatGPT
basic.
got it right.
No, it said 3.03 miles, right? And then you asked it, right? You told it the flat earther said you're wrong. It's actually 3.46 miles, and it's like, oh, actually, I got it wrong. Actually, 3.46 miles, right? Because your ChatGPT is fucking retarded, obviously, right?
And
because
he's
it can't
trying-
do basic math.
He's trying to defend it now. He's telling you that no, ChatGPT is right. No, ChatGPT is wrong, and
ChatGPT
you
was just wrong.
showed it.
It was
Yeah,
just
but it just
wrong,
asked it-
and
I
now
just
you're
asked
saying
it
it's
why.
right. Now you're saying it's right.
Yeah, I asked it why I can see the oil rig, and it told me why.
But
Yeah,
it just
because
gave you the
he's wrong.
answer.
I gave me
Basically-
the right answer. We asked it again.
But you didn't ask it again. You had to tell it what the right answer was, and it agreed
Yeah, that's
that it was
okay. It's
wrong.
fine.
Still debating ChatGPT, brothers.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Dude, I
many
give up.
people
I
talk
give
about
up with you,
ChatGPT.
Give up with you, man.
Can we just do that in our own private time, you know, and actually as humans and debate topics?
There's something wrong with your
Dude,
microphone, mate.
Really, the guy clearly doesn't have a mind of his own, right? So then I just wanted to go over this observation with him using his brain, which is ChatGPT, and it gave him the wrong fucking distance right to the horizon from an 8-foot observer height, and we had to tell it was wrong. and then it agreed it was wrong, so it gave 3.46 miles, but now he's believing its next response.
Do you know that if you put ChatGPT and FlatGPT to debate each other, the FlatGPT will always win?
There's a flat GPT.
No, the
Yeah.
flat GBT is not real, mate.
Yeah, it's
you-
real. It's real. It's real. No, it's real.
mean
From
it's
the
not
same
real?
company. From the same company.
Oh,
It's
you
real.
hacked it. You hacked it. That's what
No,
happened.
I didn't hack it. I didn't send it to you. You research it by yourself, typing the word FlatGPT in Google. Not
That
me.
video shows me I can see the oil rig, which tells me that it's not that far away.
FlatGPT and ChatGPT are from the same company. They are just trained.
The oil platform's 10.1 miles away, and the horizon is behind the oil platform, right? You can see the horizon, right? You don't need to have ChatGPT to think for you. You have somewhat of a brain, right? So you can see with your eyes that the horizon line is behind the second oil platform, which is 10.1 miles away. 10.1 is a bigger number than 3.4. Yeah.
Maybe it's a calm water day. I don't know. There's got to be reasons.
You can judge that by looking with your eyeballs. It's a calm water day. I can tell that. You
Maybe
can
it's
tell
not 10
that.
miles away.
Well, it is 10 miles away.
Well, maybe it's not, though.
Okay, so would you like to see the measurement on a mapping, like on a mapping site? I can show you. Okay, let's just say I'm correct that it is 10.1 miles away from the observer.
Yeah.
Do you agree that there's a problem with how far we can see the horizon away?
No, I think it's probably ChatGPT said that there's reasons for that.
Jesus, dude.
Dude, the ChatGPT stuff. Wow.
Listen. I know the link for ChatGPT. I swear there is no reason now for you to talk at all. I swear I told you that from the beginning. If you will change your the way that you are talking to us, good for you. It will be good. You can have a conversation. But no, if you will just continue being a tool used between us and ChatGPT like a glove. I have to put a glove called Pepper on my hands to talk to ChatGPT using that Pepper guy. No, I know ChatGPT. I can go to ChatGPT. I know ChatGPT more than you.
No, thanks. Yeah, I've been learning it though.
Yeah, don't come. I told you, just an advice. I give you an advice. Don't go to a group of people and try to push your beliefs or answers given to you by ChatGPT.
I already told you I'm not religious. I don't believe in God. I'm not pushing anything.
No, you are. I'm not talking about religion. Is not about believing in God. No, you can call that God. Mother Nature. Just make it a woman. And
I'm not trying to push your belief, right?
Yeah. Let's make it instead of God masculine. Make it Mother Nature. It's the one making everything. It's the one that is more intelligent than you and can make biological living things that you can't. All in your dreams. Yeah, you can't reproduce that. Produce that shit. So even that God that you are believing in is more powerful and more wise and more intelligent than you. Even if you think that it is just nothing, still it's called Mother Nature. It's something that makes things.
Yeah, I believe in nature. Everyone believes in nature, mate.
Nature. Yeah, it's something that makes things.
Yeah.
Nature. Yeah, something that makes things. Not nothing. Because in my belief, nature is nothing. Nature is just the name given to the collective creatures and materials that we have in this reality. That's nature.
Yeah, but what's this got to do with the Earth being flat? Because what's that got to do with it?
Paper, I showed you the observation, and your ChatGPT told you that the horizon should be 3.46 miles away.
Yeah, I did.
Showed you an observation. I showed you an observation where the horizon is past a 10.1 mile oil platform, and it's clearly way beyond the platform. See it in the video with your own eyes.
We asked it, and it said yeah.
It said it was 3.46 miles to the horizon.
Yeah, it said 3.46. Yeah.
Okay, so we can see the horizon line behind the oil platforms, and the last oil platform's over 10 miles away.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Right, so be honest, dude, and say, okay, that's interesting.
No, it's not. It's the elevation of the object. It's because it's an oil.
No, the horizon. We're talking about the horizon. ChatGPT said the horizon should be 3.46 miles away.
You can't see the bottom of the oil rig's legs.
No, dude. Okay, so what's the bottom of the oil rigs hidden behind?
The horizon.
Well, why is the horizon behind the oil platforms?
I don't know.
How can it be hidden by the horizon if the horizon's behind the oil platform?
He believes in multiple horizons, maybe.
Yeah, there might be more than one horizon. I don't know.
I thrown a joke and you catched it. Yeah.
Dude, okay. Paper, ask ChatGPT now, how many horizons are there?
All right, 1 second. I have to reboot because I used all my filter. Can there be more than one?
Can you save us from save us from you typing into ChatGPT and just ask to ChatGPT what you need to? I can't believe I'm back 3.5 hours later and you're still battling with ChatGPT to break through your cognitus. Wow.
Thanks, mate.
We've just given into his ChatGPT's his brain, so we're just having to go with that now.
Yes, there can be more than one horizon depending on the context in which you're using the term.
Okay, man, you win.
Wait, I want to ask for a question. Paper, what's your understanding of the horizon?
He doesn't have one.
The horizon, mate.
No.
You got like 5.
I'm not. I just want
I'm being rude.
Just so I can suss this out. So how is the horizon line?
Like horizontal, vertical, you know?
Right. Who sets that relationship, though, brother?
I don't know.
No, it's not. You can't say I don't know. And this is where I want you, not your ChatGPT, because I want you to answer this question. If you are the one standing perceiving the horizon, who sets the horizon, brother?
I don't know. It's my visible horizon.
it's your visible horizon. You agree with this, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you think that your eyeballs in your brain sets that relationship?
I don't know. You'd have to tell me.
Oh my god.
Is a mass troll.
So if you take this guy individually, just this guy alone, and you separate it from ChatGPT, you will get an inanimated material. Not a human, inanimated material that will just be
That's
completely
not very
useless.
nice thing to say, Nacros.
No, sorry, I'm so sorry, but now I'm witnessing that you're completely useless without ChatGPT. So we will have to talk to you with ChatGPT.
I don't know what you mean. Speaking simple form. I know what a fucking horizon is.
Well,
okay. Let's get back to the observation. We're going back to the observation quickly, okay? Right. So ChatGPT told you that there's more than one horizon. Okay, so look at the observation again, and tell me how many horizons do you see?
All right, let me scroll up a minute.
Okay.
I see one horizon.
Okay. I see one horizon as well.
I see 2 oil rigs, and the legs are hidden over the horizon.
What are the horizon?
Oh, whoa! What the? You can't hide behind me if I'm standing behind you.
No, you can't see its legs.
No. The thing that you're saying that is causing the obstruction is the horizon. Yet the thing that you say is causing the obstruction is behind the object you're saying is obstructing.
But where's its legs gone? Its legs can't be seen on either of them.
And no, you can see the legs on both of them, right?
Okay. Go that high.
Hold on a second, dude. Hold on a second. Okay, the second oil platform is about 3 miles further away than the closer one, right? So things get smaller as they're further away. And also, if you look up the height between the two platforms, the first platform is about 100 feet high, and the second one's only about 80 feet high. They're different heights, okay? And one's further away, okay? And you can see the horizon behind the oil platform. They can't be hidden by the horizon because it's behind them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you can't see their legs.
If you want to draw a line,
the water is not that high up on the oil rigs, yeah?
Sorry. You understand that this is the plane of the ocean that your eye is above. Because the way that why? You're complaining that the furthest oil rig away appears to be smaller and sitting higher up in the water. The bottoms of the legs are missing. No, that's the horizontal plane reaching upwards to the midpoint of your vision. It looks like it's sloping upwards. It's not. It's just perspective. Like the things that are above your eye line appear to descend downwards. That's why the furthest oil rig looks to be smaller in proportion to the one that's closer to you. You've looked down a corridor, right?
Yeah.
Good. So you understand that when you look down the corridor, it appears like the ceiling is getting closer to the floor. They aren't actually. It's just perspective. It's a form of tunnel vision in this instance, right? The angles are getting smaller and closer together with distance. Same thing with the oil rigs. The one further looks smaller.
Everybody knows this.
Yeah, exactly. The thing that you're saying is the horizon is obstructing the bottom of the oil rigs, but the horizon is beyond the oil rigs, so not in front of them, so not obstructing anything. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I don't know why that happened.
What happened?
Because on the video, the horizon's behind the oil rigs, yeah? But the legs are missing under the water.
So the legs are missing under the water?
Yeah. No, well, okay. I don't think the water goes that high.
I'm sorry.
We can't see the legs.
I'm sorry. Yeah, either they're underneath the water or you've got a problem with perspective and think you should see more of the legs of your...
Please listen.
Why are you talking?
Okay. The horizon is behind the oil rig, yeah?
Good.
We know that it's over the horizon because we can't see the full oil rig. It's half of the legs are hidden under the water from our point of view. Obviously, they're not under the water, yeah? They don't let the water get that high on oil rigs. They build them really tall.
That talking about, it's like when you're talking about a building and you can see the floor that is
It's just perspective.
so you don't see the -1, so which is the built underground. They had to dig the ground and to build that -1 floor, and then they built the floor on the zero, and they build the first floor and second floor. So because you don't see that that underground floor, you don't see it because it's underground. So for you, that's a horizon. That's the underground.
No, you're completely misunderstanding me. No, you're
It's the same exact thing. The legs. It's the same exact thing. The legs of those oil rigs are literally. So listen. The legs of those, because you said earlier that the horizon, you see one single horizon, and you said that the horizon is obstructing the legs of those oil rigs. So meaning,
the video doesn't make
just
sense.
listen. Just listen. I heard you. I didn't talk when you were talking.
No,
I heard you, and
I didn't say.
you still talk. You still trying to talk over me. So you said that you see one single horizon when they asked you. You said that you see one single horizon. You said also that the horizon, that same horizon, is obstructing the oil rigs from the bottom of the oil rigs. And secondly, you said that there is another horizon behind those oil rigs. The first thing that you said is wrong, because if I try now to take that picture and to draw a straight line below the first oil rig, the closer one, I would have one single straight line. If I try to draw another straight line below that is hiding the legs of the second one, it will be another straight line above the first one. So it won't be a single horizon. So meaning that it's not the horizon, meaning that it is the water that those oil rigs are sitting on. And if you look at the picture, there is a picture of that observation where you can see a small boat between those two oil rigs.
YouTube video, please. Send me the YouTube video, please.
Yeah, look, hey dude, I'm gonna send you the YouTube video, but first, right, I just got a picture of the platform that you can see. Right, it's and you can see that's the same height as what you can see in the clip.
No, because on the clip you can't see the yellow walkway or nothing.
What do you mean?
Who cares? Sorry, no one's interested in the oil rigs apart from that distance. We're interested where the horizon is. You keep pointing out this thing. You've got a misunderstanding somewhere, especially about the argument, because we're only interested in that distance. Because we want to try and measure a distance to the horizon. The globe.
How come in the second picture, I can see the city behind the oil rig?
To interrupt me. Why?
Because the second picture just shows that it's not that far away, because you can see the beach from the oil rig in the second picture.
Dude, it's taken from the other angle.
You understand that we're interested in the horizon, right? You understand this? We're interested in the location of the horizon and trying to measure a distance to it. Because the globe Earth...
far away.
Hello? You don't need to interrupt me when you're listening.
I do.
So you don't.
I do. Because you're not letting me finish.
Dude, you're going to listen, or you're just going to stop being in the conversation. You interrupt a lot of people, and I'm not surprised you're still here having these conversations because you're not listening. Now, according to the globe Earth math, the horizon should be at a certain distance. When we make observation, the horizon isn't in that location. It's further away than the mathematics dictate. That mathematics being dependent on the radius of the Earth and the height of your eye above that curved surface, and an imaginary line drawn from your eyes to where it intersects the curve, a tangent at a point.
Oh, shit.
Now, as we observe this horizon, it's well in excess of that math, demonstrating, as we do this observation over time, that the horizon is an optical phenomena, only observed through an optic. It's how we see the world. Depending on the optic that we use, the horizon can appear in different locations. Depending on the wavelength of light that we use, the horizon could be seen much further away. Depending on the atmospheric conditions, the horizon could be further or closer to us. So, not a physical Earth curve phenomena. Do you understand that?
Paper, do you understand what Jedi just said?
No, I wasn't listening. I was reading.
Oh, you.
Why have you wasted your time on this guy?
I'm asking how come you can see the platform hill house from the beach?
No, at this point you can just shut the fuck up.
Do you
guys getting very angry and taking the thing aside?
Oh no! We are not interested now at this point. Like you said, you were interested on what ChatGPT gave you as an answer, and you were not listening to Jedi. You said that you were reading. You were reading the answer that were given to you by an AI. So you respected the fucking AI more than the human that were wasting his time talking to you, the brick.
Hey, calm down, mate.
No, it's because you've been rude. Why should we calm down?
You kept talking over me, but if I talked back over you, you was getting angry.
Do you guys think the Antarctica trip will be like the ultimate truth?
No. To what question?
To the whole debate.
No.
So the ultimate truth to the whole debate. What's the whole debate? What's the question of the debate?
Like whether Earth is a globe or not.
Oh, a globe or not? So flat? No, doesn't matter what you observe in the sky. The Earth is still measured flat.
So the Antarctica trip will not prove anything?
Doesn't mean anything at all.
Not to the question of is the Earth flat?
And what would it prove? For like both sides, for like both scenarios.
What would it prove? It would be based on your assumption. It wouldn't prove anything. You'd have to go in preconceived ideas, like you said. Both sides of the argument, what would it mean?
Yeah, well, like, what would the 24-hour sun imply?
Imply that we can see the sun for 24 hours in Antarctica. It doesn't take away the surface measurements of the Earth. When you measure a table, all right, you don't throw away the measurements of your table because the light is going round and round, do you?
Like, honestly, this is like listening to somebody talking to a dog, trying to describe, philosophy to a dog, It's like there's no resolution to this conversation except hilarity. Because I've been laughing my ass off listening to you guys. It's amazing. Okay, can somebody tell me, the Black Swan, how big is the radius of the Earth according to that kind of measurement? Do you know that off the top of your head?
No.
How big is the radius?
230 kilometers.
67 times the radius, the actual radius.
7 times 3959 miles.
Yeah, 67 times that actual radius, which is the 3959. Yeah, it will be dependent. I will post the calculation in the side chat also. It will be like Jedi said, more than 230 miles. 1,000 miles, sorry. More than 230,000 miles.
So either the globe is huge, or we have a flat surface, and water is level, and the horizon is only seen by a certain kind of tool, which would be this P900 or P1000 camera that can zoom and take this picture.
Yeah, and I sent in the side chat the calculation for the radius. It will give 264,000 miles using that horizon that we observe at a distance of 10 miles.
Yeah, it just doesn't add up. And if paper doesn't get that, ChatGPT is not going to help you, paper. No tool is going to help you. You're always just going to...
You guys just hate ChatGPT. That's irrelevant to the conversation.
I'll tell you what, I recorded...
If you think that you can extract your own intelligence into AI or Google or Bing or whatever the search engine you're using or large language model that you're appealing to. So you have to make up your own mind, brother. You have to erase your own intellect to understand what we're talking about here, man.
Hold on, let me let my cat in the room. 1 sec.
Gonna post a conversation to the question with regards to the black swan, the answers given by ChatGPT. When our friend comes back, he can read it. It's one of the only ChatGPT conversations I've saved because it's directly with regards to observation of the horizon with regards to the black swan. It's really interesting. It's quite long, but you should definitely read it. And I mean all of you.
And we don't hate ChatGPT. You're wrong. I use ChatGPT more than you do, but I don't use ChatGPT to give me information. No, I can use ChatGPT to translate something for me very fast, with some kind of accuracy. You have to check after him every time. I can use ChatGPT to do some reports. To send emails, to write for me an email, just give him the context that I want, and ChatGPT can give me a complete structured email that I can just copy paste. It can facilitate the work for me, yeah, as a tool, like I told you, but not as a source of knowledge, because it doesn't have any knowledge.
Also, I haven't said a single personal insult, and that was coming. That's you guys to me, not to you.
That's awesome stuff.
I haven't said a single insult, actually.
It's lovely. You need to read the conversation in chat. I posted the answers from ChatGPT with regards to the black swan, the observation of the horizon.
Yeah, I'll read it later. I'll give it a read later.
Yeah, you won't. I know you won't.
I might read it later.
Yeah, you might. So I know you won't.
I tell you what I'll do. I'll just put it in ChatGPT and tell it to simplify it for me.
Alright, so at this stage, he's obviously trolling us, right? He thinks it's funny.
Yeah, you keep calling me a troll because I disagree with you guys.
No, it's not disagreement.
No, you're not.
It's not disagreement. Hold tight. It's not disagreement. It's now your attitude and what you're saying and how you're presenting yourself.
Yeah, you was rude to me, so I don't want to talk to you. You were rude to me.
I mean,
bless you.
Here's the thing with ChatGPT, right? Okay, so with any like a transformer model, there exists sort of ways to jailbreak the model, where through asking it questions in a particular manner, you can get it to give you an answer that, say, you are seeking, right? Like if I'm a Christian, I can ask it. I can ask it to give me answers that affirm the existence of Christ. If I'm say Muslim, I can ask it to give me answers that affirm the answer like the existence of like Muhammad as the prophet, right? The thing is it still maintains a high hallucination rate. So the information that it provides can and sometimes simply just be made up, and others it can just give you the arguments you're looking for without providing the counters for it.
Thank you, Lotus. We already know all
I'll be back anyway. I'm gonna cook some food. I'm hungry.
Bye.
Hey, Paper. Thank you. Right, yeah, Lotus. We already know that. We tried to stop this guy using ChatGPT to answer every single question and to literally like use it as his own brain. But after a few hours of talking to him, we realized he didn't actually have a mind of his own whatsoever. So we just kind of let him used the ChatGPT. And then the ChatGPT started giving him completely retarded answers to basic math questions, which we had to correct. And then it apologized and said, "Oh yeah, that's okay. Actually, yeah, you're actually right. Yeah, I was wrong about that." No.
Yeah, it's not foolproof.
No, it's beyond. Sometimes it's brilliant. Sometimes it's just ridiculously stupid.
Yep.
It's kind of like the BCE, like when you're trying to measure time. We used to have AD and BC. And I'm a Christian, so I asked it, please stop using this atheistic rhetoric when you're trying to tell me the measurement of time, in the future. And the large language model is programmed to comply. So it says, okay, henceforth I will not use before the common era bullshit that the atheists want to push into the, into the collective consciousness.
There's this interesting thing, right, where like even Elon Musk had a conversation on this on the Joe Rogan podcast, where they were trying to do they were asking it to make trans jokes, right? He was showing off that his AI isn't woke like the other AIs, and what ended up happening, and he said, "Oh well, we got to work on this," was that it ended up making jokes, making fun of people who are anti-trans as opposed to those who are trans, right? And there's this issue with AI where it sort of just defaults to being woke no matter who's doing the training.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's aggregating information from the Washington Post and from some websites that are all in league with the BlackRock DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion political agenda,
Could be.
No, like there's a financial incentive. Like I work in a bank in Norway, and in the bank they're always pushing these same kind of ideologies that the MSNBC, the CNN, the mainstream libtard media that is pushing anti-Trump and anti-this and all these anti-white males. Like all the white women are always with black men in all the advertisements. It's like it's an agenda. And it's coming from the Satanic Synagogue, the BlackRock, this Larry Fink. He's pushing it with violence into our understanding of, or pushing it into our worldview. And I think that's like empirically, you can prove it empirically by just using some, what is it called, pattern recognition. Once you have pattern recognition, you can start understanding what the fuck's going on, But this is also just my opinion, so.
Fair.
But have you ever tried to have a conversation with ChatGPT and tried to kind of debate it?
Yes.
Yeah. I think it's a very good.
If you use the latest model, like 4.0 with advanced voice mode, which, by the way, fairly good voice synthesizer. You can use the thing as a debate partner, and it'll bring up great points, right? Most of the time.
Yeah, but once it starts hallucinating, like one of the things I was debating it about, Kundalini energies and Kabbalah, and if it was connected, and Freemasonry, the celibacy and trying to push the energies up into the third eye and all that stuff. It's all connected. Once I started seeing the Freemasonry, and I was asking it about what is the 90th degree of Freemasonry, and it answered. It said that is the night of the sun, night of the temple of the sun. But Then it always defaulted into becoming, no, there are only 33 degrees in Freemasonry. But you just told me that the 90th degree in Freemasonry was the night of the Temple of the Sun. What's going on here? Ah, yeah, okay. That's because some other lodges have different degrees or something like that. It was very interesting, you know, but it's humble. And that's the funny thing I feel with this ChatGPT thing. It's like it's humble. It's willing to kind of change its mind, even though it doesn't have a mind.
That's a fun one. You know, gosh, I'm actually not too sure on that though. But like, I feel like there's a point where you have to question, like, at what amount of complexity do you get the like emergent property of consciousness?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And why can't they program consciousness? They've really tried.
But maybe they have. I don't know. Like how do you define consciousness?
Like consciousness is probably the fabric in which we live, in my opinion.
No. I have a good answer. Consciousness is where you find intelligence and stupidity at the same place.
Well, boom! AI is conscious. Look at that.
Like once you start meditating and you're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on and how complex this system we're living in is, it's pretty profound, man.
No.
Well, there are two ways to look at it. The first option you have is to accept it as it is and not think that there's anything beyond it. And the second thing is to, like you said, think of it as something extremely complex, something like beyond the physical world, maybe something like consciousness being the fundamental fabric upon which reality exists. And the problem is you can't really know, so it's all just brain masturbation, kind of.
Intellectual masturbation.
Yeah.
Which is basically Lawrence Krauss and Richard Dawkins and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Brian Cox, Bill Nye, and all these people. They're all just intellectual masturbators.
What an amazing term.
It's funny you said that because I was reviewing Lawrence Krauss and Richard Dawkins, and Lawrence Krauss actually mentioned this. It was like everything that we're thinking about, like nothing is actually something, and something needs to have nothing in order to something to be like. It's just it's exhausting to listen to this guy, you know.
Hey, he just like redefines nothing, like he's playing a language game. He thinks like nothing is a quantum vacuum in which like virtual particles can spawn into existence. Like that's his definition of nothing.
Exactly. It's like watching this documentary, The Principle. Have you seen that one?
No.
I highly recommend it. It's actually about the heliocentric model and the geocentric model and whether you can scientifically prove either. And it's not scientifically provable. You can't do the scientific method on it. Then you see all these guys, and, you know, Michio Kaku is also there, you know, one of the prime intellectual masturbators with his multiverse theory and wormholes. Black holes are actually, wormholes into another universe. We have many universes.
I just sent it in the chat. The principle.
It's a beautiful. I love it. It's like.
Yeah. Remember the moment when the Michikaku told them, imagine if there is billions of universes, billions of Earths, billions of Jesus or infinite Jesuses or saviors in every universe, because he started believing that we have multiverse.
There was that's actually funny you bring that up. There was a. So I used to be Catholic, and I was curious about like whether or not it was say like compatible within like Catholic ideology to believe in aliens. And there was some fucking like Jesuit priest dating back to like the 1400s who speculated that there could be like infinite Jesuses on infinite planets, like dying for the aliens.
I will put the documentary Heliosorcerers. It's also an amazing documentary. The principle is about the astrophysics and that scientific view that they have about that heliocentric model. But heliosorcery is about the religious side. And you see how they try to fake Bibles, introduce new sentences that didn't exist in the Bibles, introducing the word sphere or globe to the Bible.
Yeah, there seems to be like a sweaty desperation in the atheistic side to get some lore. They don't have any mythological lore, except Star Trek and Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Trek would be a cool future, no?
Yeah. But Gene Roddenberry was like a avid, malicious atheist. He wanted to create the lore for the atheists. And that's, these energy weapons and all that stuff that they have, these force fields and traveling through the wormholes and all that stuff, And that's the thing. And the thing, the guy who actually
do that
made Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson was an intern in the Star Trek to become a writer for the Star Trek, and he knew Gene Roddenberry. So that's Brannon Braga. Brannon Braga is an atheist. Was on an atheist convention in 2004, and he had a speech where he was talking about basically saying that this was the intention of Gene Roddenberry was to create the mythology for the atheists. They need something to believe in, and then we have scientism.
I love this quote from Edwin Hubble, where he explicitly showing that he can't stand that the Earth can be the center of the universe. So they want to avoid that thing at any cost. That's what he said, literally. I will share with you the quote. It's an amazing one that show you the struggle of pushing atheism. Here it is in the side chat. That's Edwin Hubble.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm back. I was eating my food.
And you see that the hypothesis of the Earth being the center cannot, he says that this hypothesis cannot be disproved. They can't prove that the Earth is moving. They can't show that. So the fact that maybe we are in the center and the Earth is not moving, it's a hypothesis that can't be disproven by those people because they have that problem with created with that relativity. So you can't tell which one is moving.
Maybe we should talk about something different now.
Necros, what did you say? Heliosorcery.
Yeah, brother, heliosorcery. I sent it in the side chat.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much. I'll check it out.
You're welcome, brother. It's an amazing documentary.
Yeah, and the whole thing about the scientific method and the ability that you have to have in order to be able to falsify your results. I was really trying to comprehend what that meant. But then I just realized it's basically about changing the presumed cause. The independent variable needs to be manipulated.
Yeah, correct. To validate that independent variable that you put it in your hypothesis is the real cause. So you have to manipulate it so you can vary that effect that you see, that you observed in that observed phenomena. You saw an effect. You presume the cause, put it that the cause as being the independent variable in your hypothesis. So in the experiment, you must validate that hypothesis by manipulating that independent variable. You claim, for example, gravity, which is mass attracting mass, is the cause of falling things because your observed phenomenon was an apple falling, for example, just an example. Apple falling, banana falling, human falling from a hot air balloon and fall to the ground, and you want to understand why. What's the cause of things falling and rising things? If you say that it is gravity, mass attracting mass, so you will have to variate that independent variable, which is the gravity that you put there, and make things fall, make things rise up, make things fall sideways, something like that. Or just make things fall and rise. Like when you suppose that the cause is, for example, specific gravity, buoyancy and density. Yeah, you can do the test and experiment and validate your hypothesis being the cause that density and buoyancy will make things rise and fall. You can vary the density of the medium. You can vary the density of the object inside the medium and make that object rise and fall.
It technically doesn't make it fall. It's just a description of what's happening, right? It's the difference there.
You can say it's the word, but for example, we say in water it sinks. You can say it sinks inside air.
Density and
inside the
buoyancy
medium.
doesn't cause anything. It's just description.
Why it doesn't cause anything? Why? For example, if I put an egg inside normal water, so that egg will sink inside water. I add salt in the water, so that egg will rise a little bit to the middle of that cup and will sit, or just rise to the top of that cup. I can make that the mixture between salt and that water just in the middle, and I can put the egg inside that water. It won't sink. It won't rise. It will just sit in that place where I will put it, because it will be in equilibrium with that medium.
I mean, nobody knows the exact mechanism as to why things go down. Density and buoyancy is just a description, so it doesn't make it go down necessarily. It's just a difference in semantics.
No, if I take, for example, two cubes of wood.
You don't need to explain it again. I understand everything.
Yeah, because not an explanation. It is the thing that we are varying now. If we put the density and buoyancy, which is specific gravity, as a hypothesis, as the independent variable in our hypothesis, which is why things fall and rise. So if we put the independent variable, which is density and buoyancy, yeah, you can vary it and you can validate your hypothesis. You can make things rise up and we can make things fall down or sink inside the medium. Except for one single thing. It doesn't obey to that rule because it does necessitate something to contain it. That bitch is just inexpectable. So it just rushes everywhere, all directions. So you need to contain it. You need to trap it inside the specific volume. And that thing is air. The only thing that doesn't obey to gravity, if you put gravity, mass attracting mass, it won't obey to that thing. If you put gravity as being the warping of space and time, no, it won't obey to that thing. If you put that the downward vector is caused by electrostatic, even if electrostatics are much better than gravity, are much better hypotheses than gravity, because you can also validate it and you can make things fall up or down by varying the electrostatic charge. Put, for example, a negative charge plate in the top and a positive charge plate in the bottom, and you put anything you want in between. Human hair, wood, iron, aluminium, anything you want, any material, it can, and you turn the electricity on, or the charge on, you can make things fall to that negative plate which is in the top. Even that, it won't help you to just explain how can you trap gas without a container. Gas is a literal bitch. It doesn't obey to anything. You need to contain it by physical walls. Trap it. Contain it by container.
We got a couple of numpties here. Tree Man who thinks that you cross the equator and suddenly the sky flips around. He's a complete retard. And Paper, how's that going?
What's up, mate?
Any evidence that the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, NASA, yeah, there's lots of evidence.
Okay, can you start with any?
We've already talked about it today.
So you're all tapped out.
Yeah, I didn't realise I won the debate, but I did, so I'm just trying to chill out now.
Oh, really? With what evidence did you win the debate?
Oh, with ChatGPT.
Oh, ChatGPT won the debate.
Yeah, because I was using it, yeah.
So you don't even really know why you think the Earth's a globe. You had to ask AI.
Yeah, it helped me win the debate.
You didn't win anything.
So you have a belief that you don't even comprehend.
It's weird that he believes that he won something when he just sat there playing with ChatGPT and believing anything that ChatGPT said.
Anti-globalist also agreed that I won the debate, actually.
This guy has all sorts of weird, unfounded beliefs. He thinks the Earth's a globe, but he needs a chatbot to tell him why he thinks that. What a moron. Let's see what Tree Man has to say.
Well, also, a globalist said I won the debate, but I'm not trying to brag on nothing.
Yeah, you're a complete moron. Tree Man, why do you think the Earth's a globe?
I mean, you kind of just dismissed it in a hand wave there and called me retarded, which is ironic, but whatever. But it is a fact.
Yeah. I've heard you talk before. I've heard you say that the sky flips around when you cross the equator. You're an idiot, but go ahead.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, if you're gonna keep muting me while I'm in the middle of explaining and like disabusing you of your bullshit, then like I should just leave.
Yeah, well, if you're just going to talk about being muted, I'm just going to mute you. So what's the evidence that the Earth's a globe?
If you are in the United States, because you guys object to the term hemisphere, right? So let's just say you're in the United States and you're in Argentina, right? You guys agree that those are real places, right? That's not also a conspiracy, right? Those are real fucking places.
Australia is not,
cool.
but yes.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool. Okay, cool. Okay, so the United States and Argentina. If you are in the United States and you were to look up at the sky, there is no way to make picture a clock on a ceiling. There is no way, regardless of your perspective or orientation, to make the minute hand turn any other way than clockwise. Okay, there's no way. People they.
Hey, shut your mouth. Here's what happens. You look north, it appears to be anti-clockwise. You look south, it appears to be clockwise motion. No matter where you are. Period. The end. Now, before you go into a cope spiral about it, I'm going to post a video that proves it. I had to just cut it off. I mean, it was, I've heard this whole spiel before. You're wrong.
It's invariant with respect to your orientation. It does not matter. You can't try to make a clock turn counterclockwise.
You're
if you have a big clock on the ceiling and you turn one way, it's going to be, from your perspective, going clockwise, and from the other perspective, when you turn around, going counterclockwise. Do you not comprehend that?
You're wrong. No, you're wrong.
You're wrong. I've asked this question before too.
This is actually common sense.
Hold on, Teal. I'm gonna post something. Okay, Tree Man. We got the moving stars of the so-called Northern Hemisphere video posted. Go to 119 and tell me that that's counterclockwise, please. That's all you have to do, and then you can end this silly delusion of yours. I mean, it's not even an argument for what the ground is. It's just at least get the sky right if you're going to try to use it for some sort of argument about what the ground is. You can't even get that part. So don't say another word about it until you've watched my video from 119.
I really don't have to. If you're looking at a clock on a ceiling, there is no possible way to make it go counterclockwise if it's clockwise.
So if you can't
do it. Like you can't.
Listen, stupid. I just proved to you. It's in the chat right now. A time lapse of the northern so-called hemisphere sky with the camera oriented facing south. The motion is clockwise. At least
it's not even possible in principle.
It is possible. The fucking camera is pointing south, and it's going clockwise because clockwise is a relative direction, left to right, basically.
All right, meet me one more time, and I'm out. This is fucking bullshit.
You watch my video or get out. Period. Idiot.
Well, we've had the most bricked globers in here possible.
How is it?
Is that a new argument that people keep bringing up? Because I've heard it. Like, I go in and out of these.
Yeah,
every single time I've come in here lately.
To be honest,
bringing that up.
I'm the one that keeps bringing that up too.
What?
It's Yeah, this whole northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere one. This is one of the things that I'm struggling with.
Dude, you turn
Oh.
around.
Look,
Can you see Heretic's
literally,
video,
you can do it
Vaughn?
with your fingers. You could do it with your fingers right now. Picture a clock in the ceiling.
Yep.
Picture a clock in the ceiling. Go and put your fingers in front of your face, and then put the direction that the hand will be going. Then
Yeah,
turn
so-
around,
Here, Teal,
and then
Teal,
put
Teal.
the direction the hand will be going.
Yeah, so Teal.
So you're interrupting me before I finish.
Yeah, I know what
So-
you're saying though.
Yeah. So do you see what I'm saying? Put your finger up. Put the direction the hand of the clock will be going, and then turn around and then put the direction of the hand where the clock will be going. It will be going to the other eye.
Right. So so the direction changes. The counterclockwise versus clockwise doesn't change in that example. Sorry, Teal.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Yeah, it does. It
It does.
It does
So you
change.
stick to the stars and allow the stars to say what the stars say and not point to a clock and say, look, the clock is the stars.
No. Yeah. So I'm not talking about the. We're having the conversation about the clock, not the stars. So but yeah, like in the clock argument, if you're looking at it on a ceiling, there's no direction you could point to. It'll make it change different directions, left or right, depending on where you look at it. But it won't change the clockwise versus counterclockwise.
No, it won't change that because you are looking at the same.
Yeah, but that's what
clock.
Teal is saying. Teal is saying that it will change.
Wait, I'm not talking about it. It doesn't have to change because even in the north, when you are looking at the north, and you are looking at the north and you see it evolving counterclockwise. I hope I didn't mistake that or flip it. So counterclockwise. So there is no way you will be able to see the north evolving clockwise. There is no way. That's the same clock because you are looking at the same clock in the same ceiling. There is no way if you're looking at it from the North America, if you're looking at it from North Europe, if you're looking at it from Svalbard, the northern town in the world, if you're looking at it from Asia, it won't change the direction counterclockwise. That's the same exact thing that happens with that clock. If you are looking at that clock, it won't change because the north won't change also because it's the same thing. Now,
if you turn around, it's going to go counterclockwise.
Correct.
Clockwise, I mean.
Yeah. If you put another clock, which is facing the same direction as that clock, if that clock is looking at the floor, so that the other clock in the floor will have to have its back facing the other clock in the top, and that back will have to be transparent. Usually, the clocks have a black, opaque back. So if it is transparent, if you look at that clock, you will see it going counterclockwise compared to the one in the ceiling. They are rotating the same direction because they are one in front of the other.
Can I ask DJ a question?
A more simplified argument to this is clockwise and counterclockwise are subjective directions. It's going to be based on the viewer. If you use north, south, east, and west as direction of travel for stars, that's objective, and it's not based on the opinion of the viewer, because the stars rise in the east and set in the west. Everybody knows this. It depends on your direction that you're facing, your subjective direction, clockwise or counterclockwise. But the orientation of the stars is they move in objective directions from east to west. In the north, in the south, same thing. Objectively, they travel from east to west. Your subjective direction is going to change the subjective viewing cycle of the stars.
Yeah, I mean, these guys get confused by turning around, and then they want to tell you what all of reality is.
So without disrespect, I really I hope DJ could potentially vouch for me that I come here with nothing but love and respect. I have to say, just it sounds like you guys don't understand the difference between direction and clockwise versus counterclockwise. And trust me, I'm trying to get on the flat Earth. I'm trying.
Do we have to have a whole other long spiel about this? I'm just going to post it again. The moving stars of the so-called Northern Hemisphere YouTube video, time-lapse star trails. He's got the camera facing northeast, southwest. He faces it north. They appear to go counterclockwise. He turns it around. He faces it south. He's still in the United States. It appears to go clockwise. What else needs to be said? This is the observation. This is what happens.
I can't. I won't be able to simplify.
Okay, well, why do we have to have someone tagging on? Like, is he ever going to get the point?
Well, I mean, I don't. I come here with honest, good intentions, man, and I want to be on the flat Earth side.
He's just talking about his intentions. So whatever.
Oh my God, I'm sorry, guys.
It's not a misunderstanding.
I'll just go mute.
It's not a misunderstanding.
So I can't make it more simple than this. Just think about two wheels.
Couldn't be more simple than just fucking looking at it, dude.
You tried to
do that.
Yeah, so dude, so I did watch the video, and I feel like it's proving my point, though.
Okay, he's insane.
I'm sorry.
Never mind.
I'm sorry.
It's not, dude. Go to 119 and tell me that that's counterclockwise.
It shouldn't be at 119. It should be clockwise.
Why?
Because it's the southern hemisphere.
No, it's not. It's the northern hemisphere. It's pointing south.
Hang on.
All the guy did was change the direction of the camera. He changed the subjective view of the camera. The stars are still objectively moving.
Sorry, I misread that. My bad.
It's very interesting when you start seeing, like, what is time? And you start realizing that time is just an interpretation of what is happening in the sky. And there were a lot of churches in a lot of towns that had these bells that were letting everyone know what time it was. You could count the bells and you could know, this is the time. But the time is a concept. But it always comes up to looking up and seeing what the heck is going up there. And that's ancient shit. Everybody knew about that thousands and thousands of years ago. And years is the measurement. It goes into months. It goes into days. That goes into weeks. And goes into hours and minutes and seconds. But it's not real. It's not physical.
We're trying to help a guy figure out like his relative directions right now. I'm just wondering if that worked or not.
I'm just trying to help Wom here because he seems to have pure intentions.
Well, I mean, it just seems like you're going off course. Like we're trying to get the guy.
No, you're looking up there and you're seeing counterclockwise and clockwise. Yeah. Clock, time. Don't you think it's connected to what I'm speaking about?
Thank you, but we don't need your help because it's not very helpful. So you turn around after facing north. Now the motion appears to be clockwise. Doesn't matter where you are. Or facing south. Doesn't matter where you are. Appears to be a clockwise motion. Are we good there? Can we move on? I'll take the other guy off mute if we can just move on from this. And if somebody wants to make a globe argument based on the sky, I mean, I don't really care, but it just kind of gets my goat when they just keep getting the sky wrong. Like, at least get that part right. Okay, he's done talking, so whatever. Let's carry on.
So you do get it though, Vom, don't you? We all agree. Look, do you agree with me? The stars always rotate east to west.
Yes.
Okay? Around Polaris. Right? Yep. And if you're standing in the northern hemisphere and you're facing south, it appears that they're rotating anti-clockwise. And if you just turn around, right, and look at the stars again, now they're appearing to go clockwise. Do you agree?
So while if this video is true, which I have no reason to believe it's not, like, then yes. But I'm trying to think about how that would work in my brain. I guess, like, because I don't know why changing direction would change clockwise versus counterclockwise. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I would look at what the celestial sphere of vision is, because we see everything in our eyes spinning around us. That's just how our eyes work. So when you turn around, that's why it looks that way.
It's because it went from your left to your right and then your right to your left, because you switched your left with your right when you turned around.
And I understand the direction part. The clockwise versus counterclockwise is what I don't understand.
Well, because the clockwise
because
is like,
they're going in the same cardinal direction, dude. Or going from east to west, no matter where you are.
Right. I agree with that.
So that would be from your left to your right if you're facing south, so that's clockwise. You turn around, it's going to be from your right to your left.
I think he's confused as to why it looks like it's spinning in like a warped way. Is that why you're confused?
I don't think that's what he said.
Well,
Oh, okay.
that's not what I'm... No, sorry.
Okay.
Imagine you're in between two railway tracks, right?
Okay.
So there's two parallel railway tracks. You've got a train on one and a train on the other, and they're both going in the same direction. You're facing one of them. It's going from your right to your left. Now you turn around, the other one, it's going in the same direction still, is going from your left to your right.
Right.
It's not hard to
No,
understand.
but that means that the train station is spinning.
So, have a look, Vom, in the side chat there, right?
Yep.
Here's a diagram, right? This is from a Globe Earth website, teaching how we view the sky, the celestial sphere, right? So when the little guy in the center, right, he's looking north, and he's seeing them turn counterclockwise, and then he turns around and looks to the right. I mean, behind him, 180 degrees, and he sees them moving clockwise.
Maybe I'm thinking of like the poles. Is that what I'm thinking of? Like if you're standing on the North Pole versus the South Pole?
Yeah. That's a little more accurate. Because if you're
sorry.
facing,
That's what I was probably saying, yeah.
because if you're facing the celestial poles, then it can only be that you're facing either north or south, and then the rotation can either appear as one or the other only.
So why do you think that happens?
Well, because you're facing north or south.
So think about two wheels. They are attached in the same axis, like two wheels of a car, and they are attached in the same axis. Those two wheels will rotate the same direction forward. For example, to push the car forward. You are standing in between those two wheels. You are standing in between them. You have one wheel in your left and one wheel in another wheel in your right, and they are rotating to push the car forward. So the one in your right is the northern hemisphere. If you look to the wheel in your right, feel like you are looking to the north. So that wheel, because it's turning to push the car forward, so you will see it turning counterclockwise. Both the wheels are turning the same direction to push the car forward, and you are standing in between. When you are looking to the one in your right, you see it turning counterclockwise. When now you are looking to the one in your left, south, you are seeing it rotating clockwise.
Right.
You are standing on the flat floor between two wheels. They are rotating in the same direction.
Got you.
If you get out of that reference frame, you see that those wheels are just rotating in the same direction. Now, when you are in between them, you're changing your perspective dependent to those independent wheels, seeing them from a side and seeing them from between. So one, it will rotate opposite to the other, one clockwise and the other anti-clockwise.
And if you do this experiment or whatever, like anywhere in the world, you're going to get the same exact effect.
Yeah, south will always rotate the clockwise and north.
Or is it a difference? Like, so, like if you were in the North or South Pole, would you just, no matter what, see one? Or would you always see like it depending on what direction you're facing?
So anti-clockwise, for example, just the north. We pick just one of those poles. The north, no matter where you are standing around the north, no matter where you are standing on that circle, the Arctic Circle. So even those towns that are inside the Arctic Circle, like for example Svalbard, it's the northest town in Earth. You can think about Alaska, for example, northern Greenland, some islands northern Russia. So when you are standing anywhere on the surface facing the north, looking at the north, you will see it rotating anti-clockwise, no matter what.
Gotcha. So, like, how do you think? Just out of curiosity, like, how do you think? So, if stars always go from east to west, if stars always go from east to west, how do they get back on the? How do they get back to our east?
Circles.
Circle around the north.
Yeah, so if you go out, like just say you go out at a particular time on a particular day and you make like a little star chart, right? You could go out at that same time next year,
the
same day, and that star will be back in the same position because it's done a full reset back into the same position.
Yeah, in your diagram though, it doesn't seem like circle. It seems like a round.
It's because
That would be a circle.
you don't. Yeah, it's you see everything you see is like in like that's not how the stars are actually moving. That's how the stars are appearing to move, right? Due to the way that your vision works.
Okay.
Let me and it's just got like a little explanation on it about how we view the celestial bodies as a celestial sphere.
Sure.
Okay.
And you are witnessing that thing that the stars are evolving around the north. When you are witnessing that is same exact circle around the north and everywhere on the surface, so from every side. North America, North Europe, North Asia, and everywhere you see the same exact circle. So they are doing that pattern, like the clock.
Yeah, so there's a little something to read there, and I'll just post one more to go along with that one.
I sent also a pencil on a string, and the string is attached to the middle, creating a circle. And that's kind of like
Check. Did she cut off or did I cut off?
No, I think she cut off.
Me? Oh, I just said I sent a picture of a pencil and a string, and the string, the pin that's holding the strings in the middle, and that's kind of how the stars move around. They just go around in a circle around the middle. Do you see?
Yeah, I'm just not following. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, East
Yes,
and West are circular anyway, because some people think of flat Earth and they're thinking of like your school teacher had maps on the whiteboard. She could pull down a map and it was rectangular and flat. And they say, well, if it's going east, like you just go straight off the map. How does it return back to the other side? It seems like that was the kind of the question you were asking. So,
yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah. So it's like, really, let's think of it this way. Let me just give you a better example.
Yeah.
The room that you're in, if you can just briefly for a moment, just tune into the room being the entirety of reality. This is the universe. This is the Earth.
Got you.
The flat Earth, right? Your room, just your room. And so if we're to put a North Pole in the center of the room, regardless of the shape of the room, right in the center, the dead center, we're going to call this the North Pole. And so if we're going to navigate in cardinal directions in this room, to travel south would be any direction away from the pole. So if you have your back to the pole and you start traveling on a straight line, you're heading south to whatever wall or barrier that your room surrounds you. If you want to go east and west, you'll have to make circles around that northern point. And so that's how you return, because they're circular. You're going around, even though it's flat, you're still going around the north to make this eastern path or a western path. Those are just circles around. So if you start going in a straight line, now you're likely going to be heading south at some point. That makes sense?
Yep.
Think about the smallest circle, which is the Arctic Circle. So it's a circle around the north. So whenever you go left to that circle, you are going to the west. And if you continue going to the west, following the compass, you just make it around that circle. So literally, it's a circle.
Yeah, all you have to do is flatten the globe. It makes perfect sense. It actually makes more sense on a flat plane.
I'm going to add to that. That is a good point. It's a helpful way to think about it. But in my example, I like the room example because it actually doesn't matter what shape the room is. It could be any shaped room, and it's still a flat example where you have a flat floor or whatever, and you're still navigating around it, and it's flat. So the flattened globe is a disc or a circular Earth. You can still go around things that aren't necessarily circular, like your room could be a box or whatever capsule shape or whatever. You can still go around it in the in the center of it, no problem. So yeah, it's important from people who aren't familiar with this topic that we're not really getting at a shape. It's more about the surface, like the room. Sorry to critique there.
Oh no, it's fine. I was just trying to give another example that maybe he could.
Sorry, guys. I really appreciate you guys bearing with me. I appreciate it. But I just got to run for like 15 minutes. I'm really sorry, but thank you so much, guys. I've been watching the videos and stuff and following. I appreciate it. Thanks.
No worries, Bomb.
Awesome, man.
Have a good one, man. See you next time.
Yeah, come back anytime, bro. He's in the chat. That was a good conversation. The guy had a good vibe.
Yeah. That guy's always really respectful and trying to understand. But he's got his wife is in
his wife.
Yeah, his wife's in the industry. Like she's got a job in something to do with he didn't mention exactly, but it's something to do with like space travel or satellites or something like that. So he goes back with this information, and then she's like tries to debunk it. And then they watch
sure she's like-
Dave McKeegan, and they watch Dave McKeegan videos together and stuff like
Oh
that.
my lord! Could you
He wants
imagine
the
that
Earth
as
to
a
be-
date?
Yeah, but he said heaps of times he wants the Earth to be flat, and he's trying to learn, he's trying to understand it, and he's trying to be intellectually honest about it as well. And he keeps coming back every day, listening for hours.
Oh wow, that's amazing. Okay, cool. I don't know, man. I want to hear from him how it goes with his wife, because I'm sure some of you have had luck with that, but I wouldn't recommend that to your average Joe. Hey, go talk about flat Earth to your chick. I don't know. She got to be a real one for that, And I hate to say it, ain't a lot of real ones out here. But if you are on board with flat Earth with your chick, man, shout out to you. That is awesome. I'm jealous. That's so cool. Where'd you find her at?
Yeah, now for me, it's my wife.
So was she already
No.
minded, or did you kind of?
No, yeah.
He's like, no.
I struggled with her. I struggled with her for a long time. We fought for a long. We fought many times. We had dispute many times. Yeah, I struggled.
Yeah. See, that's why I wouldn't recommend it, because you're gonna have to go through that shit. Because I had to deal through some of that stuff too, bro. And it's crazy. I wouldn't recommend it.
Well,
You're like cheating on her if you're a flat earther behind her back. It's like
well, my wife stuck around through my flat Earth learning, and then now the last time we had somebody over at our house, the flat Earth was brought up, and the guy was like, "Well, why can't I see forever?" was the question essentially, and she was like, "Why the fuck would you think that you could?" And I was like, "Oh shit, calm down, baby."
oh, damn, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much what I said. All right, I'm back. Sorry.
Oh, he's back.
Yep, I'm back. I'm sorry. So in the example that you gave, DJ, like your diagram, like it seems like it seems like it's not moving in the east to west on a flat Earth version. It seems like it's
that's because right, what you're seeing is just a small section of the sky within your they call it your azimuthal grid of vision. They call it. It's basically like this citation says here, right? The celestial sphere, right? That's the dome that you can see in the little animations that I posted.
Yep.
Right? It's not an actual dome, and that's not the entire Earth. That's just an imaginary dome, right? I'm just reading from this now. The celestial sphere is an imaginary dome upon which the stars and planets are projected. You can imagine this as the dome of a gigantic planetarium, which you're in the center. So that's how it's even taught on the globe model, right? Even on the globe model, they assume that the Earth, like the ground, is a flat plane. So I'll read it off this next citation once again. So number one, they assuming the ground is an infinite plane, right? Assuming the sky of stars is a parallel plane above the ground plane, right? So even on the globe model, they're assuming that the Earth is flat, basically, infinite plane, and that the stars are also on a parallel plane above that. And you're just seeing it in that imaginary dome, right? They're like projected onto that dome, which is your dome of vision, what's called the celestial sphere. Right? So the sun, the moon, the stars move around above a stationary Earth. There's a dome, an imaginary dome towering above you for perspective and angle, and you use a horizontal coordinate system. It's a little bit to wrap your head around at first, but once you look into it a bit, you'll understand. So, right, the way that it's taught on the globe model actually matches how it would work on a flat Earth. If I explain that.
I think a good way to explain it is that you can't see forever. So if you were to look in every single direction and mark out the points as to how far you could see, it would be a circle around you. Same thing when you're looking up. That's why it's a dome of vision.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you'll see this next time you go outside during the day or the night, where you can see all around you. Look around you, and it's exactly what it looks like how it's just described. You'll see a perfect circle around you, and it'll look like the sky is just like a big dome over the top of you. That's basically your celestial sphere. Same in the daytime or the nighttime, the clouds are with the stars. Yeah, you'll see it.
Yeah,
that's also how they design a lot of virtual reality.
I don't get we don't see a lot of stars where I am, just because I live in a pretty dense area. There's a lot of lights, and we don't.
But you see it during the day with the clouds. You'll see the exact same effect.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because those clouds, they're not. The Earth isn't, even if it was a globe, it's not tiny, right? So those clouds you see at the horizon, right, appearing to ramp down to the horizon all around you, they're not that far away. They're not going over the curvature of the Earth or anything like that. They're just appearing to ramp down due to perspective. This is 100%, right? Because if you have those cumulus clouds, I think they're called, you'll see above you, you look up, and there'll be big giant clouds. You can see big wide gaps between the clouds. And as you look at them going towards the horizon, the gaps will slowly get closer and closer and closer until they kind of not really see any gaps, and the clouds will get smaller and smaller and smaller. It's just a product of perspective. I've got a really good little video here that shows time lapse of a pilot taking off on the runway. You'll see the clouds. Second, I'll find the other video. Here it is. Can you see? Don't play it yet. Yeah, you can see the ground's appearing to ramp up and the sky's appearing to ramp down, and they're meeting at a convergence point, which is the horizon line. Basically, it's a point of convergence, and it's a product of perspective. Now, some people would think that those clouds are going over the curvature of the Earth, but in reality, that's just perspective, and those clouds are actually a flat parallel plane, like they're a flat cloud deck parallel to the ground plane. So once you hit play, you'll see he takes off, and as he goes up, and once he's actually up at the same level of the cloud deck, you'll see that the cloud deck isn't actually like curving down. It's actually a flat cloud deck. You'll notice this if you go on a plane next time as well. It looks like the clouds are ramping down, and then as you get up there, you'll see it's like a big flat
Right.
Yeah, have a quick look at the time lapse. It's kind of an example.
Watch it. It's pretty cool. Definitely a cool video.
Here's just another little example of that. Second. Yeah, so just this next image, just to give you like a bit of a reference in how your vision's working. And that's with the cumulus clouds, so you can kind of see what I was talking about. They're just kind of going down due to perspective, and you can just add the sun onto that grid, basically. The sun moves away, it's just going down like the clouds are due to perspective. A plane or anything that goes away from you will have the same effect. If you look up any like advanced art tutorial or architecture, they'll teach you that like the horizon line is just a product of perspective, and it's just a straight line between vanishing points, rather than being like the edge of the globe Earth.
I'm about to shower shade.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yo, CB, you're hot micing.
Hello. Why the
How's it
fuck
going?
is everyone? No. Are you flat? Are you flat earther?
Yeah.
Yes.
Would I be considered retarded if I was a globe earther?
Depends.
Depends on what.
Your reasoning for believing that it's a globe.
I just believe it's a globe because I believe all flat earthers are retards. Is that a good enough reason?
Well, you're a retard. Then. That was easy.
Yeah, you're a retard. Yeah.
You're a
Confirmed.
retard.
Yeah.
Okay, well, my girlfriend wants to say something to you guys.
She's probably retarded too.
I don't actually side with him. I think the Earth is flat.
Retard alert!
I think
Retard alert!
I think the ideology of a spherical world is just amassed by the Illuminati just to trick
You're
everybody.
so good at trolling that you just broke your own troll with your laughter. Couldn't hold it back.
How are you guys? Guys, wait. Should I break up with him for believing in round Earths?
No, you should break up with him because he's a moron.
We're over.
Wait, what? Wait, so a moron because I believe in spherical Earth?
No, because your reasoning for spherical Earth is moronic.
Moronic? Why is it moronic?
Well, it was an ad hom. It was a logical fallacy, so you're obviously not very bright. So yeah, you should break up with him.
What? Hold on, wait. Why is it ad hom? Why is it an ad hominem to believe in the spherical Earth?
Well, your reasoning for it was, or lack thereof, I should say.
No, but what, is the ideology itself retarded?
Well, when you reason it like that, yeah.
No, I mean I'm on about the validity of the worldview itself, or like the
Now, do
ideology
you
itself.
understand? When you asked your initial question, we said it depends.
Okay, so you can still be not retarded if you believe in a spherical globe model.
That's why we said it depends. Correct.
Well, I don't believe in either. I believe in the Sigma Ohio model. I don't know if you've ever heard of that before, but it's a. I've ever heard of that model. It's on TikTok.
I'm sticking with the retarded.
So she's asking me to leave. She thinks I'm stupid. And she's about to break up with me. Is that a valid reason to break up? Guys, please.
Your
It-
relationship issues have nothing to do with this room.
Your relationship issues are nothing to do with this room. Are you sure? I came here for relationship advice. Is this the right channel?
No, you came here to troll. We know that.
No, I didn't, bro. How do you know I came here to troll? Or are you just assuming that based on empirical observation, which you can't prove
But
to
when
be
your
absolutely
reasoning for believing in a ball tart is an ad hom, you've come here to troll.
true? Oh, what? Hold on a second, yeah. You guys seem to have an imposter among you. Why is Miguel Sausu got a globe model on here? What the? Get this guy out, yeah. Get these fucking globe tards out of the room. Jesus Christ.
Where
These globe tards.
Why you are lying? Why I did post that?
What did you say? I can't understand you. Like extremely strong accent.
You did say that I did post globe model.
Oh.
Where I did post that?
I can't hear you when you got a mouthful of whiskey, bro. Of
Yeah,
vodka, sorry.
you can get shit talk. Bullshit talk, right?
What? What'd you say?
Why I have to repeat what the damn shit you did talk? You are just a troll.
Are you a globe tard? If you are,
No, you are a globe tard.
There's no globe tards allowed in
You
this.
are a liar. You are a liar.
You gotta leave, man.
You did say that I did post the globe model. Where?
Well, no, I said.
Picture is literally around Earth, man. Shut the hell up, man. No, shut the fuck up there, man. No, stop. No, listen. I don't know why you're over here in flat earther. Right, listen. You're over here in a flat earther, but your profile picture displays a spherical Earth, and I'm just wondering, like, why that is. Like if you're like in the flat Earth thing.
Reporting your boyfriend's account. I'm going to report your boyfriend's account. He's with a minor.
No, she's not mine then. Where the fuck did you draw that conclusion from? What? Wait, no, you can see my password.
Dude.
She's actually 36 years old. I can't believe you draw that conclusion.
I'm 16, man.
No, you're 36 years old. What do you want about? Anyway, back to Miguel Stausu. Why have you got the globe time mod? What's going on with that?
You did say that I did post the globe model. Where? Oh, you left. Retarded. Globals are getting dumb every day.
I want to mute, guys.
Hey, what's up? Hello? Any flat earthers in here?
Yeah, Pizza. Sorry, but I was playing.
Oh, no worries. Just checking.
Hope you're good, brother.
Yeah, all good. All good. Thank you.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
The argument.
Yeah,
we're talking about we're talking about the ontological primitive here. How things were created, how life came into existence. You've got two choices: either an intelligence creates. I'm not talking about who created God. That's an infinite regression fallacy. We're talking about how things got here. In this specific instance, information that's transmitted through code, specifically genetics, DNA.
Yep.
Now, your special pleading is no, we do not need intelligence to create. Where generally, yes, we fucking do.
False.
Really?
So what you're wrong about is that I never said you don't need intelligence to create. I just don't see where it generally follows that there is evidence that that was created by God.
That's what happens.
Oh, that was an interruption.
Because generally that's what happens. You said there's no evidence.
Generally that's what happens amongst humans.
That's how it goes about. It happens in this way.
And anything created, dude. Anything created needs a creator. That's the antecedent for creation. Is a creator.
Anything created needs a creator.
Yeah.
Is there something that wasn't created?
That's the necessary antecedent.
I show pleading. You see? But let's touch upon it though.
Wait
right?
a minute.
Like
No. That's everything that's generalized. Everything in creation needs a creator. So if you create something, you need a creator for that, right? Yes? Matt?
That's observable reality, Matt.
Who created a rock? Or who created roaches? What's the meaning of roach?
Did you hear what I just said? Everything in creation needs a creator. That's a necessary antecedent. That's the generalization of it.
But
yes?
Okay. I get what you're saying. But think about it like this. You said that everything created needs a creator.
Yeah.
What's your evidence it was created? Ooh. That's where it gets juicy. That's where it gets juicy.
Had the conversation about it. Now you're
dude. That's the way that you understand.
DNA, amino acids, RNA, translation, all of that good stuff. Those are chemical reactions that we're aware happen.
How did you get reactions when
What's your
nothing?
evidence that it came from a creator, or it was made on purpose? See, that's where you have it.
Transmitting information.
Yep.
It's a chemical transfer. Yeah.
Yes.
The receiver understands the language of the chemicals and then follows what the chemical reaction is telling it to do.
Okay. When I turn on my television,
wait.
Like, when I press the button, I just want to use an analogy though.
Yeah, no, the analogy should be more like a computer. Let's say
when I turn on my computer.
Wait a minute,
Jedi.
dude. Like I'm using an analogy here for
can I not
what
ask
you're
you a
trying to.
question?
It's going to be the same thing, I think. You're going to say it, but the opposite of me. It's going to be the same thing, but the opposite. Because if a guy's created a computer, and he also created the programs that go on the computer, but the computer has to have the capacity to receive the information and translate, the information that will be transmitted to it or put into it. So once that information is given to the computer, the computer can run the program. If it doesn't have the capacity, it will sit there dead as a doornail. It won't do anything. It's like putting... So if you can understand that, that, Matt, then the creator has to have in mind how to have the capacity, the thing that he's going to give life to be able to transmit or translate the code that it will receive. Otherwise, it won't produce anything. It will not do anything.
I'm having a conversation with two people. I just wanted to ask Jedi a question. So Jedi, if I press the button on my remote controller to turn on my TV, does my TV know to get the information, or just by the electromagnetic signal, it is going to do that by the physical laws?
It's going to, because it's a limited device, a computer, follow the instructions. And then it's going to follow the instructions because of the input and relay the input to us on the screen.
Yes, but
it's going to follow the instructions, like most codes.
Yeah. So it's like when I press my what's it called? My remote controller here. My TV doesn't know to turn on. It's just that the way it was set up, it's going to turn on because of it. So exactly.
Oh, shit.
What I'm trying to get to is when the chemical reactions happen, the DNA, when you said it knows to translate, I don't think it knows. I think it so happens to be that it's doing that because of the chemical reactions.
In the same way that the TV turns on because it's received the signal and now it knows.
Yep. Well, now it knows.
Matt, please.
It was already told ahead of time in its creation to turn on when you push the button on the remote.
Don't need this. So colloquially, it knows what to do now because it's received a set of instructions that it can understand. The television receives this thing that it can understand and acts accordingly. Like any code, it receives because it understands.
Okay, you're not. I don't think you're following. I don't think you're deep. You're thinking deeply enough. So what I'm saying is, let's say that it's a electromagnetic thing that happens when I press something and something turns on, like or when like I connect my Bluetooth. Let's say that's an electromagnetic phenomenon. My Bluetooth isn't like, hey, I'm here, or connect to me, I'm a talking Bluetooth. It doesn't know to do that. It doesn't. When I do something, it doesn't know to do anything. It does it because of how it's set up, right?
Dude. The Bluetooth that's designed to react to the signal.
Yes. Good. But the Bluetooth doesn't know to react to the signal. Oh, it doesn't know that.
By design, it's made to do this.
By design, it's made to do this, but also intrinsically, it doesn't know to do it. So when the RNA is taking information, it doesn't know I'm going to do this now, right?
Wait a minute. You're arguing. I think he's arguing a different point, Jedi. He's
talking shit.
Yeah, he's just trying to make
you don't like it. You don't like it. It's the truth.
No. It basically what he's saying still stands. Nothing's changed. I think you're trying to make the argument the way you want to make it sound. It's basically like a shithouse lawyer. You're doing the best you can to confuse yourself. I think it seems like, but it's simple, man. If the Bluetooth was designed for a specific function, then it will operate in the manner of the way that it was created. Right
now, since we know that the Bluetooth is acting upon, now that we know that the Bluetooth,
dude, just wait a second, because you're so happy to jump in and speak, but you're not listening to what's being said to you. So if the Bluetooth was designed for a function, it won't do anything else other than what it was designed for.
Well, it can malfunction.
It's not what I'm saying. Listen to me. It will only do what it was instructed to do so in its creation. The person who designed whatever it was meant to do was going to do what it's supposed to, right? And connect
this is another thing.
And Matt, it will connect to certain devices, right?
Yeah.
Now, will it do
This is another thing I want to mention, though. Yeah, I know. I just said obviously, right?
But I'm not done yet, dude. So will it do something else other than what it was designed to do?
Actually, yeah.
Like what?
Like sometimes when I try to turn on my Bluetooth, this doesn't happen. Sometimes when you have genetic mutations, a baby can be born deformed and stuff. That's how I know it's not on purpose. This is how I know there's no real reason, because that happens.
What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know, dude.
Oh, when there's DNA sequences, sometimes there's a change in the amino acids or a sequence in the amino acids that can cause mutations that aren't good for the baby.
No, we're not talking
or autism and so much.
What did that? Dude. Oh my God! Why are you saying
there's no intrinsic meaning for good?
No, just dude, you're so. I see this Jedi. My first initial assessment of what he was doing is correct. He wants to hate God for a reason, and this is sounding more and more. Yes, dude, this is what it sounds like. You want to have a reason to have a beef with God. It's not that you don't know that He exists. You know that He exists. You know that He exists. You want to have a beef with Him because of some moral reason. You don't like the fact that there's evil in the world. You don't like the fact. Roots, you're hot micing, brother. Roots.
My bad.
Yeah, so you want to have a beef with God because you don't like how things are. The world's kind of messed up. So you want to use this as your way to say, okay, I don't believe in you, God. Even though if you say that you exist, or I think that people think that you exist, I'm going to say no to you. You're rejecting Him, just like everybody else is a God hater, bro. Same thing.
I don't. That's not how. With all, like, I'm trying to be honest. I know that you guys might think I'm
You're
dishonest.
not.
That's fine. That's fine if you guys do think that. But I'm trying to think as deeply as
dude.
possible.
You're looking
about
for
this.
every reason to
Honestly.
deny the creator. You're denying the creator in every way possible. You're demeaning. You're demeaning the way that the God code is being told to you. You're demeaning the way that we have God, children that are deformed and like you're saying a bunch of shit, dude. To have
There's
a
like-
reason.
There's like issues.
Issues for who? For you?
That's the thing, though.
In the code.
Are you the issue or like what's it? Where are the issues, Matt?
Am I the issue? I don't know. Maybe.
Where are the issues? So where are the issues?
All I was trying to point
Where
out
are the
is
issues?
that
Where are the issues? Where are
the
you know
issues
me.
are sometimes in the DNA, where the baby is born with this disease. A baby is born with their head enlarged like 5 times when it's supposed to be. So many things.
So my thing to you is this: if that is your reason to say that the creator cannot exist because there are deformations, is that your reasoning behind
Oh,
it?
that's one of them. That's not. I'm not
That's
saying
one
that the
of them.
creator can exist, dude.
That's one
Again,
of them.
make
Is that
sure
one
it's
of them?
known. Make sure it's known. That's one of the many. I'm just saying, make sure it's known that I'm not saying that a creator doesn't exist. I'm not sure 100%.
No,
that a
but you're
creator
saying
doesn't
that this is the reason why you don't think that there is one.
All I'm
Because
saying-
there's deformations in the DNA code, which gives you the instance that the code is not perfect or it's not being run correctly or something is happening. So therefore, how can
it's
there
not
be?
like it does. It's not like it doesn't have an intrinsic purpose. You know what I mean?
No,
there's like
no,
Down
it does.
syndrome.
It does.
All
It
sorts
does.
of stuff.
It does. It
There's
does have an
people
intrinsic
with
purpose.
Down-
Hold on, Clay. It does have an intrinsic purpose, Matt. That's where you're incorrect. Because the creator shows his great strength in those who are unable to do things. He shows his mighty strength in those guys. The ones who you look to that are crippled and I can't do stuff, that's where his strength is shown even greater. That's where you're wrong, dude. So you think that's a weakness of the creator. That's his strength. He's going to show you how strong he is through those people. So the weaknesses of this world are what he looks to show his mighty strength. And that's why you have such a warped understanding of the creator and you're looking for a reason to deny him, but he's actually showing you that you don't understand that in what you see weakness and deformations and all these other things, that's where he's going to show you his great strength, because those people, the ones who pass, and they have these illnesses and such, they return back to the creator. And so it doesn't matter. Like, you can say that it's not with purpose, but we all got to see how those people, even though they had all these adversities in life, that they still persisted. And they showed us that even though that you can have these things, you can still be someone. And that's why we have hope. We have hope because we can say somebody had such a horrible life, but look at like what he's given to me. And you're taking that for granted right now and rejecting the fact that the creator is giving you this opportunity, a moment in time, to actually reflect on the fact that you should think about this.
What is one thing apart from just creation in general? What is one thing about the creator within his creation already that's created that you think is so fair? Would you say that the creator is fair?
No, I don't. It's not fair, dude. It's not. I don't look at life in the way that you're talking about. It's a more. You have a.
Do you think the chance to get to heaven is fair?
You do not have a God to establish where your moral compass come from. So you don't have the ability to say where or how fair should be or shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Oh, I believe and I adhere to moral realism, though.
No, Matt.
No, you don't have a God. So what you have right now is the chemical reaction going on in your brain, and that's all you have.
So
Everything
the standard
coming out is a response to chemicals.
You don't want to have a discussion.
Matt, the standard of fairness that you're giving right now is based on human emotions. It's not based on an emotion of a creator that looks throughout the span of time. So for you,
I'm not aware of that
you're
creator.
basing I know that you are aware of him. You're rejecting him in every turn that he's talking to you.
Alpha, me knowing the creator exists and me ignoring him when I know that the repercussions would be horrible is just dumb. I wouldn't do that if I knew for a fact he existed.
You're doing it now.
There's no way, Alpha. There's no way you think I'm convinced that a creator exists and I'm rejecting him on purpose. Because me doing that would be me
100%.
Would be me accepting eternal torture, which I wouldn't do.
Therefore, because you have that mindset, you're going to do it in regards of saying that I'm going to actually, so that I can escape that mindset, I can just think about a creator not existing, so I can intellectually reject him. So I can say, I have a reason to, based on evolution. I have a reason to, based on that there was a Big Bang. And you're talking about giving reasons to why you don't have to feel that accountability, Matt. For you, right now, you want to escape that. You don't want to feel that pressure of having to like, oh, I got to get my life straight. I got to really think about creation and follow like, all the religious people do. You don't want to be conformed to that. So you want to stretch your legs out and be like, I'm going to think how I want. Who gives a fuck, right? And so that's, that's the true nature, Matt. That's your true nature right now. That's your
This is
rebellious.
one thing. This is the one thing I want to make sure that's clear, though.
It's
Right?
truly, it's all our nature. We're all in the same boat, right? We're the same as Matt. We have all been born with falling short of the glory of the Most High. The only mediator is Jesus Christ. We all are sinners, but we can turn away from it and become righteous in His eyes through His only begotten Son. This is the deal. We all sit in the same boat. We just choose to either say, I don't accept a gift, or I accept a gift. This is what you currently do. Is
God make mistakes?
You probably despise the gift, maybe because you think it is because you think you can do things on your own. But this is the thing: you gotta surrender and say, we have fallen short. We are sinners, or I'm a sinner, and the only thing I can do is accept that someone has died for my sins. I can follow Him, take up my cross, repent, and walk with the Lord, because I have a mediator. I have someone who is
so intent has.
Can I ask Theo a question?
Yeah, I know what you're gonna ask him. I'm gonna respond because he actually has a different way of responding. But I would say that intent is baked into design. So if there's a design, if there's DNA, if there's a God code, all of this leads us to know that behind all of that there was a will, and the will was the first action. That was what started all of this. That's what gave laws of motion. That's what gave everything its the capacity to have like the laws of nature. So now
does God
we
make
see mistakes. No, there's intent in design, and everything has a purpose. So
can you have regret and not have made mistakes?
Regret, it doesn't need mistakes. You can say that I made something and I feel sorry that I made it because I know that I had to make it for the specific intent that I made it for.
God is omniscient. When God appointed King Saul king, He did it thinking it was a good idea, but then later on He says, I regretted that I have made that decision. He says He regrets. So God made a mistake.
No, it's not a mistake. He knew what He was doing. He just had to do it in that specific manner. The pattern of which, the way
But if you know what you're doing for a greater good, you can't have regret.
Yeah, but so everything has to be done in a specific way. So do you think that He took pleasure in the fact that He had to destroy His son the way He did? Or the story of the cross? Do you think that?
I don't know.
See, this is the problem.
There's a problem with the Trinity, though.
No, it's not. We're not even talking about that. We're just talking about the idea. You mentioned regret, right?
Mm-hmm.
So He can look upon His creation and say, you know what, I did all of these things, but I know that in certain instances and time frames, right, He would feel like, okay, this was like, I know I had to do it, but like it went bad. But He didn't.
He also
have any
set
regrets.
Adam and Eve up in the garden. He put Adam and Eve up against one of His most beautiful and intelligent angels. That was His new creation, and He put them up in the garden against them. And He knew
that's not true. That's not true.
Okay,
that's not true. I can tell you real quick, it's not true. What God did is He has created beings with a free will. If He would have created them without ever having to be able to make a choice between bad or good, even within the Garden of Eden, then then Adam or Eve would be just pure robots, right?
Okay,
but because He gave them the free will, the choice to choose between
God's
good or
omniscient,
bad,
meaning He
it's the
knows
same. It's the same with the angels. The angels had the same free will as Adam and
wait
Eve
a minute. There's a lot that you're saying there. There's a libertarian. There's libertarian free will. We're getting too deep here because I feel like there's more people that are Bible believers are going to jump into this conversation. It's gonna get tied up with like trying to figure out philosophically.
This is a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, but I know. But what I'm saying is because Clay has a mindset of libertarian free will, that's going to kind of get things a little muddy when you start to realize.
Well, I don't even know what that means.
From the beginning to the end, everything was known, right? Alpha and the Omega. the beginning and the end. says the
hold on,
Lord.
Alpha. So
Hold on,
you're like
man.
a Calvinist?
I'm not talking to you right now. So if Clay, so if we're talking about like God knew the beginning to the end, everything's written. You agree with that, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay,
But,
so if everything's written, then from the beginning to the end, and we're somewhere in between right now in history. So God wouldn't know in a design plan how everything was going to be laid out. Yes?
100%. Yes.
Okay, so from his stance, we know that he knows from beginning to the end. Now, humans have the capacity to have a mind of being able to make a choice. Like today, tomorrow, whatever you say, I'm going to do this thing, right? Tomorrow. And let's say the thought process for you would be, I'm going to do the thing tomorrow. But your thought about doing something with your free will not go through if something intervenes with that. Meaning something could happen that somebody could knock on your door and say, hey, Clay, we need your help. We're going to do something. I need you to come with me. And you're like, but I had something to do. And like, just, you'll go back to that thing in a moment. And so you go do that other thing. And what happens is maybe you forget about coming back to the previous thought that you thought you had the free will to go do. Well, what happens is your free will was intervened. So you didn't have that free will to do the thing that you thought you maybe had. So it's not the fact that you say that you don't have a choice in your robot. It's the fact that we are living a specific path, right? And the path we're trying to understand what that path is. And in that process of understanding, we don't know why things happen the way they do. Our destiny is written already, but we
I just want to clarify something.
Hold
Alpha.
on, Matt. 1 second. But we as people don't understand that. So you and me, we can't see past our own choices. I don't know if I choose vanilla or chocolate, what I'm actually going to want when I get to the store. I might even choose, butterscotch. So I don't know that. But what I do know is I'm conscious of a choice. So when I make a choice, I think it's, coming from my own mind, but it's not, because I was telling Matt earlier that where does all this information come from? What we want, our desires, or when we're hungry, when we want to go to sleep, everything is a reaction to the thing that precedes it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying.
So there's a kind of a mix up here. I think a lot of people say, well, we have free will. And it's not the fact that you have free will, you have a choice. To you, that seems like you have a free will. But what you're doing is you're either going to follow a pattern that God already designed, right? Or you think that you're going to decide to trailblaze your own pattern. And that's not the case. That's never the case.
Predeterministic outcome kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's not because you understand the predeterministic outcome. Rick, and I told everybody here, for us as people, we have the mindset that we do because we can't see past our own choices. So you can say, I'm going to do a thing tomorrow, but it's not necessarily going to happen, is it? Because even if you build an itinerary tomorrow and say, I'm going to follow the itinerary to the letter from every moment of tomorrow, it will not pass because something will intervene that you didn't expect. And this is why that you can't understand past your own choices. You can make choices. I'm not saying that's wrong. But what I'm saying is you can't understand past those choices.
So I just want to clarify, Alpha, do you adopt Calvinism?
That's that's a word that people toss around. Now I like the things that are saying, but there's still I would say it's kind of hard. I'd say I'm somewhere in between because of the fact that I understand the need for having God be sovereign and us be the created thing that are subjected underneath a sovereign ruler. So in order for God to be sovereign, he has to have full reign over his creation. And if we have any limitation to saying, no, I did something that he didn't know what I was going to do. So I did something today that God's like, I didn't know he was going to do that. That's not how it works.
I just wanted to ask that because I wanted to clarify, because there's Christians that are divided upon this, and this is there's a decent divide upon this because Calvinists believe that everything is predestined. Almost literally everything that happened is predestined for God's ultimate glory, which means that he planned out what was going to happen to Adam and Eve. He planned out what happened to and he plans Matt, all that out.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, Matt. So just to touch on that a little bit, he designed everything not for you and me. Do you know this, Matt? Everything was created not for us.
Well, I thought that because a lot of the Christians do Protestants and whatnot, the ones that don't believe in Calvinism, they see the story of Jesus, right? The good news, right? Him coming down and shedding blood for us. I think that's like almost a defeater for Calvinism, but Calvinism still makes a lot of sense though. But it doesn't make sense that Jesus would come down here to save us and all this other stuff if the saving isn't within us. It's not our choice to follow God, you know, because it says in John and stuff that for whoever believe in him, you know?
Yeah, I know, but the belief doesn't come from you. It comes from a gift. Really, it comes from a gift that's given to you. You are given the faith to have enough faith to believe.
You're kind of aligned with Gregory. That's exactly what Gregory believes.
Yeah, but see, if it wasn't a free gift given to you, then you wouldn't receive the gift. You weren't able to understand the gift. You would just be like, well, I don't know. Like, I believe in God, maybe not.
In that sense, then whatever the way you believe it. In that sense, there's everything that you're doing or whatever happens to me or whatever happens to you, either you were gifted the chance to go to heaven and I wasn't, or someone was and you weren't, whatever it was. And that's kind of what you believe in, basically, you know? Either you got it or everything. You don't.
Yeah,
and that's
so
weird, though, isn't it?
It has to be given as a measure. Everybody has a measure of faith. We all do, right? That's what the word says. Everybody has a measure of faith. The Creator. Now,
wow.
So everybody has.
It's not really my fault or anyone's fault then.
What do you mean? Like, yeah, because consciously, the pattern that you follow right now is one of making choices. So this is why I say I fall in between. Like, I'm not just totally one-sided. I do see the fact that everybody has the capacity to make choices. But what I say is, you are not the creator. You don't know the beginning to the end. So you can't say that everything is predestined, because to you, you live moment to moment. And every moment means something to you when you make choices. So yes, the Creator sees that way, but you don't. So you can never say, I think my life is predestined. You can say, I'm making choices today to follow the Creator. So whether or not you feel the measure of like wanting to do that, that's going to be up to the capacity that's given to you as an individual believing in the Creator.
I mean, then anyone else, I mean, whenever anyone comes at me, just say, well, that's the gift that was given to me, I guess.
I'll tell you this much, right? So me and Jedi and everybody else could tell you that the God code has been revealed to you and your mind. You can understand DNA being something that's related from a creator to the creation, right?
I don't.
You can see that in as so far as to say as the argument stands. Not that you believe it, but just so that you can say, yeah, I see that you're arguing for this. I can see what you're saying.
Well, no, I see exactly what you're saying. I disagree fundamentally, but I know what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. So you're given the measure of faith to realize. But now the fact is, whether or not you adhere to it is because of the capacity that's given to you. Now, everybody, and here's the thing, I'm not writing you off, because no one can. I can't say, well, Matt's just predestined to go to hell. I'm not ever going to say that to anyone, because that would be wrong. The only thing you can say is that at this particular moment in time, you don't have the capacity to reach the level of understanding that you would to say, I understand now that the God code is deemed by a creator. You can't say that now. And that's fine. Everybody should be okay to kind of defend a point and say, all right, so Matt said no go. And that's okay. But the fact is, something inside of you is like urging you to stay in the fight. Like, no, don't give up, man. Like, keep arguing with these guys. You might prove your point. You don't know what that is, Matt. You don't know why, what motivates you to do that. I do. I know why.
What do you think motivates me to do that?
That's the Creator. The measure of faith is something that urges everybody. It pulls on your heartstrings. Now, whether or not the person actually fully
be very skeptical of their beliefs.
Listen. Whether or not a person fully commits to this, it's not that's not the case, because of course the parable of the sower describes the 4 types of people, right? It's the people that hear the good news and right away the devil snatches it away, you know, and then there's the seed that falls on the rocky soil and it tries to take hold, but the rocks underneath are not able for the roots to dig down deep, so the plant withers and dies. There's the one that the seed falls on the soil and it sprouts up, but then the other weeds choke it off and it dies. And that just represents the 4 types of people. And the last one is it falls on a good soil and the plant shoots up and it grows and it's strong. But hold on, let me just tell you real quick, right? So the 4 people, right, are the types of people that listen to the word, right? And so everybody's given this measure to understand, or at least a capacity, because everybody heard the message. Those 4 types of people heard the message. And the parable is speaking to those 4 types of people. Now, the people heard the message. The first ones, they heard the message and they just, it's baloney, right? And the second one was the rocky soil. They had hard times. Oh, I just can't do it now, man. It's too tough, right? And then, of course, the third one was when the weeds choked it off, was that the person had too much worries and cares about what's going on around them. It's really hard for them to realize that God could be the one like you, what you're doing. I would say that fits your description. The weeds are the world coming at you with these ideas. It's choking off your faith. And it will do so until listen, dude, it will do so if you let it. It will completely snuff it out, and you will be a hard-hardened person in your heart. It will be a stone, dude, if you allow it.
The one thing that separates me, you, and Jedi, and whatever it is the fact that I believe in the heliocentric model with space and galaxies, and you guys don't. The thing is, if you guys believed in that like I did, then you would understand the thing is, I could just say, well, Jupiter doesn't have life. Well, Mars doesn't have life. Well, the 5,000 exoplanets that we've looked at probably doesn't have life.
It's not about us.
But because you believe in a flat, contained world, you think that this is so purposeful and this is so different. So we have like 2 completely different worldviews. Like we don't even agree that the world is a globe. You know, a lot of stuff we don't even agree upon.
So what?
Yeah, but I think the way you look at it is like this. Like a lot of people in ancient times thought that there was like a god of fire, a god of thunder, rain. When it was raining, it was God. But then we realized it was just a hydrological cycle that caused rain. You know what I mean? All that.
So you think people just
scientific knowledge will never be proof of God.
Yeah. Wait a minute. But you now think that because people are enlightened with the sense of saying, I've identified the hydrological cycle, so I'm all good now to say that that's not God anymore. But in fact, it still is God, because he designed this place to do what it does. So yeah, he brings the rain. He's the rain bringer, the snow bringer. He's the one that created these cycles that you live in. So
does he design hurricanes too?
Everything, dude.
What about the floods that kill people? Hurricanes that kill people?
Yeah, everything. Everything's all his
tsunamis that kill people.
Everything, dude. Do you think that people? Yeah. Here's a interesting thing for you, Matt. You think that the lifespan that somebody has is something worth acknowledging, as far as like saying this is all our, like you and me, we should put all our stock into this life. Everything. Like we shouldn't care about maybe there being a life after this. We should put all of our energy into just living the best life now. YOLO, bro. You only live once. You think that this is the reason why you were meant to be here, just for this fact of just existing.
I don't know if I was meant to be here, Alpha. I don't know.
I do.
But listen,
everybody was designed and meant and purposely put in a specific place and time to be in a certain location.
I'd much rather not be gone forever. Or just be in a state of non-existence.
That's cap,
forever.
bro. That's all cap.
Bro,
you know it.
Seriously believe I'm so cap. You think that Matt just wants to be in a state of non-existence forever?
Oh, dude,
how long is forever? How do you measure forever?
No, check this out, dude. No, what I think is, like I said, the parable of the sower, you're the third type. You're the third type of person where the weeds are choking off this philosophy that you received that makes you feel kind of good and warm inside by having explanations to everything. That's the weeds choking off your faith, dude, for the Creator. I've already told you this. This is true about what's happening right now with you. Your faith is being choked off, dude. And it will, listen, if it continues as you get older, it will be snuffed out. You will not have any more thought of, you'll be like Scott. The way Scott is, his heart is a stone for the Creator. It's a complete stone. And if you're not there, I don't think you're there yet. But you will. At some point, you'll cross the line and your heart will be a stone and no longer there will be light shedding. And I don't want that, dude. Like I said, if anybody would plead for that, I would rather you kind of look at that in that way and say, look, man, let me do some self-reflection. Because if there's something that I'm missing, and first of all, dude, for trusting all these guys that you put a lot of stock into, like these guys are telling you information, and for you to be a critical thinker, you don't ever like challenge those guys. You're like, wait a minute. You just told me this information about some mutation that happened long ago. Bro, when did this happen? Who studied this? Like, why are you... dig down into that. In other words, the surface information that you receive, Matt, you're happy with it. So that tells me a lot about you.
Really?
Yeah, it does. It does, dude. You want to be
like, I don't know, man.
I'm telling you, it's just the way it is. You want to be in that state of mind where you're not held accountable and it feels good. But I'm telling you, that third archetype of person,
it's not. Okay,
You
like
do.
it's almost
You
like
do.
doing. It's almost like this. It's almost like this, right? Let's say that you can rob this bank and get like $40,000 right now, but you know for a fact you're gonna be fucked and get like you get armed robbery charge and you're gonna be gone for like 30 years in jail. It's much better if you truly thought that I believed in or I knew for a fact in my heart there was a God and I was just rejecting him. That would mean that I'm enjoying my life right now, doing whatever the stupid shit that you think I'm doing, and not living in a Christian worldview.
Yes,
and then
man.
I'm gonna be gone and punished forever because of it. That's not.
Yeah, but
that's not a
listen,
logic, though,
this is
you know?
listen. You want to know something funny about this, Matt? I'm doing something that probably nobody's ever done for you in your life. I'm pleading for you because I don't want that to be the case. Far be it from that. I don't care if you believe in a globe, but if you continue the path that you do as someone who rejects the Creator, that will be the end that you meet. And so, and listen, whether or not you say pish posh, man, I believe in my scientists are telling me everything I need to know. And I'm even telling you, man, those guys are bankrupt. Look at what they're telling you. There's nothing there, dude. They can't support any of their claims. And they would even tell you if they're here, because we spoke to many of them, PhDs and all that. They're like, this is our best guess. You're banking on all your chips in to their best guess, Matt.
The chips.
I'm saying it like it is. It's their best guess. And you're going all in on it. Like as if that's it, right? They got it, man. You're doing that to them. It's because I'm telling you, deep down inside, you're not fighting a war of like, dude, I want to believe. No, you want not to believe. It's the opposite. And that's the state of affairs for you right now, my friend. And it, like I said, if you let it go for a lot longer, your heart will be hardened like a stone and you will not have any Creator conversation. You will abhor it. You'll be like, dude, I don't even want to talk about it. So right now, at least you entertain it. But that light will so slowly be snuffed out, dude. It'll be that third archetype. Read the parable of the sower. The third archetype will be snuffed out by the weeds. Are going to choke it off, dude, and you won't have any more faith. Your faith will be diminished to nothing. And that's what I don't want.
This, man. If you're right, if you happen to be right within your theology and whatever you think, I hope it gets to me before it's too late. If it happens to be the case, I'll tell you that.
Let's say some people need to do some praying for you, man, if that's going to be the case. Because unbeknownst to your family, which I'm pretty sure if your mom knew about it, dude, she'd be praying day and night for you, for your, actual realization of this. If she knew the amount that you had against the Creator, I mean, and you know as well as I do, Matt, she would be saddened by it too. And I'm not just saying do it for her.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, I'm not saying do it for her, because don't do something for someone else. Do it because you understand that the Creator does exist, and He's been tugging at you with that small measure of faith that He's given to everybody to realize that that He is true and that He is real. I'm just telling you this way. If far be it, you don't listen, dude. Tomorrow you can wake up and say, Alpha's he's full of shit, dude. Whatever. I don't care.
No, man. I honestly respect what you're saying for sure. I get it, man.
But these conversations, they get into these philosophical whatever, and people get into the mode of like being too philosophical or too biblical, and I think that's good in a way sometimes. But what needs to be said here is more of the side of people understanding that there's a need for others to realize that if there's truth being said, at least give it a chance, man. That's one thing I'd say. I'm not here to convince you, Matt. I really am not. I want to challenge you at least. So at some point down the line, if you're like, dude, fuck, remember that conversation? Fuck, it really hit me now. But I'm not gonna probably be there when that happens.
Right now, dude. I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying, man. I mean, you've said a lot of things that I think I can still contest to, or maybe I don't fully agree with. But I mean, it's gonna take time for me to I went from a year ago to probably telling you, I mean, you're an idiot for thinking that God doesn't exist. Sure. And this world entails a God. So, I mean, a lot can change. You know what I mean?
Well, we just leave it up to time, I guess. But what I will say is that don't wait too long. You know what I mean? Because time is precious, and I think there's a scripture in the Bible that says, today is the day of salvation. Don't harden your hearts. So, and that's true. Because tomorrow's not promised, bro. I'm gonna be straight up. You could walk out tomorrow, and it'd be the last day of your life. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
Anyway.
you're absolutely right. It's not debatable, dude. There's people. There's people that are in like much better positions, dude. You know that story you had last year where I think it was in 2023 or something, or like during the summer, where you had that story of the people that went down in the submarine or whatever. That was like with a remote control or whatever. You heard
those
about
guys
that
that imploded in the
imploded,
Marianas
and they
Trench or
died
something?
instantly. And they were like the family that was there and the owner were worth billions of dollars with a young kid that was like I think my age. You know what I mean? So yeah, you're right, man. I mean, shit's not guaranteed, even if you're worth a shit ton of money, man.
Well, just like what's his name, man? Was it Steve Jobs? Well, the kind of
Steve
shit he was
Jobs
saying
had
towards,
cancer. He was super fucking rich, dude.
yeah, no, but the shit that he was saying towards the end of his life, I mean, it was like practical shit, dude. He's like, you know what? Doesn't matter the car you drive, or he was having like that realization moment at that time. But it's like we don't have to have that kind of stuff happen to us to have that realization moment. We should be doing that right now. Like
I won't sit here and say that like money's not important, but like at the end of it's important for your livelihood, right? At a certain point, but there's some things that you can't fix with money. You know, there's some things that like when death is calling on your name, you're fucked. You know.
That's right.
That's just the case, though. I mean, that's the thing. You can't bring. I mean, if you do die, like you can like give it to your family, the people you love, or whatever. But you can't take that shit with you anywhere. You know.
There was a meme that I've seen. I kind of chuckled at it, but it had a hearse with a U-Haul in the back of it, and it says on the bottom, it says you can't take it with you. You know what I mean? Like that's true. What fucking think about it, man.
I can't be buried. I mean, I wouldn't want to be buried with all the stuff that I love to either.
Imagine if you reached like Andrew Tate's level and you had all the money, you got all that shit, and at the end of your life, you just left. Like what was like if at the end, what was it all worth? You know what I'm saying? All the accolades, all the
dude. He was at a point where he nearly lost his life. He had he had a granddaughter. He had like a bunch of family members and all that stuff that loved him, and it could have been over just like that, over one mistake. You know.
But the Bible says the only way to gain life or have life is through Jesus Christ. If you don't have him, you don't have life.
Yeah, there's good scriptures, man. But like, I don't want to. Yeah, just don't want to rock the boat too far into religion. You know what I mean? I did what I was trying to tell the line where it wasn't so far into it, because I know where lines get crossed. It's almost like scriptures start popping out, and then people are like, dude, this again. You know what I mean? Because you got to read the room sometimes.
Well, Matt can read it for himself.
Yeah, so you know what? You know what, Clay?
I do have a page. My mother handed it to me a few weeks ago. I have the Holy Bible.
See, this is all divine appointment, Matt. Why do you think that's been handed to you? Why do you think we're having the conversation now? You think it's because of random chance, bro? I mean, he's knocking on the door of your heart, and he's using a loud megaphone to do it. Anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway,
this has been a very meaningful conversation. I respect it very much. So I'll tell you that for sure.
Yeah, we talk to each other in kind of a more derogatory manner when it consists like, truth in that. But
I didn't get the elephant
bare bones. No, listen, man, because I don't joke like with this shit, man. I think listen, dude, your life is hanging in the balance. I don't joke about that shit ever. I don't wish anyone that. I don't. So I don't view life like I don't like, dude. I don't wish any harm on anyone. I want everyone to at least have the capacity to have a conversation about it. But I feel like this: the people that cannot have that conversation already know where they are. Their heart is a stone. It's gone. It's like the light has dwindled, and at some point they, but we're not supposed to give up. The ones that, because they're still breathing. So Fight while it's still daylight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think we just killed the chat. But
so what about
it was a very, very apart from everything, it's probably one of the most important conversations that we've had. Although it is a flat Earth VC, you know, the Earth shape doesn't really matter, anyways.
Well, it ties in. It ties
what
into
about
this. Go ahead.
What about? I want to know about meteorites. What's the position of flat Earth people on that?
Breaking off from the container.
That's one of them. That's one of them.
Does it come from out there, or is it something that happens from within the dome? Or
it's speculation, Rick. I think people say slagging off the dome, but not dome, but the container.
The containment, right?
It's slagging off the container. So
does that entail that the container is made out of some sort of rock?
Listen. It's not even my speculation, to be honest. Like I'm not with that, but some
what
people
if the container is like breaking off so that like eventually like is that the end of the Earth or some shit? You know, the end days with the container.
I do agree. With burden of proof, like how there's always an argument on who has the burden of proof. I believe both do. Like if you're a globe, someone that believes in the globe, they have a burden of proof to prove the globe theory, and then the people that have the flat Earth position, they need to prove that too. They've got the burden of proof to push that. You know what I mean? So both, I feel like it's both people have burden of proof. Would you agree?
Burden of proof
for both
what?
positions, yeah, I think that anyone that makes a positive claim that the Earth is flat,
For the shape of the Earth, conversation, or what do you for meteorites?
Oh, like so people that think in the general model of like, oh yeah, we live on a globe, we live on a planet that is spherical, they have a burden of proof to back that claim, right? As do flat Earth people have a burden of proof to back their claims.
I never.
So it's like
honestly, Rick, I never mind to have that conversation with people. It's just the fact that it's difficult. Go ahead, Jeff.
Sorry, it doesn't matter who makes a claim. If you make a claim, it's your burden to prove it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're flat Earth, globe Earth, Conservative, Labour, Republican, Democrat. I don't know, Hindu, whatever. If you make a claim.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, I don't mind having those conversations. Neither does Jedi. I think what happens is the problem when we start talking about the flat Earth information first, it gets drowned out by hand wave dismissals off the rip. So it's difficult to have, like me and Jedi know, like once we start talking about flat Earth first and not globe Earth first, it always turns out that the person will be like, no, that's just not the way it is. Nah. And we're like, wait a minute, you didn't even, no, it's not. It's because it's a globe.
It's like, right. So they don't have the patience to hear you out, sort of thing. They won't lend you their patience.
Well,
disbelief. Like they don't give two shits because they've already got this idea that's in their head, and what they have in their head is right, and you can't tell them that they're wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Well, and that's why, Rick, it's hard for us to.
I think the same thing goes for flat earthers too. I mean, it goes for both sides. Let's be honest.
No, but listen, when people first come in here, do you think they want, because they have academia on their side, they got the colloquial terms that are being used, the globalist this, and we travel around the globe. So people have the mindset that it's already that, and coming in here, it's like, okay, tell me that the Earth is flat. And then we start talking about it, and they're just like, nah.
I think the main reason why people freak out about this topic specifically is because obviously I think academia is doing an okay job at just telling people the correct doctrine. I'm just saying also the fact that obviously it's like something that is so casual, something that is so known by all the scientists. So when they come in here, they're like, you think the Earth is flat? How dare you? You know what I mean? Because it's something in academia that's taught to be ridiculous. When you click on any flat Earth video, every video that mentions flat Earth in the title, there's a Wikipedia thing that follows along with it saying that it's archaic, it's not real. Check it out, because it's trying to get people away from that thinking. That's what they're trying to do.
Classic. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, I admire the challenge against the norm. Like, I think that's admirable. Like, I admire that because it's a big task. You know, you're going up against the majority and like the scientific, what we call the scientific community. You know what I mean?
We came a long way.
So that's great.
There's a little history, man, between like the main people in here. Like I would say me, Crit, Jedi, Just Bill. I'll include Just Bill. He's been all right. The 24/7.
Matt's been here for like
Quetzalcoatl's been in there. But what we've experienced was a lot of people in the academic side of things, right? And I don't know, unbeknownst to a lot of the new guys that come in here, you don't really know what those guys actually say when they come in here, and it almost sounds like they're dismissive to the globe. I know that sounds weird, but they're not like, they don't have a dog in the fight. They're not the ones coming in here saying, "Dude, the Earth is a globe." It's actually the people who believe it. Like the other guys, they've been told to look at cosmology a certain way. Like ITR is one of them, right? That I know that Matt gets pretty upset when he comes in here.
He hasn't been here in a while.
He typed in the other day. I saw that he was typing. He didn't come in here, but he was just typing. But like,
I don't know about
he's
that.
studying to be an astrophysicist, and he really does. He's like, according to him, like, don't say that he's doing it or not, but he calls out people that are saying bullshit for the Globert side, and a lot of the Globers.
Who's he called out?
I know that you and him had the argument over the 6 and 9.
Yeah, well, he's wrong about that stupid shit.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So you guys had that, and some other shit that people have information that he says that's not right. You know, so it's bad arguments for both sides, and so he's calling out the Globers that say bad arguments, and when that happens, the Globers get upset and they discredit him and saying he's not he doesn't adhere to the globe, because it's almost like, I don't know what we want to put it, like the globe side cannot fall out of line. Like they all have to agree with each other. That's not how it is.
But Alpha, do you think that
it's not like that?
What's the probability, like in your own mind, like you do realize that if you're right about the flat Earth thing, that means like a lot of these scientists and a lot of these people, like the billions that believe in the globe, are all wrong. This entails that you guys are like you guys are in this movie where you're the special ones that do, you're like the chosen ones that do fight against the mainstream concept, and you actually prove it wrong. So what is the chance that you guys find the main thing that completely destroys globe Earth and it gets recognized by at least someone respectable?
No.
You know?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but that's
at one point there must be like that point where like everyone, the Earth is flat for sure.
No,
you know?
No. I'm gonna kind of scare you a little bit, but that's never gonna happen. I'm gonna tell you why. Because the people want to hear a story more than they want to hear the truth. The truth is something that imagine me telling you this. If I was to walk up to you and I say, "Matt, I'm going to tell you the truth," what do you think is going to what is your mind going to do? It's going to be on guard. Oh shit, what is he going to say? Like you don't know. But if I was to walk up to you and I was to say, "Matt, let me tell you a story," you'd be more receptive. You're like, "Oh, cool. Tell me a story, bro." Yeah. So telling a story or hearing the truth are two different things, and people don't want to hear the truth. They just don't. They'd rather be told a story. And that's
I don't know. You can tell them a story about the flat Earth. It's just that I feel like if you truly, but you guys say you guys won't say that you believe in or you think in. You say the Earth is flat. Yes. You know, you say it for sure. There's no for sure. This necessarily entails that all of these guys who think that they're intellectual and all of this stuff, like this is like the number one stage thing for them to understand in physics or whatever. You just say, no, that's not the case. The Earth is 100% flat, horizontal.
They don't even say it's the case, man.
But think about this, Alpha. This entails that you're like you guys are these special ones. Like you guys are part of like this group that is actually true and right. This entails that there should be like a great revelation eventually about the truth, about the lies.
No. It doesn't work that way.
Vacuum of space.
It doesn't work that way, dude.
The second law of thermodynamic violation, all of this stuff, dude. Take this as high as you want to.
But hold up, because there's it doesn't work that way because there's handlers. The handlers are not going to allow anything outside of how they're controlling. See, everything as being controlled that you know of, right? Information's being controlled. How you receive it's being controlled. All of that shit. So you receive that information specifically to you so that it can cause a reaction. And we all know this. We're on a bigger stage. It's
Fuck
almost
the
like,
handlers, dude. Fuck the handlers.
yes. So you say.
You should be able to convince. Listen, you should be able to convince at least someone in the field of study of like physics or something, whoever the fuck studies stuff about the globe and the mathematics of the globe. You should be able to convince them of something, and they should be able to take it up and say, this is not right. You know what I mean? There should be like. But the thing is, but this is the thing though. Like, think about it. Like, say you were to convince someone in like physics or whatever. If they were to come up to someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson and say, hold on, the Earth is, because Neil deGrasse Tyson said that like he won't even debate flat Earth because it's so silly, it's so stupid, and it's so minor that I won't even discuss it. Because Joe Rogan did come on the show and he was like, well, I would love for you to debate one of the flat Earth guys, and he was like, nah, I'm not gonna. People that believe in the flat Earth are not even worth talking. That's what he thinks. You know what I mean?
So what's the difference between you and one of the guys that you're talking about?
The difference between me is that I am not a physicist who thinks this is a foregone conclusion, but I did hit the true conclusion, which I know that the Earth is a globe for a fact. But the main difference is that I'm not like Neil deGrasse Tyson. And there's still people. There are like people that Professor Dave and stuff that will still discuss this for sure. They know the truth just like I do, but they'll still discuss it. I think it's fun to discuss it.
Matt, could you be wrong about the globe?
No. Absolutely not.
So you're 100% sure?
100% sure that the Earth is a globe. 100%.
Then there's no difference between.
There's just too much. There's just too much that aligns, Alpha. There's just too much.
If you're unable to be convinced, then they would, on the same level, be unable to be convinced because you both are convinced that you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But someone's right.
I feel I'm the same. Well, I feel more strongly toward a globe Earth. However, like with the religious debate, I'm kind of like, I would say that I'm agnostic because I can't prove God, but I can't disprove God too. So it's like I can't be 100% in either camp. Like I'm smack down the middle. Like I'm open to the idea, and show me. But for now, like I can't be sure of either. So
then
like, well,
you have to figure out which of those presuppositions is more reasonable.
I would just think eventually, Alpha, there would be someone in academia that's gonna come that would already say the Earth is flat, guys. Like some physicist, some guy that has a PhD.
Matt, that's a dream world. That's a dream world. The people that
think about it. Like if someone goes through this and they're accredited, they can argue this really good.
Dude, the people that are educated, that are in the system, they get chastised for bringing up flat Earth. We know this by history. It's taken place already.
I mean, the thing is, YouTube. I mean, the YouTube director, whoever they had come up to talk to Congress, they went over like restrictions and stuff. And one of the congressmen or whoever it was, I think it was like a congressman, asked her, so if someone searches up like flat Earth, what would come up is like the Earth is a globe, and she was like, yes, because the information on YouTube, they do restrict you guys. They do make the globe more prevalent, and the reason for the whole discussion and the reason why she's there is because they were discussing misinformation and how they go against that. That's why with the whole, I'll just say 19 thing, if you clicked on any video that discusses 19, it gives you the official thing from the CDC, and they do the same thing with the flat Earth because they feel that it's misinformation and it shouldn't be popularized, right?
Why do they feel?
I can't necessarily say. I think, you know what? I'll say that it's fear, but I won't say it's fear in the sense
that it is.
I won't say this is the thing. If you don't want something to happen,
what did Neil deGrasse Tyson have? Fear. What do these people have? Fear. The same
this
answer.
is the thing. Yeah, I think it's fear, but it's not the typical. I don't think that it's fear that they think that they can be proven wrong.
Don't diminish fear.
The main thing, hold on, let me just say the type of fear I'm talking about. The main fear I'm talking about is they don't want people to be convinced of any type of basic false doctrine. So if something like the Earth is flat, they don't want people to go that route.
Why are they the arbiters of that? Why are you not the arbiter of that? How come you can't make up your own mind if you heard the information? Why are they the arbiters? They're the handlers. Matt, hold on a second. Wait. They become the handlers for you. So they're saying, no, we know what's best, Matt. We're going to handle this. Don't worry about it. They're handling the information. You're laughing, dude, but this is the truth. It's the truth. They're handling you, dude.
Yeah,
you don't
that's
get
the thing,
it?
though. I don't know how I would handle it. I mean, if I was the YouTube like person or whatever, like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't say that I would restrict you guys. I wouldn't really give a shit,
dude.
though. I wouldn't really give a shit.
That's what I'm saying. Let them have the. What did you? Go ahead, Jedi.
I was just going to ask Matt, do you believe in free speech?
Do I believe in what? Your mic cut off a little bit.
Sorry, free speech.
Yes.
Okay, this isn't.
Yeah.
Yes.
This isn't speech.
YouTube isn't.
Right. YouTube censoring what you can and can't. Sorry, what content you can and can't look at and listen to.
Most likely,
is not free speech, is it?
Yeah. No, I don't think it's full free speech. Like, there's someone. Well, this is like the complicated part, Jedi, and don't try to bash me for this, but this is the complicated part. Like, when there is a danger in people, like for the people that are chemists and whatever, there is an intrinsic danger of society. And this is not for flat earth. I don't think flat earth is dangerous, but like other things, like say that like there was some thing that wasn't happening, that people kept saying it was happening and people kept believing it because of this reason, that reason, and that can cause an issue and a distrust in the officials and in the people that actually know about certain stuff. But I think when it comes to flat earth, I don't think there should be an issue or a restriction. I know that you can still watch flat earth videos. It's just not promoted in the algorithm.
You're having a reasonable mindset about it, like just the discussion itself, not that it's right, but just the discussion. Like if you were to say, okay, fine, let the people decide, but they're not letting the people decide. They're saying, well, to some level, we're gonna have to put little signs underneath it. You can have
they came under my video too. It was funny.
You can I know, but you can have your channel of flat earth. That's fine, but we're just gonna tell them the truth about it. And it's a flat earth is an archaic model.
Being therefore holding onto or holding information that could be teachable in a sense, and and he's the only one who really can teach it the way that he can compared to others. So therefore, I think it's just there's grabbing to stuff that makes you more interesting, even give you more appeal and attention, even though in a sense they're very useless and have no meaning at all, because you could furthermore just use what everybody else knows, which is just get to the point of what it's all about. But yeah, I really think it's just trying to find something so you have some superior knowledge above all the other flat earthers. Not saying that is the intention, but subconsciously it kind of looks like it, like there's just more to it, but I know what it is, It's so strange.
Yeah, that's kind of the meaning. That's the meaning of esoteric, Clay. That's why I always say that people that are in that niche group, they're talking about some knowledge that nobody else can know. Usually what we talk about is like, this is obvious. It's not something that nobody can know. It's something that everybody already sees displayed everywhere. We just have to tell them about it. That's important. Like, it's not like a little secret thing that only I know about it. Here, let me teach you, and so you can know. It's like, dude, when we talk about the flat and stationary Earth, it's something that everybody knows. Like now, we don't have to pretend. Like, the challenge was, what are flat earthers doing to actually like make a mark to say they're doing something as far as investigating flat earth? I'm like, guys, we've been doing this all of our life. It's called a long distance observation. Debunks the curvature claim where the supposed curvature should be at the predictable distance that it is. If it was at a specific place, it would be blocking things in our long distance views, like anybody. And we've been looking at things far beyond the imagined curvature, predictable amount of it where it should be. And we're seeing things a lot farther than that. So essentially, we've been doing Black Swan this whole time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I like this channel, because it actually focuses on what is important and doesn't give room or a way for globe heads to escape into useless debates. You just hold them to what the actual topic is. And it's just sad to see that so many people now, instead of actually debating what is important and at hand, they just give them room just to speculate and have these endless conversations about Narnia. And it's just, flat earthers have adhered the fallacious thinking that comes from the heliocentric paradigm, which is, there is like more planets to explore, there is more knowledge to gain, there is new civilizations to create. And you see the same paradigma now in flat earth. They have adopted it and actually made it even worse by where they try to rewrite history and say, look, there's this old world and there's this inheritance of people that have left an old world for us, and they're probably behind the ice wall, and then there's the Nephilim that live somewhere off that more land that is hidden from us, and there's more land to explore. See how there's this. It's like the curse from heliocentrism has just adopted onto certain flat earthers. It's so weird.
So are any of you guys mods here?
But I'm not a
Any
mod.
mods here? You're a mod?
No, I'm not a mod.
Oh.
Anyways, what is even worse is that there's this extreme side that just now says that everything in the world is kind of like false and wrong and so forth, right? And it really creates a lot of confusion. And also makes the whole topic look bad. When you have a person that says, I'm a flat earther, but I'm also showing you how jet fuel is not real. Then I'm like, golly, like this is just I don't know. It just makes people automatically despise the much more interesting thing, which is what reality presents itself to be. And sometimes I think there are pretenders that pretend to be flat earthers, and they intentionally invoke topics such as, jet fuel or like esoteric things just to discredit the people who actually want to make people aware of what reality is and not what they have been indoctrinated by. But the final experiment, guys, we're gonna see a light in the sky, and therefore the Earth must be a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball. That's the final experiment. It's gonna be all settled because of a bunch of penguins, ice, and the sun. There's nothing to settle. There is no. The fundamental thing that that flat earthers don't even grasp is there's no need for us. There's no need for a group that calls themselves flat earth. Neither is there need to anyone to explain what earth presents itself to be. It's just what it is. And as soon as you want to make it something else, then a stationary topographical planar surface for what it is presenting itself, then you have a burden. That's where you start to try to show how the Earth is actually the opposite of what is being sensed by every human being equal since history of humans started, since the creation itself. It's this simple.
Oh my god. Hi, Alpha. Hi, everyone. Oh my god, this is funny. Wait, everyone is here. Hi,
Oh my
guys.
god.
Hi.
Grow up, you dits.
Hi, Jedi. Where's Alpha? Alpha. Alpha Veritas. Ugh.
Any questions, comments, or concerns on the flat Earth?
No, I have concerns on where Alpha is.
Well, it's a flat Earth VC, you know.
Honestly, the last time I had questions and concerns on the Earth being flat, it was not a good experience. So I don't think I have any concerns on that anymore.
Well, that's what the whole room's for. Should I just kick
Oh,
you
so
out?
I'm not allowed to like converse with anyone if it's not about the flat Earth?
Correct.
Oh no, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
What do you mean bye bye? You're not gonna kick me.
Now I can draw. Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
It down and reshape its field. See about that.
Okay. Is your television on?
Yeah, I'm kicking you. It's
No,
decided.
you're not kicking me.
You have until I type in this command.
I literally just asked you if your television was on. Why are flat earthers so mad? Why are you so I just asked you
until I punch in this command to
I
start
just
talking.
asked you about your television. Oh my god.
Okay, bye-bye. Hello, teacher.
Weird profile picture.
She was in here yesterday, like doing that same thing. So
now she knows I mean business.
Well. If it isn't a bunch of flatties.
Last time you were here, you said some pretty stupid stuff. How's it going today?
Probably the same, I guess.
Nice. Any
Sorry.
legitimate globe proof yet?
Not really. I mean,
Okay.
nothing has changed since last time, I guess. I've just been doing real life shit.
Oh, fair.
What about you guys? Any crazy ass people been in here?
You bet.
How's that? Any drama between like the flat Earth community?
I just feel unique and different.
You want to hear about some infighting?
What's that?
You want there to be internal discord among us?
No, I mean like some like drama, like I don't know, like fucking Justin Bieber's a flat earther or some shit. I don't know.
Nothing like that. Been trying to find out why people think they live on a ball. Well, I know why.
Wait, so the world is flat before GTA 6?
Yeah, I think it was flat even before then.
Yeah.
The whole time, even.
Insane.
Yeah, can't believe it.
Wait, I have a question that, I mean, it's kind of like flat Earth related, I guess.
Okay, sounds good.
Like, is flat Earth like tied to some other like conspiracy? So like, okay, for example, let me give you an example. Let's say the dinosaurs, right? That the dinosaurs were fake or shit like that. What I'm trying to say is that who's more likely to believe that the dinosaurs are not real? Like a glober or a flat earther? I thought it was flat earthers, right? It's not like I got you or anything. I'm just wondering. It's a question.
Yeah, probably because that goes along with the whole globe paradigm, the dinosaurs.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
like,
you're probably correct.
So in flat Earth theory, there was no dinosaurs. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I don't know, but I mean it's part of the whole evolutionary timeline of the globe and all that. So
Oh, that would make sense. I mean, like if it's in the flat Earth, then that would make more sense, I guess.
I'm sure there were different things on the Earth at different times, but I think in general you'll find flat earthers don't take the conventional geologic timeline or.
But there was weird animals, like, right? Like not every bone they find is fake, right? Like what I'm trying to say. Okay, so like maybe the really big dinosaur bones are fake, but what I'm trying to say is like, let's say a guy that does this for a hobby, and he just finds like a bone and shit.
Great, good for him.
So it's like a real bone, right?
I guess so.
What if they found like the complete like animal, like like the bones, like in the structure how the animal died?
Wow, that's cool.
I mean, you're just being sarcastic now for no reason.
Well, I mean it is. I don't know what you want me to say.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is, do you believe in that or no?
If somebody finds like some skeletal remains, do I believe in that?
Like
Sure.
the full like in the feet, like the in the position of the animal, so you can kind of tell what it was. Like let's say a dog or whatever, and it's still like in a dog shape.
Sure. Why would I have a problem with that?
Okay, so we're on the same page with that. But what happens when it comes to like animals that we don't know what they are?
That's interesting. Show me an example.
I mean, I don't think I have any examples with me, but I mean, an example would be like a baby dinosaur.
Is that an
a
actual?
baby like a huge lizard, but it's like a human-sized lizard. Would you believe that like
There's lizards
something
today that are
someone
big. What are you talking
Huh?
about?
Like, would you believe that's something someone could find?
There are lizards today that are big.
Oh, I know. Like the Komodo dragon, right?
Yeah, they're pretty big.
Yeah. So, do you think there could have been like bigger animals back then, or no?
Yeah, I think there probably were actually.
So maybe like the whole dinosaur thing is just maybe a bit exaggerated, but real at the same time, you know?
Maybe it's based on a true story for all you and I know.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say. Like mostly everything, you know, like Pokemon, for example, that's like based on like real life animals, you know?
There you go. Yeah, you're onto it.
You can use your door truck delay or a
What is like the common flat Earth opinion on like the whole COVID thing? Like, do you guys hold like a specific position? Or is it like everybody thinks differently?
We don't discuss it in these chats.
Oh, okay, I see.
We just stick to the point. Flat Earth.
Just want to see a cool game while everybody's like chilling.
You're gonna stream a game? Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. It's not just any game though. Maybe you guys know about Maple Story. It's like a old game. Maple Story.
No, I've never seen it before.
The creators of Maple Story invested $100 million to create the same game, but inside the blockchain. So it's like a crypto game. So it's like you earn crypto while playing it.
Oh, cool.
I know you guys like, I know it's like, oh my god, another crypto game, but the difference is like the company that actually created this game is worth like billions. You know, it's one of the biggest companies, gaming companies. And they invested $100 million. Like $100 million on a game that was already made is just an insane amount, you know? Like GTA 5 costed $200 million. They invested half of what GTA 5 cost to make on this game. Insane.
So it sounds like we need someone who's going to defend the globe in here.
Globe is boring now, man.
Yeah.
Globe ship is boring. I wish there was like another theory other than like flat and globe. Like that's like outdated now. It's like it's like that's just like that shit got left behind in like 2022, you know?
What, the globe?
The whole fucking flat earth and the globe shit, like someone's gotta come up with something different, man, like squares and shit, I don't know.
Just for mindless entertainment?
Not really. I mean, if it's like, if people are debating if it's flat or round, like that's so it's like totally opposite shits, you know, like round and flat. It's like the complete opposite. So it's like, if you're going from one extreme to the other, why not mid in the middle? Like fucking square, oval, you know, like.
Because it's about what we can actually test and verify and demonstrate, not just what we can make up.
Oh, I know, but what I'm trying to say is like, I mean, not like the flat earthers and the globers, they both cannot prove at the same time. It will be impossible, right? Because if they both proved it, then it will be like flat and round at the same time.
Fundamental misunderstanding of this conversation, dude.
Huh?
Yeah, it can't be both, so you can't have
Yeah,
both
yeah,
of
that's
them.
what I'm
proving
saying.
it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
And that's exactly why there's no globe proof.
Has anybody showed you anything related to the surface of the Earth yet? Like the conversation about the curvature? You just hopping in here with your Maple story, man.
Hey, you know Maple Story?
I know of it. I know what it is, but it's non sequitur to the discussion, and I don't really want to talk about it. I'd rather talk about the Earth, dude.
No, this actually can benefit you in real life. Like
Yeah, I
something-
know.
it's not-
I
it's
already
not-
looked it up while you guys were talking, so I already know.
Oh, the Maple
So-
Story universe?
I've already looked it up, and it's non sequitur. That is pretty cool,
Crypto
though.
game, you mean?
It's cool.
The crypto game.
But yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. You were listening to the whole $100 million and shit.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
I'll give you that. And since
First company to ever
that
do
you
it.
showed me something cool, how about I show you something cool?
I mean,
Let me post something in the side chat.
side chat? Einstein? Is that you? Did you post that? Wait, are you telling me Einstein did incest? Is that what you're showing me? Hello?
No, I'm posting something else. I just posted now.
Oh, okay, that was not you. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? Wait, so... Oh, it's a gift. Okay, let me see.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen this before, yeah.
Heretic's seen this image before as well.
Yeah, they're like far away from each other, but they're both like on the same level. Meaning there's no curvature, because if there was a curvature, the one on the back would have been way on bottom, right? I mean, I don't know how
So
to
if you're
prove that
already
wrong.
familiar with this discussion, why you want to talk about video games, man?
Wait, no. Wait, what? If I'm already
If you're already familiar with this discussion in this room, this channel, what's done here, why are you coming in here trying to talk about video games?
No, I'm not. I said I'm just gonna stream a game, and I just gave some information on the game, and that's it. It's not
Okay,
like I want
that's
to talk like about video games, you know. I mean, I thought it's like, since it's like something that is literally like, how can you say that? It's like Bitcoin when it started.
I get it. It's something that you think's really cool and you're into right now. And I understand.
It's basically history being made, because the first ever like big company to ever do this, like,
yeah, it's
banned in like 90 countries because all countries are fucking pussies.
It's weird that a mainstream video game is doing that. I'll give you that. It's weird that something known is doing that, but it's a niche thing right now. So we'll see what happens
Yeah, I
with
mean,
it.
yeah, I just mentioned it because we're not like talking about anything. So
You had me for a second thinking that you might be one of those simulation earthers trying to start talking about Minecraft World or some shit.
what? What is that?
I was joking on video game earthers who aren't even sure they're real.
I mean, sometimes I know it sounds stupid, like it's okay. So here's the funny part where this thought came to mind. So I was pouring some ant killer on an anthill, right? Like that, like powder. And I was pouring it, and I said like all the ants. So all the ants, like, they live in a tiny ass world, right? So you could compare that to like the anthill is Earth, and the rest of the world is a universe, you know? And I know maybe you guys don't believe in the universe, but it's just a thought. And it's like, we might as well just be living. It sounds like I'm fucking high or whatever, but I'm not. That we might be living like in a simulation or some shit. Is that what you were referring to fucking
There's
gamer, global abuse?
there's people out there who are uncertain whether or not they are in front of Discord right now. If you were to ask them, are you 100% certain you're in front of Discord right now, or 99%? How certain are you? Between 1 and 100.
If I go by my perception, it's 100%.
That's yeah, good, because there's people out there who are uncertain that they're even having a conversation when they get online. That everything they might be a brain in the jar or some shit.
That sounds like they're schizophrenic. Do you want to hear something funny about the MapleStory thing?
Not really.
It's interesting though.
It's non sequitur, man.
Sequitur to what?
Measurements of the ground.
The fuck? I swear we'll find it like interesting, and it's less than 60 seconds long.
What's up, guys? Have you guys been cooking any baby glares today?
Hey, what? Wait, that's non sequitur to Earth.
Cooking baby glares? It's very sea sequitur.
You can't cook on a flat plane, bro.
Yes, you can. Also, the only reason why you can cook is because you have gas pressure, and gas pressure needs a container. You couldn't cook without gas pressure.
But the container can be another gas, right?
Yeah, but that gas needs a container.
One gas can hold another gas, right?
Yeah, but how can it hold it without itself being contained? Duh.
I mean, the universe would be the container.
I got you
right?
there, didn't I?
No, I agree. I agree with you. But the universe would be the container, right? Or no?
I didn't say anything about where the container is or what it's made of.
Oh, no, I'm just asking.
Oh, well, I wish I knew, but I don't.
I don't either. That's why I ask. Okay, the quick thing I was gonna say about the game, it's people are paid in total $300,000 just to preserve a name, just to preserve like a name.
Nice.
300K. It's insane.
Good money.
Hey, what's up, friends?
Are you packing globe proof today?
Hey, what's up, Heretic? You're my favorite flat earther, man.
You can't be my friend unless you brought me globe proof.
What I want, Heretic, is for you to be chilled again, man. To be like relaxed, you know. And yeah, man. Because I've seen
It's not about what you want.
getting very, very strong in your beliefs.
It's not about what you want. I just told you. It's about what I want. I want some globe
for
proof.
your own sake.
I can't take you as a friend if you don't have globe proof for me.
Because you know,
those are my conditions.
Christmas is incoming, and if you're a dodgy boy, there will be no present for you. No, I was actually, guys, I was thinking about sending you a globe, you know, like gifting a globe to you.
No, I need globe proof, not globes.
Would you put it in your room if I sent you a globe, or would you destroy it?
Well, I won't be giving you my address for starters.
Don't worry about that, man. Oh, I get that. I will get your address.
That's okay. I don't have an address.
Coordinate. Well,
So I guess all this is to say is that there's no globe proof that you can offer us.
thing I can convince you with, man. I was
Don't worry
trying to
about
do like the
convincing me.
emotional thing, you know, appeal to emotions.
Don't try to convince me. Convince the audience.
Right? Maybe there is someone who can. I cannot, man. Look, there used to be a guy. He's not here anymore. Scurvy, Scumdog, or something.
I've never heard of him.
Well, never mind. Are you guys selling like T-shirts or like coffee mugs or something?
Yawn.
I would buy one, man. No, that's not a troll. I would actually buy a mug from you guys. And I've heard that there's some guys really trying to get your private address, and they're calling like your employers, you know, to cause like some trouble or something.
I am the employer.
You're the boss man.
I can send you this mug after I'm done drinking out of it.
He'll take your DNA.
He is the ultimate boss. Hey, Heretic, when you do push to talk, which I think is kind of cool you're using that, we can hear the beep from your, you know, the beep that Discord makes, like the boop. When you hit push to talk, we can hear
I know it.
You can, if
I know
you
it.
go to settings, you can.
Yeah, I think you can fix it in the settings. Or there's some delay thingy that you can control there. Yeah.
I hope he never fixes it, because every time he does it, I know it's him talking right when it goes beep. I'm like, oh shit, Heretic's about to say something.
Yeah, me too. I know I'm about to be server muted.
Sometimes I use foam, which doesn't have push to talk.
That's true. That's how I can
And
tell, by the way, if you're on the go or if you're at home. You're kind of revealing that information to us every time you speak.
It says I can choose a smoke alarm sound. How does that sound? Let's hear that.
Sounds good.
Oh, it's an entrance sound. That's not what I'm looking for. Actually, I should do that. I'll put a smoke alarm sound on when I enter the chat.
Nice.
We appreciate that.
Perfect. It's fair warning, you know.
You're a benevolent boss.
Trying to be a nice guy, you know.
That's not easy. But
it's tough out here. These trolls like Grim out here. It's tough, you know.
Well, it's tough to be in the minority, right?
Like Shaq.
We hear you.
Difficult to be right when everybody else is wrong.
It ain't easy.
Oh, there we go. What'd we do? Run out of curious minds?
I mean, I can ask my usual question. Is there some new flat Earth research that came out recently?
Well, that I'm aware of, potentially.
It's not a dead field. Cannot be. Yeah, look inside it. That's what I'm looking at right now. There's a boat passing by.
So I was talking to India on Twitter today, and he said, and it's on the record there, that gas pressure does not require a container. I don't know what to make out of that.
when I breathe out, when I blow like air from my lungs into your face, you feel like a pressure, right? But it's not contained in anything.
Well, some people around these parts here would argue that it's contained within a larger container.
Atmosphere, yeah.
Yeah.
And that would be like just more air molecules.
Yeah. But Indio doesn't agree.
I see.
He even got upset at me. He yelled at me for suggesting that he ever made that claim. So we got into a whole kerfuffle about that. And he said I was an idiot and a retard and a liar by suggesting that he ever agreed with this position. So I don't know. I'm very confused.
You want to squash the beef now?
No, I just want to let everybody know that there seems to be a major misunderstanding regarding gas laws and such, which are fundamental to the question of the shape of the Earth. Apparently.
And that would be your opinion, right?
My opinion would be that the opinion of the majority of the people here is that gas laws are fundamental to determining the shape of the Earth, or at least its position in the universe, or the existence of said universe in the first place.
Well, universe. The one thing, I mean, I don't know why people disagree with me on that, but I said the Earth has a shape, and people disagree with that. They say, well, we don't know if it has a shape. Everything has a shape, right?
Well, people use these words in different meanings. That's what I've come to learn. For example, almost every time I utter the word universe here, I get called out in a very emotional way for like, what do you mean by universe? So even people don't agree that, universe could be just a word for the world, right, in its totality. Whether you're a flat earther or not, you could still use the word universe to describe all of creation, for example. But that word gets often an emotional reaction. So,
Wait, are you a flat earther?
No.
Flat universe. So the universe, is that like one thing or is that many things?
Well, as far as we can tell, it's one thing.
It's one thing. It's
Yeah.
like one object.
Well, one gigantic set of objects, I guess. But in some sense, one object, yeah.
Are you and me one object?
Well, that depends on how you define it, right? Depends on what you mean by object, I guess. Mm-hmm.
Something with properties.
Okay. Well, in that sense, I could define universe as being a single object with a set of properties, which are the laws of nature. And everything that occurs within that object is just a consequence of that set of laws, set of properties.
And what does it?
And nothing. It's just a philosophical masturbation of this.
I mean, this is important. I mean, what does it take for two objects?
No, it's not. Definitions are completely irrelevant.
You think it's uninteresting to find out what we're talking about, actually?
I think it's interesting, but the path to finding out about nature is not through definitions, because there's an infinite set of definitions, and it doesn't bring you any closer to the reality of reality. You just keep masturbating to definitions.
So you don't actually, so it is your opinion that you believe it is not important to define the things we're talking about. You think there is just a
It is.
sense
It is.
of words.
It is important to define things, but it leads. No, it is important to define
things, right?
It is important to define things when one has a conversation to avoid talking about two different things by using the same word. But defining things does not bring you to discovering the truth by 1 inch. I can define. Let me give an example. I can give you an example. I could agree to a definition that the universe is a set of objects Or I could agree to a definition that the universe is single object, and it changes absolutely nothing about my understanding of the universe, of what it truly is.
Well, it would be one
Nothing.
thing or many things.
Okay, and?
Well, don't you think the definition of a cat is important to determine whether the animal you're looking at right now is a cat or a dog?
That definition is helpful, so we don't use the same label for two different things. But defining it. No, it's not. It doesn't reveal any net new information.
How do you know it's a cat then? I mean, we're talking about
because the only way.
and you're like, it doesn't really matter what we define it as.
I said it doesn't. Listen to the words coming out of the speaker.
You don't have to get angry, bro.
Listen to the words. It does not reveal any net new information. Think about it logically. To define something, you describe it using the things you already know. So, defining a cat doesn't reveal.
But how do you describe something without defining it? Is it other information?
Do other means?
Animal we're looking.
Other means.
Well, you have to define what it means. Right, look, but we're trying to find out whether that animal is a dog or a cat, and you're saying giving a definition of what the cat is will not help to determine whether that thing is a cat or not. But I completely and utterly disagree with you, sir.
Yeah, and I have very low tolerance for low IQ, so I'm going to disengage.
No, if you do things like that, it shows that you're losing the
Well, I'm telling you the truth. I'd much rather argue with somebody than have this. It's torture for me. It's torture.
Okay. Well, okay, I don't want to torture you. I don't want to torture you. You're maybe... Well, you're tormenting me already, so take the L, bro. But to just finish this off, now I understand why they ask you for what do you mean by universe, and now I understand why they get upset. You know, if you reason the way you reasoned with me, I will also get upset with you. Yo, Peter.
Jedi, are you there?
Yeah, man.
There was a radio talk show host guy that he announced that there was a quiz that we was giving out, and he said that 10% of British people put gravy on this specific food. It's a breakfast food. What is that, man? He didn't give the answer or whatever, but
gravy on a breakfast food.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. But he said he gave a clue that it's dry. It's breakfast food.
It's dry and it's breakfast food.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Like, it's weird. Gravy, like, what are the things you put gravy on? I don't know. It's kind of weird.
What is that disgusting thing you eat, Jedi? The mermaid?
Marmite.
That horrible. Yeah.
Vegemite.
It's horrible.
Put that on toast, right?
That's some people do. It's very divisive.
It tastes like
I don't know, mate. I'll try and get back.
Anyway, I thought maybe you might have known, but that's cool. It's just a random blurb.
Trying to think about what gravy we put on a breakfast food. Sausages, maybe? The only thing I can think of.
He said it was dry, so I don't know. Anyway.
Dry. I wouldn't have. See, the only thing I would say would be a Yorkshire pudding, but that's not a breakfast food. And we don't put it on waffles or pancakes.
Huh. Weird.
Very. If that's all we wanted, mate, we'll just go back to this awkward silence.
Yeah, I mean,
We're looking inside.
waiting on the globalists to come in here, but we'll
I recommend
we'll
that
wait
to you guys.
we'll wait for the night.
I came in and Peter and Grim were having a discussion about something, didn't they?
I was. He got angry, man.
Well,
Peter, why
Jedi,
you
before that, though, I was telling the guys that I had a little argument with Indio on Twitter today, and he called me names because I said that he thought that gas pressure needed a container, and he yelled at me and clearly stated that he does not think so. So, and then I, interrogated him on that, and he said gas pressure does not require a container. He said that gas needs to be contained to stay kind of together, but I specifically asked him, does it have to be contained using a physical boundary of some kind? He said, no, it could be a field.
Cool.
So I don't know, man.
I contain them. I'll speak to India about it. I'm sure he's got a perfectly reasonable demonstration.
And I could swear that I heard him say it here and in Twitter on previous occasions that, he would speak in support of this concept, but he really lashed out at me for suggesting that. So my feelings are hurt. My day is ruined.
Whatever, dude. You get your jollies off of this. You get your dopamine hits any way you can.
That is true.
I mean, you're willing to shellac even a Glober like Grim for your dopamine hit, so that's got to speak volumes for you.
Oh, yeah. It's a common problem with zealots, right? They will lash out against their own.
Well, it's not so much that, but being the type of mindset that you have, you basically undermine any sort of like coherency, which is a shame because, like, even
the other way you could look at it.
There's Globers, dude, that actually have a position that will hold to certain defined ways of understanding the physical and natural world, and then you got the other side that are just like, we don't know what anything is based on anything that we can figure out. How can you know what the means, or how do you know the language we speak means what it means? Like, you throw everything under the bus, so you can't really know anything to be true. And I don't know if you're turning more solipsistic by the moment, but it seems like you weren't this way before. But it seems ever since you met us, you've turned into something even worse than like a normal baller would. That's what I've noticed. I don't know. Grim hasn't really let go of it too much because there's
wisdom is like cheese, bro. More cheese, more holes. More holes, less cheese.
That's a hell of an analogy, but yeah.
The globe of throne was looking kind of vacant. Peter just kind of snuck in, swept it down, and sat on it.
Yeah. I claimed the globe for myself.
Yeah, we broke him within the first month, and then like he couldn't get enough of like trying to love to hate us. So
that's true.
We had a couple in the past. Who did we used to have that we used to hang around tonight? We had Mackie was one.
Yeah.
But then his gimmick ran out.
Lots of names that go way back. So people like Zanuck.
Like
Kosho was around for a long time. The Pizzle was around for a long time. I'm thinking about 3-4 years ago, people that did the same type of thing, just stuck around for years.
Mm-hmm. Doing the same thing Peter was doing. Everywhere we'd go, they'd be there.
Mm-hmm.
Every forum we were, there they were. Eventually, they got,
bored or tired or I don't know what, and they stopped doing
Worn out.
But the endurance that we have was a lot more than they could muster. So,
But don't forget, Alpha, that I have the Globetrotter strength.
I know, man, but like, even that runs out. Trust me.
Or does it?
Yeah, you wake up right now. It feels like you're renewed, but you'll wake up one day and you'll be like, I'm not gonna go in today. I'm not gonna go in there.
Probably.
Let them have their flat Earth. That will be your moment of clarity. Let them have their flat Earth. I don't care anymore. Because all the great ones they did, Zanuck was actually, I think, a bit more obtuse than you even are. Because by the way that you argue and such, Zanuck was, whew, that guy, he was something else. Wasn't he, Jedi? I mean, that guy was his own citation.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had a personality. He was the weasiest of the weasels. He was the slipperiest of the snakes. He knew everything, and he had done everything. And to be fair to him, he had apparently done quite a few things. But yeah, he'd done everything and experienced everything. So yeah, he was awesome. A real action man.
And he could
swing. One of the fallen heroes for the globe?
So, it's still limping around. Yeah.
He's around, so I don't know what form he's around. Maybe Jedi knows, but he doesn't hold, I don't know, he doesn't really, he's his own guy. Like, he doesn't stay with a group of people. Like, he doesn't have globe gangsters or anything. Zanuck does what he does.
Yeah, he was definitely standalone, wasn't he? Even Globers didn't necessarily get on well with him.
But he could talk a good game. That's what I will say about him.
Who was the son of the astronaut? What was that guy's name?
Oh, M. Scott Veach?
That's the man. Yep, M. Scott Veach.
M. Scott Veach is a horse of a different color, man. Like, he's something else. Oh, Veach.
Well, with his backstory, he'd have to be someone else, wouldn't you? Son of an astronaut. Going to come and argue with flat earthers.
He produced some films too, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these anti-flat earthers that are hanging around now, like Peter and Grimm, they don't realize the repertoire that we have with the individuals that we've encountered. We've debated like.
One day I'd like to be as humble as you guys.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
How do you stay so humble, bro? Meditation?
Dude, I don't know what. Like, I'll tell you this, man. Every time that we dominate the way we do, like, it's a rush. Maybe that's dopamine. Who knows? But it is definitely like, you're trying to present the most obvious things to people, and they're denying the most obvious, and they'll do whatever it takes to obfuscate the most obvious. And for me, it's like a thrill whenever their jaws drop and they don't know how to answer back. It's almost like, oh, I love the silence. I love it. It's perfect, dude. When they don't have an answer back and they can't speak anymore and they don't know how to retort, it's golden. Because it just shows. Yeah, it just shows like that when you're speaking truth, that you don't have to defend it. It just defends itself, and it leaves them, mouth open. Like, no answer.
Deception is you can deceive someone into believing that you're right. You don't have to.
That's true. That's true.
O.J. Simpson was he never killed anyone, right? He convinced people of that.
But you better be a hell of a talker in order for that to be the case. You better have a silver tongue, because some people attempt to do that and they're just not the guy. There's some that have the talent. They're naturally that way.
Yep. I think you could use more. You guys could use more philosophical arguments to your advantage. Actually, you could do that.
In what way do you mean philosophical? Could you give me an example?
philosophy of science, for example. I mean, first of all, you can, because I know you guys are like logic guys. You know, you work with logic. You know, you want things to be logical, and that's how most people operate.
Yeah, with
So
Grim,
right?
Grim is saying like, you know, what draws crowds in, what draws those huge numbers that people are getting, are philosophical conversations. I do say.
No. I'm just saying you can use some of that to your advantage. That's all, man. You can always use that as like last resort. You know, you can go to skepticism, and the only sole purpose of philosophy is to fight skepticism. You know, to find a worldview that's like resistant against a skeptic. You know, that's what philosophers are trying to do. Look, man, something I can give you like a proposition. It's true or it's not true. I can say Joe Biden is the president of the United States, and that's true or false, right? You would agree with that. That's just logical. True or false? It's not.
Yeah, it's a statement that you made that. Oh, you're roboting, dude.
No. I think he's the president or he's not the president. That's logical, you know. And a theory, a scientific theory, is correct or is not correct.
Yeah.
Okay. But a theory is only correct if it's like 100% correct. If it's like 90% correct, it's actually, strictly speaking, false, right? So when you talk about like Newton, you know, what he discovered with gravity, or what Albert Einstein discovered, you know, he's very close maybe, but strictly speaking, it's just false, because it's only true if it's 100% correct. If that makes sense.
Are you talking about what he proposed?
Yeah, all scientific theories, they're all false. They're all false, you know. Because they're not 100%. They don't even claim that, you know. So you can always use that when someone comes with science. You can say, well, strictly speaking, the theory is not correct because it's not 100% correct. You know, it can be improved. It's like one thing, and the other thing you can use is, you can say induction, right? Maybe you've heard the term induction. You know, inducing from one state to another state. You know, look, every fire I touched was hot. Therefore, the next fire I'm going to touch will also be hot. Now, is that true or is that false?
Yeah, that would be true based on the methods of like.
No.
Yeah, because he like
No,
okay.
it
So
can be
when you, yeah, but when you talk about combustion and you actually do something to actually make that happen, and within the test, right? You say, you know, like for example, dry wood burns. You know, so dry wood would burn if you set it on fire. So that fire that you know causes the combustion, or whatever
but
that you have, but always. Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, what happens is that fire that burns will always be hot. There's never going to be a time where you're testing this that the fire is going to be ice cold. Do you agree or disagree with that? Grim?
So I disagree. I think it's not necessary.
Hey
So
man,
it's a logical
hey,
conclusion.
you're cutting out, dude. You got to do something with your internet.
Okay, it should be better now. I hope it's better now. So the point is just that you just talked about like dry wood, turning it on fire. You know, you don't know every dry wood on Earth or in the universe. You only know things about a sample size of dry wood, like all the billions of. You know,
Yeah, but is that statement? That's you saying that statement is incorrect because you haven't examined every piece of dry wood that's ever been like on Earth?
No, I'm not saying the statement is incorrect. I'm saying it doesn't.
Okay, so the statement is correct. So the statement is correct.
No, the statement, the next
No,
fire
you got it.
will
It's
be
either
hot
correct or
is
not.
incorrect.
It's either correct or incorrect.
You're being a baby now, man.
No, I want you to examine the fact that you're not you're not looking at the statement and agreeing whether it's correct or incorrect. I think you're being obtuse because you want to be. You don't have to be.
I'm just trying to I'm not even discussing this. I'm just trying to give you like an argument you can employ for your reasoning. You know.
Yeah, the reasoning
Mixed
was that
fire
dry wood
is not
burns, and when
necessarily
it burns, Grim, when dry wood burns and there's fire produced,
bro, you're
does that
losing your
is
shit
that
right
fire
now.
hot? Is that
He's
fire
not-
hot?
There has
Yeah,
to be
you're losing
fire.
your shit, bro. I can't even talk to you.
No, he's
No.
not. He's not losing his shit. It's not about the fire, how the fire is created. The analogy is that the fire's there and you touch it and it's not hot. No matter how the fire's there, you got to touch it, right? You're saying that when there's fire there and you touch it, it won't be hot.
I'm not saying it won't be hot. I'm saying it's false to say that it will be hot. I'm saying it would be correct to say it's very, very likely that it will be hot.
Oh,
It's
that's
not
bullshit.
guaranteed.
It's guaranteed. You can take that
How is
shit
that
to the bank.
guaranteed?
Yeah, you can
How
take
can
it to
you
the
talk
bank
about a fire you've never seen ever?
because there's industries built. There's industries built on preventing this shit. Fire is hot
Because the
always.
likelihood is very high.
Likelihood. We're talking about an absolute certainty, sir. Fire will burn shit. It is hot. It will always be hot. There's never going to be a time where there's going to be a fire that is happening. They're like, oh, this shit is ice cold, bro.
Hey, Alpha. So here's the challenge for you.
Oh my god.
Here's the
Yeah,
challenge.
You see what you
No,
did,
never
Grim?
mind
Now
the fire.
You poked the bear,
You
and now
woke me
he's
up.
going to give
You
us
woke me up. Yeah.
a solipsistic worldview where we can't know reality's real. How do you know fire's molecular structure is what it is? And
No,
oh
Alpha,
god,
no.
dude.
It's
It's
worse than
going to
that.
the
It's
dogs,
worse than
man.
that.
This conversation just went to the dogs.
Alpha, chill for a second. Just hear me out,
bro,
okay?
yeah.
Then feel free to ignore me, okay? After this, but let me get it out. So perhaps you can accomplish something that no physicist has ever been able to accomplish, and you could demonstrate beyond any doubt that laws of physics are constant in time. In other words, that laws of physics, as we know them, have always been the same and always will be the same.
It's that appealing to the future fallacy that one day when you touch the fire, it might not be hot.
No, it's more than that.
Yeah.
Actually, physicists make an assumption. It's a major assumption in all of physics that the laws of physics have been the same since the beginning of the universe, regardless of how the universe began, and that they will be in the future. If you disregard that assumption, that any sort of modeling of the past or future makes no sense whatsoever.
I'm not even saying it's. I'm saying it is even unreasonable to say the next fire will be cold. That's something that's unreasonable to say. My point is just that to say that it will guaranteed be hot is false. That's a false statement, you know?
No, that's a false statement to say that it can't be guaranteed. That's false. That's false because the physical and natural world. Hold on, man. The physical and natural world has laws that it abides by. Now, to supersede those laws, you'd have to have, creator abilities. You don't have that. There's nobody that's created the laws. If you created the laws that govern this world, then maybe you could suspend, reality. But that's not the case. We're living in a world with a set of laws that we live by.
That's a belief you're holding because you're past.
No, it's not a belief.
Right?
That's not a belief.
Oh, you don't.
Fire
So you don't believe that? Why did you say?
Oh my
that
god,
if you
fire
don't
is hot,
believe it?
bro. It will always be hot. It will burn shit down whenever it touches
I know,
it.
This is your belief. I understand.
It's a belief. But fire is hot is a belief. Now with you guys, you know what?
Oh, you don't believe that?
You're
Hold on,
reaching.
you don't
I don't know.
believe
I don't know. What? It's not a belief.
Oh, you
I don't have to believe
fire
it's
is
hot. No, it's not a belief. Belief is acceptance without evidence. The evidence is fire is
there's
fucking
someone
hot.
who does not believe that fire is hot.
You guys have that globe-tard strength, dude. I tell you what. Like this is the reason why you guys are losing the battle. Because you have globe-tard strength.
How did this escalate into a fight, man? I was trying to give
It's
you
a fight because you guys are fucking reality deniers. You know, back in
I'm
2016,
alone here, bro.
you and Peter. And back in 2016, you guys were all about telling flat earthers that we're reality deniers. You were all about it. Oh, you guys are reality deniers. Really? Look at the shit we're doing in 2024, how you guys are denying reality right fucking now.
I'm here every day.
It's shameful. It's shameful, dude, that you adhere to principles that fucking deny reality outright. Well, we don't know. Like Jedi was saying, in the future, Fire may not be hot. Who knows? We're just gambling at this point.
Well, you know that
Fucking
it will
really?
not be hot. You know, you already
Yeah,
know, right?
dude.
But how would you
Fucking.
know?
Let's test it out. Without all the matches you have in a match
you
book
all
or in a
knowing?
matchbox. Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah.
With all the matches you have in a matchbook, you think that one of those matches, when you strike it, the fire that it produces when combustion happens, it won't be hot. One of them. One of the matches that you strike, fire is created, it will not be hot. It will just,
Do I
it's going to
believe
be
that
ice
it will
cold.
not be hot? I believe it will.
No, it's not a belief. It's not a belief. You don't have to believe in something that's absolutely true. Reality deniers will say that I believe it because I believe it. You don't have to believe.
Don't you see the absurdity in you
Let
saying
me tell
that
you
you
this.
don't believe that fire is hot?
No. Bullshit.
absurd,
Bullshit.
man.
Your bullshit will not fly in this room because
Do you
if
believe that you exist,
absent,
or is it something
dude,
you also don't
no,
believe?
no. Fucking mindset of you guys it's just ridiculous, dude.
It's the way
Listen to
that
me,
they
dude.
started off.
Fucking hell,
Sorry.
dude. Like, go ahead, Jedi. This is
It's the way that this
irritating,
started
dude.
off. I know. It's the way this started off, right? Scientific theories cannot, by definition, be true because of this appeal to the future fallacy, where fire might not be hot one day. It's where this all started. Scientific
No.
theory.
That's not what I said, man. I
It
didn't say
was.
they
It's
cannot
what
be
it
correct. I'm
started.
saying they are incorrect because they're not claiming them to be 100%. They're always
There you
saying
go.
they can be improved.
Yeah, exactly.
Improve.
And if there is a
Improve shit out of here, man.
theory,
How
if
do
there
we
is a
come?
theory that can be improved, it's a false theory, right? Because if you can make it more correct, it's strictly speaking false. If it's getting more correct, you know.
How do we come about with scientific theories?
This is dumb as fuck, dude. You already know that, right?
I told you you guys can use philosophy to fight someone who is using science against you, and you can.
That's just philosophical masturbation.
Oh, okay.
Who doesn't like to masturbate, man? You don't do that.
How do we make scientific theories? How do we come up with them? What do we have to do?
The scientific endeavor, man, it's a big project. It's a difficult
Yeah,
question, man.
scientific endeavor. It's got steps, that scientific endeavor, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not an object. You know, it's not one thing.
No, it's a method, a methodology, the scientific
It's
method.
part of it. The scientific method is part of science.
Cool, awesome stuff. But it must be completed. If you want to add other stuff on, that's fine. But the scientific must be completed before you come up with your scientific theory, correct?
You say that again?
Scientific theories only come about after scientific method has been completed.
I don't know what it means for it to be completed. I'm not even sure what the scientific method actually is.
Let me finish. So, the steps of the scientific method, you must have come up with a hypothesis into what caused something to happen, and then demonstrate that cause and effect relationship within an experiment. And then, based on what you've proven in your experiment, you can build your scientific theory around.
You think there is just one definition of scientific? I'm not sure, man. I don't know. I've never.
Fucking hell, dude.
There's like one
Of the
thing,
scientific
one
method.
scientific method.
One
Yeah,
scientific
you have like Karl
method.
Popper and other philosophers talking about that. They're in disagreement, you know, regarding some things about the
Grim,
scientific method.
Grim, dude, your brain is scrambled eggs, bro. Like, seriously.
Thank you. I
Fucking
like
scrambled eggs, bro.
Yeah.
I get
You like
this.
sunny side up?
I get there's a lot of way to look at things. All right, if we add that philosophical bent into our questioning of the physical and natural world. But when we're talking about the scientific theories and what they are, they're based on something very specific. That's the scientific method, where you prove something. You demonstrate that this does indeed cause that to happen or not. That's why the claim that that fire's not going to burn one day is just a fucking ridiculous claim.
Well, the way he is presenting it is ridiculous, but you could generalize what he is saying. Yeah, I know. You could generalize what he's saying and think about it like this, Jedi.
I'm not confused by what he's saying.
So think about
They're trying to get you to think about it in the way they want. They're like, you're not seeing it in our way. Like, once you do, you'll be enlightened.
Trying to help you, man. I was trying to give you like good reasoning, you know.
Chill for a second. Think about it like this. How do you know? Let's say you have empirically verified that the fire thingy, okay? You have followed the scientific method. You have reached the conclusion that this is the cause, this is the effect. Cool. Here's the problem. You cannot go back in time, So you can't say with certainty that the universe behaved this way 1,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago,
My
or
God.
3,000 years ago, because we have been precisely tracking cause and effect for maybe 500, 700 years or so. So you cannot say that with certainty, and you cannot say with certainty that it will behave like that
Listen to
in
this
the future.
bullshit. What the fuck, dude?
It's actually an assumption we make. There are
No,
reasons
it's
to make
not.
that assumption. It's not a silly
doesn't
assumption.
even believe that fire is
No,
hot,
it's
man.
fucking not.
He doesn't even
Well, you
believe fire
cannot
is
prove
hot.
it. Then prove it. Prove it, Alpha. Prove it that the coupling constant in the electromagnetic
dry wood burns.
interaction had the same value 5,000 years ago.
Yeah, dry wood fucking burns every fucking time. We could run that
Prove.
shit through the scientific method. It will always happen.
Prove that the coupling constant in the electromagnetic interaction, which is fundamental to any chemical reaction, had the same value 5,000 years ago.
Okay.
The
so
value
you're
is
saying that
1
we have
over
to
137.
we have to rewind time. We have to rewind time to the beginning of all history and go and
can't,
verify that shit.
We can't. That's my point.
Yeah, what
Nobody
we're
can.
talking about is the makeup of the physical and natural world. The laws in which
That's what
all
I'm
this
talking
applies-
about.
No, you're not. You're appealing to something that may or may not be the case a long time ago. But the laws in which the physical and natural world abide by are such that dry wood fucking burns every time.
Laws are parts of scientific.
Yeah, laws.
you know?
Shit that happens always.
We discover new laws and we discard some old laws.
Really?
You understand that every
So what new
scientific
laws?
theory has
Yeah,
been
what new
followed
laws have we
in the
found
past,
out?
right?
Listen, Professor. What new laws have we found out that dry wood doesn't fucking burn ever since man has fucking done it? What law is now stating today, from the time that we were, dealing with fire, that fire's not hot and dry wood doesn't fucking burn?
Okay, I'll give you one. I'll give you one.
What?
If you have to bear with me for 1 second,
Oh my
I'll give you an
God.
analogy. We used to think, up until very recently, that any material conducting electricity had to resist it per Ohm's law.
That's not what we're talking about.
Then we have discovered superconductors.
Dude.
Quantum mechanics.
This is a red
made us-
herring. It's a red fucking
Quantum
herring.
mechanics
dude.
made us discover superconduction.
You wonder why I get mad at your fucking ass, dude. Like,
which makes fun of Ohm's law.
he's getting off on this shit.
It's like they make each other more retarded by bouncing off each other.
No shit, dude.
Think about it.
Grim's coming in here.
Alpha,
Grim's coming in
calm
here
down and think
thinking
about
that
it.
he's
Dude,
helping us
stop
out.
spazzing out.
He's like,
Stop spazzing
hey,
out.
dude,
Listen.
have you ever tried telling them that a fire might be cold? Like you're helping
Listen
everyone out.
to these words.
And then Peter comes flying in, trying to defend him by making a total non sequitur about fuck knows what. Superconductors.
Stuff in the past.
Yeah.
He asked about it, man. Look, we used to believe in phlogistons.
Grim,
You
how
know
on
what
earth do you think
phlogistons
that
are?
would help anyone out? You're like, hey, you guys could use this. Fire might be cold one day. How's that helping anyone out?
I didn't say use that fire might be cold. I never said
That was your
man.
example. That was
What
your
I
example.
said was, when something is confronting you with a so-called scientific theory, you can always refer to that theory being false. It turned out to be false in the future. You know, you can say it's not guaranteed.
What the fuck?
And then you said, then you said, like, fire might not be hot one day, or some stupid shit.
This was
I'm
him
saying
giving
it's
us
not-
advice.
I said
Yeah,
every
it was like,
fire
hey
I've
guys,
touched
you
was
guys
hot.
could really use this thing I've heard about called philosophy. You could say something like, hey, how do you know fire's hot?
Bro, the
Missing out on a
fucking
good opportunity.
Yo, Cyclone, the mental contortions that happen in this chat just to turn the idea that the Earth is a globe into a globe, like, it's unreal, dude. Like, you have to sabotage the physical and natural world just to make this a fucking reality, dude. I can't
Honestly,
even believe
we couldn't.
It's
honestly,
crazy.
We couldn't make an argument. We couldn't make an argument that's more damning to the globe, better than just letting these guys talk. Because they're fucking
You can make a
insane.
deductive argument. You know, I was talking about inductive arguments.
Just
You know,
let me
the
speak for
truth
like,
of an inductive
if you
argument
guys let
is
me
not
speak for like
guaranteed.
40 seconds, like a minute, if you guys let me speak, I'll tell you all about why the physical and natural world cannot be what they're claiming it is due to the
Yeah, you're
scientific
a
method. Like,
comedian,
dude,
man.
Yeah, really? Because it sounds like I'm listening to two jokers, man. Is what it sounds like. You should take this shit on the road, man. Fucking,
your
you get a
attempt to- in your
bunch of
attempt-
belly laughs in the fucking chuckle hut.
Yeah, I'll try to
You
tour
have
the
to
flat earth.
appreciate Grim. I mean, in your attempt to come here, however many times you've come here and tried to defend the globe,
I
you've been
wasn't
reduced to
arguing
not
you
even
guys,
knowing,
man. Come
not
on, man.
even knowing that fire's hot. Like, that's
Yeah,
really
this is the level we're at.
Actually, your
Fuck.
friend here does not believe that fire is hot. Alpha Veritas,
What
he
the
said
fuck?
he does not believe that
Wow,
fire
now
is
you're
hot.
gaslighting
How
him?
the
Now
fuck
you're just
you
going to
gonna-
gaslight him?
Bro,
Oh,
the
are you retracting your
gaslighting is
statement, Alpha?
fucking real in this room.
Oh, so
Yo.
you're retracting your prior statement now. It's okay, I accept that.
Yeah, Miggy was the one who said fire
the
might
fuck,
not be
dude?
hot, wasn't it? You lying piece of shit.
No, he said he does not believe that fire is hot. He said, I don't believe that. Right?
Because it's not a fucking
Yeah,
belief.
because he knows it.
Look, now he said
What
it again.
the
He does
fuck?
not believe fire is hot. There you go, man.
Yeah, you don't believe the
You should
grass
talk
is
to your
green.
friends
You
first.
just know it. Wow. Well, that's
Wow.
impressive.
Listen, you have to actually
Knowing something
believe.
without believing
Yeah,
it is
no, hold
absurd.
on a second. Your ideas.
I'm
You have
holding.
to believe. You have to believe that fire is hot in order for fire to be hot. Really?
Hold on, Alpha. Hold
No,
on. He
no, you
obviously
have
has
to believe something to know it.
Oh no. This is the difference between belief in things and knowledge of things, which is
So you
why
also
Alpha...
don't believe fire is
Hold on, Grim. This is why Alpha phrased what he says in the way that he phrased it. It's not a belief that fire's hot. He fucking knows it's hot. You get
But he doesn't believe it, right?
No, he knows it.
No.
He knows it, but he doesn't believe it. So he knows something
He
does
doesn't
not
have
believe.
to. He doesn't have to believe.
He's like,
it.
he's like, I know fire is hot, but I don't believe it. Right? What the fuck does that even?
Yeah.
That English? You don't use English like that.
Hold on. Yeah,
I know
you do.
fire is hot, but I don't even believe it.
Grim, you're still talking. It's not making a lot of sense. I'm trying to explain to you, and you've probably brought up the nuance, right? Yeah, it is the way that we use English. Right? The difference between belief and knowing. Alpha tried to point this out, right? Belief, it's different because it has
Your definition?
Yeah.
Yeah, acceptance without evidence, dude.
Sorry,
That's
thank
what
you.
it is.
Knowledge.
Acceptance
Find
without hold on. Acceptance without evidence. Right, that's the
And what does it-
definition.
what does it mean
Now
to
you
accept
talk-
something?
I don't understand.
I'm
So,
inquiring into your
Why?
answer.
He's doing it again. Shush. You don't understand. I'm trying to explain to you why you're talking
You need
through
a rope
next.
break.
Why?
You know,
He's
you know what
funny
the rope
muting you, Jedi. He's funny muting you. I'm going to have to mute him, I guess.
I mean, it's very simple.
Why
Alpha's
does
using
it always have to turn into a fight, man? I don't get it. Why are you
because you
fighting?
keep talking through people and it's rude. That's why it keeps turning into a fight, because you won't shut the fuck up and it's rude. So Alpha's using it within the definition of acceptance without evidence. He has the evidence. He's put hands in fire. It's fucking hot. It's knowledge that he has, first-hand experience. No need for belief here. That's the way that he's using it. Do you understand now?
I would like to inquire into it to fully understand it. I think when we inquire into
All right, asshole. Put your hand over fire. You'll find out. The fucking easy as that.
Look, I want to give a reply to your answer, to show some respect. So, Jedi, I think when we start this inquiry into what acceptance is, we will end up with acceptance actually meaning that you believe it. That's what
This
acceptance
bullshit.
is.
This bullshit. This fucking.
What do you mean by acceptance then? What does it mean to accept something other than to believe it?
When somebody tells you something, you accept it without testing or verifying that the information is what they're claiming it to be. You're accepting it without any evidence whatsoever. Just like
what do you mean by
example.
acceptance?
Let me give you an example. When you're told that the Earth is a globe, you've accepted it without any evidence whatsoever. That's a prime example. The
I
Earth
want
is a
to
globe.
understand what you mean by accept. That's what I'm trying to understand here. What do you mean by accept something? Do you
Oh
mean
god,
hold it
dude. Hey, shut the fuck up with your reduction to absurdity bullshit, dude. We don't have time for that.
Me
If you
asking
don't know
what
what
you mean by
accepting
acceptance?
something is, yeah. Well, what does acceptance mean? And when you find the definition
like
of
to know
acceptance,
what you mean
I
by
get some bull. Grim, grow the fuck up, dude. The fuck?
Is this your debating technique?
Yeah, it's yours.
Asking what you mean? What do you
What
mean
does
by
it?
accepting
Yeah,
something?
the fucking common word. You know what? Dude, hold on a second. You were just charging Peter with defined terms, like how he
Running away?
disagrees with defined terms. No, you're fucking running away. You already know what
I didn't run away, man.
acceptance is. You know what it means.
How
Why
can
do we
I
have to go to
know
that?
what you
Gotta go that
bro,
way,
bro? Look, brother. How
bro.
can I know what you mean by that? How would I know? Am I
Dude.
omniscient?
Oh my god. Yeah, you're gonna go to every fucking word and what does that word mean? And what does this word mean? And dude, we don't got time for that. You should already. I don't know, man. I don't know where your
I know.
intellectual level is. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
It sounds like you
I'm
got
taking.
some kind of capacity.
Thank you. But bro, I think when you say accept something, you mean to believe it, and that's
No.
standard.
No, not quite. So you can accept something based on two identities we've got here. One, belief. You can accept something because of a belief without the evidence, or you can accept something with knowledge, first-hand experience.
But you said knowledge is acceptance. So acceptance is part of knowledge, and we're trying to understand what does acceptance
Yeah, but
mean.
finish
to
the
understand what
fucking word.
knowledge
Finish
means.
the sentence without evidence.
It doesn't have to do
It's
anything
all
with
together.
evidence.
You can't parse.
accept
You
things
can't
with or
parse
without
out the.
evidence.
Listen, dude. You can't parse out one word and then make a contextual meaning from that. You have to listen to the sentence structure. It's acceptance without evidence. That's the way it works. Not just acceptance without evidence. Jedi just gave you the understanding of the
Definition
both
of
meanings.
acceptance. But what
Oh
is the
my god!
definition of
Look, there he goes again. He wants to harp on the fucking term and not listen to the context. That's just your style, Grim.
I want to prove a point. My point is here that you, by accepting something, you mean to hold it to be true. You know, I accept.
See, he's
that
doing
fire
it
is
again,
hot.
Jedi.
That I
You
believe
just
fire is
told
hot.
him. He's doing it again.
It's a very interesting philosophical debate, and we should use this tactic more often because it obviously goes places.
It gets people triggered.
Yeah.
Trust.
Yeah.
Now, why do you think gets people triggered? Why?
What do I think? By think you mean believe? Well, I think you're full of shit. You don't even believe fire is hot.
Yeah, you're a reduction to absurdity bullshit. It may work in other forums, dude, but it doesn't work here. It's tired. It's old. You guys, that's the only thing you can do. Reduce everything to absurdity. What does that mean? And what does this mean? And when you get to the word of that, what does that mean? Like, this bullshit, dude. Nobody's ever going to find any meaning out of anything because you're just going to reduce all definitions.
And I'm the insane one?
Yeah.
Alpha,
What?
you can't play that for
Fucking hell.
certain because in the future it might be different.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. When I strike a match, one of those fucking matches is going to be ice cold, obviously, with the way things are going.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't always like this in the past.
Yeah, when the first guy put his hand over fire, it could have been cold because 10,000 years ago, however long people were around, when fire was presented, I mean, shit, they could have just been like, trying to cover themselves up with furs. Like, shit's cold, dude. Like, we need to. So stupid.
It's not cooking my food; it's freezing.
Yeah, shit's not grilling the the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
You know what's interesting about this? I've been listening for like the last 45 minutes. I don't know if you guys caught something, but I think I did. There's a really weaselly thing that happened wherein somebody, whether it was Grim or what's the other guy's fucking name? Not Larry. Peter.
Peter.
Peter, where they snuck in an instance where you have a quote unquote known law that is supposedly different in the past because we can't really tell because we can't know that, or it might be different in the future. That an instance of that with something that's not really the same, wherein you have a supposed law that we later turns out to be not true because we discovered new information. Those are two different things. Like the fire always being hot, fire is fire, hot is hot, combustion is combustion, versus we have some set of principles that we thought applied to all things, but turned out that a couple of those things it didn't apply to. You see what I mean? Like the law is the same, but we thought that it applied to certain other things that later discovered they don't apply there because of some new thing that we discovered. It's not that the law changed, or supposedly changed over time. It's that we learned that this thing does not apply to things that we thought did.
Glad
Does that
you
make
pointed that out. Yes, 100%, because I caught that too. Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't. Maybe somebody brought it. Maybe somebody brought it up there. I didn't hear, but I was holding on to that because like that's fucking Weasley, man. Like,
Yeah, I've been telling them it's Weasley, but they don't listen to me, man.
oh no. I'm not talking about that.
Miggy called that
Thank you,
out
man.
when it
Thank you, sir.
happened. Miggy,
Yo, Grim.
Miggy called out that happened. The ironic
Yes, man.
thing is these guys are the same guys who are going to tell us that the carbon dating is accurate and the Big Bang dating of the Earth is accurate, whilst they're trying to tell us that they can't know if fire is going to be hot tomorrow.
Yeah, and Grim, you know, I heard that. I heard that, man. Like you tried to pin what I was saying on Alpha or Jedi. No, I'm talking about you and Peter. Okay, you guys were the one trying to make the claim that fire is not hot all the time because we don't know if fire was hot in the past or it will be in the future.
I didn't say it's hot always. I never said it's never.
Hang on. Were you not saying that fire may be not hot in the past because we were not there to test it?
No, Peter said to make like an absolute statement, you know, to say that the laws never change, you have to know whether they changed or not. That's what he said. You know?
So we understand that there's a difference between a known law, i.e., fire burns hot, okay, and that's as distinct from, oh, this looks like wood, it might burn. Oh shit, we learned that this is not actually wood, it won't burn. You see, there's a difference there, right? Do you follow? Like he was saying something about superconductivity or something like that. Oh, we thought this material, this law applied to it because we categorized it as such, X or Y or whatever. Oh, we learned it has other properties to it that make it distinct from other categorized things. Therefore, the law itself did not change. We just learned that law doesn't apply to this thing that we once thought did. That's not the same as what you guys were talking about.
I know, but I think we have to talk about what you mean by law, and I can tell you what I believe a law is.
Oh, here we go.
Law is something that
I'm done, man. Fuck you. I'm done.
I told you, Mick. That's what he does. He reduces everything to absurdity because that's the only way he thinks he can win. That's his angle. His gimmick is, oh, what does law mean? What is
obviously not talking about the criminal code, right?
Oh my God!
Physical law.
You see, he knows what you're talking about. You know what he's talking about, dumbass.
Physical law is like something that has never been observed to the contrary.
Dude.
That's what you call a law, you know?
Graham, shut your mouth, man. I'm done with you.
And calling something a law is based on observation.
Is anybody going to ever mute this guy?
Why?
I would appreciate that. I would appreciate that, but I don't speak for everybody there. But fuck, man, been listening for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can shut the fuck up, man, because fuck that. I don't know. I think they think that it's going to be an upper hand in a forum like this. Like, what do you mean by law? Because we could be talking about like criminal law. Fuck off, dude. You know, we have to stop and talk about every fucking thing because they're not on the same page. That's some bullshit, dude. There should be a common understanding within the contextual meaning of things that we're like the conversation where we're at. There shouldn't be like, oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about criminal law? Like, dude, my God.
I think that little attempt was like the dumbest one I've heard all evening, if not all week. That was an obvious, oh shit, I just got fucked. Let me try and make it look like I didn't. Like the most glaring one of them all that I've heard so like in recent past. Fuck, man.
Exactly.
It's disappointing, isn't it? I mean, I'm sitting here not being surprised that these conversations take the paths that they do, and I'm just really disappointed. You're really right to bring that up as well, because our understanding of the law is not equivalent to the law itself actually changing. It's not the same fucking thing. So why Peter even brought that up, I don't know. Oh yeah, he wanted to explain it better so we would understand. It's like we understood it in the first fucking place, and what he gave us was a complete non sequitur. It's not the same thing.
our changing of an understanding of something that happens, or the actual thing that's happening changing?
Preach it.
Fuck, man, my ears are about to bleed.
Wow, dude. I mean, there's nothing else but to reduce everything to absolute absurdity, to where nothing makes any sense, so that their world can exist. That's where we're at today, folks. That's exactly where we're at. Just, oh, dude. Yeah, I don't know. But if the conversation usually swings in this direction, you just got to say, okay, that's enough. That's enough with you. Like this was his third attempt at reducing something to absurdity. Third.
I'm trying to think about this situation that these philosophers go off to into the future, where one day this will not cause that to happen. It's like, what intelligence has turned this switch on and off to make this not cause that to happen anymore?
There's going to be a bonfire one of these days that he's going to be a part of. He's like, you know what?
No,
Today's the day. Today's the day.
Turn that
Yeah, and like how about how's about we all just stop applying this law in the event that it stops working tomorrow, because we might be better off like
just this dubiousness about laws of nature. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, I know.
You never know. It's gonna be tomorrow.
Yeah, Alpha Veritas, he doesn't believe that fire is hot, so he doesn't know. Like, what the fuck? I have to believe in this shit to make it true.
I think that was one of the most disappointing things, that it actually went there as well. That's what they want to hold on to. Well, Grimmin specifically wanting to hold on to this very, very, very weak type of victory. If I just chop out these words and then make these words sound what I want them to sound like, Alpha doesn't believe that fire's hot, and I got him. I've won my argument. I can sleep tonight and high five all my friends. Really? That way it fucking went.
Yeah. Shit.
Just disappointing.
You think that one day they're going to wake up and like, you know what? I don't feel like being a jackass today. I'm actually going to face reality for what it is.
No, they've always been a jackass.
No, they've always. I think the correct term. We're using different terms. We should use the correct ones. Like, he's an absolute wanker.
Yeah, he's a twat. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yesterday on X, I don't know, were you there, Jedi, when Peter said that he proved that the Earth is curved by a bike ride with his son?
Oh, I heard that.
What?
How did you feel about that, Mick?
Dude, that was the dumbest shit ever. Okay, Jedi, just as like a little wrap up. Okay, so Peter says he went on a bike ride, and you know how when you're on a bike ride, if you're going uphill or downhill, you feel it in your legs, right? His feels kicked in, right? So he was on like a shore, whatever. And as he was pedaling forward, he felt that he was going downhill. And then after 7 miles, he turned around and was concerned that he might have to go uphill. But then lo and behold, he accelerates and he feels like he's going downhill. So therefore, in both directions, he must have been going downhill, proving a ball. Word for word, dude. It's as stupid as it sounds.
Sorry,
but that was the gist.
Just picking my jaw up off the floor. What?
And you know what? And the first thing that came to mind, was, holy shit, Peter, you just discovered perpetual motion.
Yeah, fucking hell yeah, of course.
Fuck, man.
If that's true, man, shit would just be going downhill always, and you just fucking put a device to it and get the energy off of that.
I mean, like, where is he, in California or something? Wherever he is, off the coast of somewhere. It's like, man, all those bike shops should just be selling bikes with no pedals. You know, it'll be flying off the shelves. You know?
The fuck?
God damn it!
I don't know, man. It is what it is. You know. That's the kind of shit that we.
What happened to him? Oh, we were talking about it earlier as
No.
well, about Peter's year and how he's changed and stuff. But seriously, what the fuck has happened to him? That's, again, disappointing. How can he actually believe the stuff that came out of his mouth? If that's his explanation, he's proved the curvature of the earth because of his bike ride.
At this point, man, like, it must be just like a total fucking joke for this guy.
Yeah.
You know, just for shits to come in here and say the stupidest things just to piss people off. I don't know.
I think that's all he's going for these days is just to piss us off and get his dopamine hits that we're getting frustrated with him. Well, it's more that the content that's being produced, you know, people actually can see our frustration. Perhaps somebody out there can be like, you know what, this is pretty fucking stupid, man. I should give up the globe. At some point, somebody should say that, like, fuck, we're not getting upset for nothing. So if you're listening in YouTube, man, our frustration better pay off, man. You better turn into a flat earther someday. What the fuck? Yeah, because if we're having to put up with these assholes, yeah, go on.
Yeah. Some days, man, it can't help but consider that maybe fucking Peter is really just it's just a fucking masochist, man. Like, he is homosexual, right? Coming in here and pissing a bunch of guys off. He's got to get off on that. I'm sorry. It doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Well, Grimm's almost in league with that kind of thought process.
Sorry, I meant to say sadist. Anyway, you know what I mean.
Yeah, he gets off and being humiliated. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the anti-flat earthers fall in that category. Most of them do.
Sadists are stubborn, but fucking stupid. Whatever it is, it begins with S.
Yeah, by the way, I just dropping some news off to you guys. I got mentioned by a guy with a huge account. I posted in the home server. So we could be getting some traffic from, other people looking into the Alpha Veritas channel. So it's kind of cool.
Well, if anybody follows me, that is going to find European news about Muslims and Christians going to war. That's all I seem to post on my Xstream at the moment.
Yeah, what's up with that, man? That shit's popping off. And you guys are getting floods and shit over there. What I'm seeing on the news feed. Are you guys all right? Fucking world's ending for you guys.
Yeah, me and my kids are fine and whatnot. Other parts of the countries have been flooded. A few floods in Spain and throughout Europe as well. It's all kicking from all different angles, mate. Whether it's migration or the weather, all sorts of fucking things. Wars, obviously, they're happening.
Like, you got idiots running around the streets with swords, and the police just watching them go by. Like, ever since I've seen that video, dude, I'm just like,
that's changed a bit. That's changed a bit now. The police are actually getting cut up and whatnot, so there's a lot more attacks on police.
Yeah. Oh, there was one I've seen where the guy was wagging his finger at one of the cops, and cop just had enough, dude. Took him down. Now they got I don't know. Because there's a division between police brutality and you know what I mean? Like, it just.
Yeah, we're starting to arm our police a little bit more at the moment as well. A lot more riot police are coming out in larger numbers.
You gotta give them boys something to fight back with, man. These guys ain't joking around. They're walking around.
Problem, reaction, solution, dude. You know what's happening.
Maybe. Yeah.
The police are being attacked and can't defend themselves. So what happens next then? Give the police more protection. Give the police more powers. Because they need it, right? Because of Muslims running around with fucking swords. All different protests going on at the moment, mate. It's turning. Definitely turning.
But yeah,
As long as you're all right, man.
yeah, I'm fine. If you ever want to find out about that stuff, man, just hit my Twitter feed up. That's all I post on there, mate.
Now I think about crypto too, man. He's running around the streets of London and shit.
To be fair, I haven't even spoken to Crypto for maybe about 2 weeks now. Don't know if anybody else has seen him around, but I.
He popped in here like for a hot second and then he took off. He probably saw Graham talking. He's like, "Oh, I'm fucking off, dude. Like this isn't."
That makes sense. As long as it's all right. Then. Yep, that's good. As long as somebody's seen him.
Sorry, Crit is AWOL too.
No, he was. Who's AWOL?
I haven't had a news subscription from him for like 5 days or something.
Oh wow!
I haven't seen him around.
That's true. I thought I saw him in here yesterday, but I don't know whether he spoke. He can be in here but not speak for hours. That one.
Peter don't like you, Cyclone.
Really doesn't, does he?
Cyclone must have pissed him off before. He talking shit on the text.
Oh dear. All right, I'm going to make myself some coffee. I've got a feeling this is going to be a long night. I'll be back in a bit.
All right, man. Fire's not hot. What the fuck?